Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Reinforcements from King's Landing. Starfish Town. Located on the backside of the arbor, far from the bustling main harbor, Starfish Town always smelled of fish guts, cheap grog, and cheaper perfume. Deep within the tangled alleys of this town sat the Siren's Nest, a garish and thriving brothel that served as the nerve center for Euron Greyjoy's operation. It was a den of sailors, smugglers, and men looking for quick comfort, a perfect place to hide in plain sight. The madam, a woman named Pamela Fisher, was someone Euron had liberated from a slave market in Lys during his 3 years wandering the narrow sea. She was his key asset in the arbor. Pamela wasn't native to the arbor. Her blood carried the heat of Lys. Her hair was a pale, misty violet, a rare, exotic shade in Westeros that made her look like twilight personified. Her face was a perfect oval, her skin smooth and meticulously cared for, glowing softly under the dim brothel lights. But her most dangerous weapons were her eyes. They were large, misty, and seemed permanently glazed with a layer of unshed tears. When she looked at a man, she did it with a lazy, focused intensity that made him feel like he was the only person in the world. It was a look that could drown a man before he even knew he was underwater. She didn't wear heavy makeup, she didn't need to. A touch of lip stain, a thin line of kohl to frame those storytelling eyes. She knew exactly how to weaponize her beauty. She wasn't a naive girl, she was a mature woman who understood her power and how to use it. Yet, her greatest talent wasn't her looks, but her tongue. Pamela was the uncrowned queen of Starfish Town. She could charm a rough sailor, outwit a cunning tax collector, and disarm a suspicious patrolman without breaking a sweat. She spoke everyone's language, and she could spot a man's desires, vanity, and insecurities from a mile away. She could talk to a homesick sailor about his mother's stew, or discuss poetry and dreams with a disillusioned minor noble. She could soothe a drunk's rage or pry secrets from a clam. In the Siren's Nest, men didn't just come for bodies, they came to dump their souls. They spilled their worries, the rumors they'd heard, and sometimes, the secrets they thought didn't matter, right into her sympathetic, understanding gaze. It was this ability to read and manipulate people combined with a complex loyalty to Euron born of fear and gratitude that made her the perfect operative for this undercover mission. She played her role flawlessly, using laughter and perfume to mask the scent of cold steel lurking beneath the floorboards. Euron's mercy in Lys and his subsequent financial backing were paying off massively. The brothel, with its cavernous wine cellars, had become an iron-born spike driven deep into the arbor's flank. Over a dozen iron-born spies had been living here for months under Pamela's cover, gathering intel for Euron. Once Euron and his 20 elites infiltrated the island, the brothel shifted into high gear. Thanks to Pamela's connections, over 100 of the Ironborn's most loyal and lethal warriors were smuggled in over 4 consecutive nights. They trickled in like a slow poison. The transfers happened in the dead of night. No torches, just silent passwords. Groups of 20 or 30 men, disguised as workers moving wine barrels or drunken sailors, were ushered through the brothel and down a hidden trapdoor. They disappeared into the second sub-basement, a massive, forgotten cellar originally used for aging wine and storing junk. The air down there was stale, but it was safe. In 4 days, 112 elite Ironborn warriors were hidden right in the heart of the enemy. Crammed into the dark cellar, they sharpened their axes, oiled their crossbows, and chewed on dried meat in silence, waiting for the signal. The music and debauchery from the brothel above provided the perfect cover. Critical intel about this secret passage and assembly point was relayed via carrier pigeons and trusted runners to the massive iron fleet waiting outside the Whispering Sound. Just as the deadline approached and the storm was about to break, a new piece of intelligence arrived, a pebble thrown into the dark current that sent ripples straight to Euron in the cellar. The atmosphere in the sub-basement of the Siren's Nest was thick with the smell of sweat, leather, and cold steel. The only light came from a few flickering oil lamps, casting twisted shadows against the rough stone walls. Pamela Fisher slipped quietly down the trapdoor. Her elegant silk dress looked out of place in the grim cellar, and the scent of expensive powder clung to her. Her violet hair shimmered in the gloom. She walked straight to Euron, who was lounging against a wine barrel. Her large, watery eyes were no longer seductive, they were sharp and alert. "My lord," she said, her voice low but clear enough for the nearby captains to hear. It was the cool, professional tone of a spy reporting in. "Fresh news. Just came in, and it's hot." The subtle sounds of sharpening stones and whispering stopped instantly. All eyes fixed on her. "A convoy from King's Landing arrived today. They're moving slow, heading toward the main castle," she said, pacing her words carefully. "It doesn't look like much, maybe a few dozen guards. But the man leading them, he's significant." She paused, ensuring she had everyone's full attention, especially Euron's. "The leader is a white cloak," she said softly, letting the weight of the words settle. "Sir Harlan Grandison of the King's Guard." A collective, sharp intake of breath hissed through the cellar. A King's Guard escort? That meant the Iron Throne was directly involved. This was no ordinary supply run. "What's more interesting is what's behind them," Pamela continued, a slight frown creasing her brow. "Over a dozen wagons, covered tight with heavy oilcloth. The wheel tracks are shallow, whatever is inside isn't heavy. But the horses are moving at a crawl, and the guards are terrified of jostling the cargo. They're treating it like glass. Whatever they're transporting is unusual." She painted a picture of mystery, high-level royal attention and a secret, delicate cargo. "Source." Euron's voice rumbled from the shadows. Pamela's red lips quirked into a small, triumphant smile, quickly replaced by seriousness. "One of the escort guards got too drunk upstairs. He started bragging. His tongue was loose, slurring his words. He said something like, 'With the treasure on those wagons, the Redwynes can't lose a sea battle.' And then he suddenly looked like he'd seen a ghost. His face went white, he shut his mouth, and no matter how much the girls teased him, he wouldn't say another word. He was terrified." She looked at Euron, her eyes filled with genuine concern. "My lord, I think, whatever is in those wagons isn't just important. It's likely something extremely dangerous. I wanted to dig deeper, find out exactly what it is, but..." Her voice quickened with urgency. "But there's no time. Just before I came down, I got confirmation. The convoy has already entered Starfish Harbor and been received by the Redwynes. My people can't get close anymore." The silence in the cellar deepened. "A King's Guard escort. A dangerous thing that guarantees victory at sea. And it arrives right as the Iron Fleet is at the gates." Every piece of information dropped like a heavy stone into a deep pool, tightening the nerves of every man in the room. They had planned a surprise attack from within, but now, it seemed the enemy had just been handed a secret weapon from the capital. Everyone looked to Euron Greyjoy. What was the key to victory hidden in those wagons? And how would it change the bloodbath that was about to begin? Had Euron let out a soft, almost inaudible chuckle. "It seems our Mad King doesn't just issue orders to steal grain. He's thinking ahead, or maybe he's sending a little gift to his loyal servant Redwyne." The plan had suddenly shifted. This wasn't just a raid anymore, there was a wild card on the table. The phrase "with the treasure on those wagons, the Redwynes can't lose" gnawed at Euron. He paused, his eyes narrowing with sharp, calculating light. "I don't care what's in those wagons, if they're serving it up on a silver platter right in front of us, it would be rude not to take a bite, wouldn't it?" The air in the cellar instantly grew hotter, charged with bloodlust. "Pamela," Euron grinned, "you did good." Chapter 82, The Mad King's Wildfire. In the dimly lit corridor of the Siren's Nest brothel, Pamela Fisher's eyes darted quickly around the corner. Seeing the coast was clear, she expertly dragged a knocked-out guard stripped to his small clothes and gagged with a dirty rag into an empty room. Euron, waiting inside, snapped the man's neck with a quick, Practiced twist. Moments later, Euron Greyjoy stepped out, fully dressed in the dead guard's uniform. He kept his head low, blending seamlessly into the transport unit that had just finished restocking at the Siren's Nest and was preparing to head back to the Starfish Harbor garrison. Pamela's bribes and cover story were flawless. The gate guards barely glanced at the familiar group before waving them through. Starfish Harbor was heavily guarded, but total lockdown was impossible in a working port. Using his disguise and the scraps of intel Pamela had fed him, Euron navigated the checkpoints like a ghost. He slipped past most of the patrols, moving closer and closer to the nerve center of the port, specifically, a study within the Redwine Castle that overlooked the docks. He could hear arguing from inside. The window of opportunity was closing. In a deserted corner, Euron quickly pulled a strange, violet-colored fruit from his tunic. Transparent fruit, single use. Duration, 30 minutes. Does not conflict with existing devil fruit abilities. Euron swallowed it whole. A strange sensation washed over him instantly. His body seemed to melt like ink into water, blurring, fading, and then vanishing completely. He was gone. An invisibility fruit, short-lived, but enough to get the job done. Moving like an invisible wind, he crept along the cold stone wall until he was right outside the brightly lit study window. The heavy curtains weren't fully drawn, leaving a narrow slit. Through it, the heated argument spilled out into the night air. Sir Harlan Grandison of the King's Guard, despite his white cloak, was red-faced with fury. He had lost his usual nightly composure and was practically snarling. "Lord Adrian! Wake up! This isn't a request, it is a gift from the king. Do you have any idea what it cost to transport these things here safely? Do you know the risks we took? One slip-up and..." Lord Adrian Redwine didn't look any happier. He stood over his desk, leaning forward aggressively, his finger stabbing the wood. "A gift? A risk? Sir Harlan. I appreciate the king's goodwill, but what you call a gift, these dozens of wagons, these thousands of jars, is wildfire." He squeezed the word through his teeth like it was poison. "That unstable, green nightmare that only the Alchemists Guild can brew. You want me to use that against the Iron Fleet?" Outside the window, Euron, even in his invisible state, felt his breath catch. Wildfire. So that was it. His eyes, still functional despite his invisibility, instantly locked onto the heavily guarded convoy that had just arrived at the docks. A cold, electric thrill shot down his spine. If he could use his soul fruit powers to create a tiny, searing sun right here, and toss it into those wagons. The argument inside cut off his train of thought. It is the fastest, most direct way to victory. Sir Harlan argued, trying to keep his voice down. Once wildfire sticks to an iron-born longship, nothing can put it out. They will burn to ash in green flames. The entire whispering sound will be their funeral pyre. This war could be over in an instant. Over? Over at what cost? Lord Adrian's voice rose, thick with insulted pride. Using that disgusting substance? Those cowardly tactics? Sir Harlan. Who do you think we are? We are House Redwine. We possess the most powerful, well-trained fleet in the Seven Kingdoms. My men are masters of naval warfare, my captains are veterans. We will defeat these iron-born pirates on the open sea, fair and square, with skill, courage, and strategy. Not with some alchemical abomination that burns friend and foe alike and could set the entire arbor on fire if a single jar breaks. He swept his arm toward the window, pointing at the silhouettes of his warships. Victory should come from our sails and our swords, not from green curses in a jar. Even if we won that way, there would be no honor in it for House Redwine. What would the Seven Kingdoms say? They'd say the arbor's vineyards were saved by wildfire, not bravery. You are stubborn. This is foolish pride. Sir Harlan was shaking with anger, his armor clinking beneath his white cloak. War is only about winning and losing. The king wants the Iron Islands to kneel, he doesn't care about your knightly chivalry. Then leave, Sir Harlan. Lord Adrian didn't back down an inch. Go back and tell his grace that the Arbor and House Redwine thank him for his kindness, but we do not need it. We will win this war our own way. We will defend our home ourselves. The study fell into a dead silence, broken only by their heavy breathing. After a moment, Sir Harlan Grandison let out a snort of supreme disappointment and rage. Fine. Fine. Adrian Redwine, you will regret this pride of yours. I hope you remember these words when the Ironborn are hacking at your castle gates with their axes. With that, Sir Harlan spun on his heel, his armor clanking, and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Shortly after, as his invisibility began to fade, Euron watched Sir Harlan grimly gather his White Cloak brothers and the royal guards. Barking angry orders, he personally escorted the dozen heavy wagons loaded with thousands of jars of volatile wildfire out of Starfish Harbor. They rolled away in a cloud of frustration, hauling away what was meant to be the hope of victory, now just a dangerous, rejected insult. As the invisibility wore off, Euron's silhouette slowly re-emerged from the shadows. He watched the convoy disappear into the distance, his eyes flashing with a complicated mix of emotions. There was mockery for the Redwine's stupid arrogance. There was a faint regret for the missed opportunity to turn the Arbor and House Redwine along with it into a sea of green fire. But mostly, there was a sharp, calculating gleam as he re-evaluated the board. Adrian Redwine had chosen the honorable path. Even if that path meant his fleet would bleed a lot more before this was over. Euron slipped back into the shadows as silently as he had come, leaving the noise of Starfish Harbor and House Redwine's expensive pride behind him. Chapter 83, The Battle of the Arbor. The 7th day. It was the final day of the Iron Islands ultimatum. It was the deadline for the Arbor to account for the hijacking of the 3 Fire and Ice Trading Company ships. When House Redwine failed to provide any answer that satisfied the Ironborn, the war arrived exactly as promised. As the first pale rays of sunlight struggled through the clouds, illuminating the suffocating mass of black ships on the sea, King Quellan Greyjoy appeared on the high bridge of the Iron Victory. He looked like an ancient sea god risen from the deep, wearing his crown of driftwood and sea stone. His cold eyes swept over the Redwine fleet ahead, freshly painted, brilliantly arranged, and waiting in formation. There was no call for surrender. No final negotiation. No parley between commanders. It was as casual and routine as sitting down for dinner when the bell rings. King Quellan slowly raised his massive battle axe, the symbol of his authority, and brought it down in a sharp, chopping motion. Doom! 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 Heavy, savage war drums, sounding like they were beating against the hearts of every living soul, exploded from the high masts of the Iron Victory. The beat wasn't a complex melody, it was the simplest, most primal rhythm of war, filled with an undeniable lust for destruction. Ignited by the drums, a deafening war cry erupted from the first Ironborn longship, then spread like wildfire across the entire fleet in seconds. What is dead may never die, but rises again. Harder and stronger. Thousands of rough throats roared in unison, creating a terrifying wave of sound that momentarily drowned out the roar of the ocean itself. There was no fear in that sound, no hesitation, only fanatical devotion to the drowned god, a hunger for plunder, and the pure madness of battle. With that roar, the entire Iron Fleet, a dense, moving forest of masts, surged forward. Like sharks scenting blood, oars churned the water in unison. They cut through the waves with suicidal determination, launching a full-scale charge straight at the glittering, disciplined formation of the Redwine fleet defending Starfish Harbor. On the other side, Lord Adrian Redwine's fleet was ready. They commanded the largest navy in the 7 kingdoms, the Redwine fleet. Yet, whenever people ranked naval powers, the top spot was always a toss-up between the Iron Fleet and the Royal Fleet. The Redwine fleet was perpetually stuck in 3rd place. Today, Lord Adrian intended to change that. He wanted to crush the Ironborn fair and square on the open sea and prove his fleet's supremacy. The Redwyne ships were larger, sturdier, and hulled with superior copper plating. Their sailors were well trained, their officers' orders crisp and clear. Their formation was orderly, designed to crush the enemy through discipline and superior equipment. The battle exploded in an instant. The whispering sound turned into a boiling cauldron of slaughter. Ballistay thundered. Giant bolts and crushed stones tore through the sky with shrieking whistles, smashing into hulls and sending wood splinters flying or crashing into the sea, sending up massive geysers of water. Archers on swaying decks exchanged fire, the arrows weaving through the air like swarms of locusts. But the real song of this battle was the boarding action. While the main warships drew fire, the Ironborn longships used their speed and agility to close the distance, ignoring casualties as they recklessly slammed into the larger Redwyne vessels. Countless grappling hooks and boarding ramps were thrown, iron claws biting deep into the ornate railings of the Arbor's ships. For Greyjoy! For Old Wick! For the drowned god! For the Iron Islands! Ironborn warriors howled like beasts. With hand axes in their teeth and round shields on their arms, they surged over the ramps like a tidal wave of violence. They fought without fear of death, trading their lives for kills with brutal efficiency. They would take a spear to the gut just to bury an axe in an enemy's neck, some even tackled their foes and dragged them into the freezing sea to drown together. They didn't fight like soldiers, they fought like men attending a feast thrown by the drowned god. In contrast, the Redwyne fleet, despite its fine armor and discipline, found its advantages melting away in the chaos of close-quarters combat. Crucially, nearly 70% of the Redwyne forces were green recruits. They had drilled in sailing and formation, but they had never experienced this kind of savage, suicidal onslaught. Many young sailors and soldiers went pale and weak-kneed at the sight of the Ironborn twisted faces, insane screaming, and reckless abandon. They were trained for organized warfare, maintain formation, fire volleys, block with a shield, strike, retreat. They were not trained to wrestle with roaring barbarians on a heaving deck slick with blood and guts, where rules didn't exist and death came from a rusty axe smashing through a polished breastplate. Often, the Redwyne rookies broke before the enemy even reached them. Their movements became clumsy, their minds went blank with terror, and they forgot how to fight. Superior equipment looked pathetic in the face of absolute madness. On the water, ships crashed and tangled. Every Redwyne warship seemed to be gnawed on by several Ironborn longships at once. The roar of men, the clash of steel, the screams of the dying, the splintering of wood, and the crackle of fire, together they played a symphony of death. The azure waters turned a murky red, clogged with shattered planks, torn sails, and countless mangled bodies. The whispering sound, once a sea of vineyards and beauty, had become a massive, churning graveyard. From the start, the battle became a bloody war of attrition. The Redwyne fleet held on through discipline and armor, while the Ironborn tore at them with fanaticism and blood. The scales of victory tipped violently on every single ship. At the height of the carnage, when the two fleets were locked in a deadly embrace, a chaotic vortex of crashing hulls and killing crowds. Doom! 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 The heavy, primal war drums from the Iron Victory thundered again. This time, it wasn't an opening beat, it was a killing rhythm. It was wilder, relentless, sounding like the heartbeat of a giant or the footsteps of a sea monster. The sound rolled over the noisy battlefield and washed clearly over Starfish Harbor. For the Ironborn on the front lines, this oppressive drumbeat was adrenaline. It was a catalyst for bloodlust, fueling their already burning will to fight. But for everyone inside Starfish Harbor, the civilians shivering by their windows, the pale-faced logistics soldiers running between warehouses, the relentless drumming from the demon flagship was pure psychological torture. It was a merciless reminder that the enemy was at the gates. Every beat hammered on their nerves, spreading panic through the city. Rumors spread like wildfire, the line has broken. The Ironborn have landed. The supply lines began to falter as soldiers panicked at every shadow, fumbling with crates of arrows and medicine. Under the assault of the drums, the rear guard of Starfish Harbor was crumbling into paranoia and fear. And that earth-shaking drumbeat was the signal for something else. Deep in the damp, dark sub-basement of the Siren's Nest, Euron Greyjoy slowly opened his eyes. He had been waiting, like a viper coiled to strike. The vibration of the drums, felt even down here in the dark, told him one thing. It was time. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Burning on Both Ends. While the deafening roar of the frontal assault at the Whispering Sound held the complete attention of Starfish Harbor, a small, elite squad of 12 Ironborn slipped away like phantoms to execute Euron's other, far more lethal command. They weren't heading to storm the defensive lines. Instead, they set up an ambush along the inevitable route of the dejected convoy hauling dozens of wagons of dangerous cargo back to King's Landing. Their boat was docked in a desolate spot far from the main harbor. The Mad King, after all, hadn't wanted anyone to know about this operation. Sir Harlan Grandison of the King's Guard rode his horse, his face still grim from Lord Adrian's refusal. His guards were in low spirits, grumbling about being pulled away from the arbor's famous wine and women in the middle of the night. They had no idea that death had already opened its jaws in the shadows ahead. There was no need for a bloody melee. There was no need to even get close. As the convoy rolled into the kill box, the dozen Ironborn archers stepped out of the darkness. Their bows weren't loaded with standard broadheads, the tips were wrapped in oil-soaked rags and set ablaze. Thwip thwip thwip. A dozen arrows trailing tails of orange fire arced beautifully through the air, like malicious fireflies, and struck the heavily covered wagons with pinpoint precision. When Sir Harlan Grandison heard the whistle of arrows, his instincts screamed. He drew his long sword instantly, but he froze when he realized the arrows weren't aimed at him, or his guards. When he saw the fire trailing behind them and realized what they were hitting, his pupils dilated in sheer terror. Time seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. And then... boom! A horrific explosion, louder than anything that should exist in the mortal world, tore through the heavens and the earth. The blast wave was so powerful that even the men fighting and dying miles away in the harbor and on the sea felt the ground shudder beneath their feet. At the epicenter, a colossal, eerily beautiful ball of green fire roared into the sky. In a millisecond, it swallowed Sir Harlan Grandison, his White Cloak brothers, every royal guard, and all the wagons. The green flame acted like a living thing, leaping and spreading with insane speed. Everything it touched, men, horses, wood, rock, was vaporized, ignited, or torn into microscopic dust. There were no screams. There was no struggle. An entire royal convoy simply evaporated inside the green inferno, as if they had never existed. All that remained was a massive, scorched crater and the air filled with the sickly sweet, deadly scent of burnt substance. This godlike devastation instantly grabbed the attention of everyone in and around Starfish Harbor. Panic-stricken civilians, busy logistics soldiers, defenders on the walls, and even the sailors butchering each other at sea, everyone froze, stunned by the apocalyptic vision rising from the rear. And in that fleeting moment of chaos and distraction created by the green hellfire, Euron Greyjoy and his 100-man kill squad struck. Like bloodthirsty krakens who had been waiting in the shadows, they bared their fangs. Their efficiency was terrifying. The 100 elites didn't hesitate. They split into 10 razor-sharp squads. Having memorized the port's layout through maps and Pamela's intel, they moved like mercury, pouring silently into the complex maze of alleys and warehouses along pre-planned routes. In a secluded corner, they quickly stripped off their rough, salt-stained leathers and kraken amulets. Underneath, they were already wearing or quickly donned Red Wine Guard uniforms. Some were stripped from the corpses of patrols they had silently killed, still smelling faintly of blood, others were fresh spares borrowed from the port warehouses. The disguise was complete in seconds. To the naked eye, they looked exactly like the terrified soldiers running around the port. The moment the camouflage was on, the slaughter began. They moved as fast as lightning but as silent as the deep sea. As the green mushroom cloud rose in the distance and the earth-shaking boom faded, the first team of infiltrators inside the city took it as their signal. Their arson targets weren't random. They had been carefully scouted: a timber yard next to the crowded slums, an oil storage shed near the inner harbor, and several unguarded barns stuffed with dry hay. These spots were scattered across the city, separate but strategically linked. The Ironborn moved like ghosts. They doused the targets with a special fuel blend. They carried oil mixed with damp beast dung and herbs designed to produce massive amounts of heavy smoke. Then, flint struck steel, or a torch was tossed. Whoosh! Crackle! Before the echoes of the wildfire explosion had fully died away, pillars of fire erupted across Starfish Harbor. These flames weren't the eerie green of the wildfire, but they were fierce, hot, and accompanied by billowing clouds of choking, pitch-black smoke. The smoke spread rapidly, casting an ominous black curtain over the city. Fire! The city is on fire! Look! It's everywhere! 7 hells! Did that explosion start this? Panic spread like a virus. Screams, the sound of stampeding feet, and the crackle of burning timber mixed with the sounds of battle from the harbor. Starfish Harbor descended into unprecedented chaos. Lord Adrian Redwine, standing on the ramparts, was just as stunned by the explosion as his men. But then, his attention was violently pulled toward the black smoke rising from inside his city. His face went pale. He looked at the fading green fire outside, then back at the black smoke inside. A logical but fatal conclusion formed in his mind: the shockwave or debris from the king's wildfire explosion must have accidentally ignited the city. The thought burned him with anxiety. The naval battle was critical, but if his backyard was on fire, his supplies destroyed, and his people broken by panic, the war was lost anyway. Move! He screamed the order, his voice cracking with urgency. Take a detachment. Get off the wall and put out those fires. Immediately. Prioritize the granaries and the armory. Stabilize the civilians. Go. In the heat of the moment, the order seemed correct and necessary. Immediately, the defensive lines on the wall began to crumble. Squads of soldiers, led by anxious officers, abandoned their posts and rushed down the stairs, running toward the smoke and flames consuming the city. Their attention was completely fixed on the accidental fire. The defense of the wall was now full of holes. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Capturing Lord Redwine Alive. Lord Adrian Redwine had absolutely no idea that this wasn't an accident. It was a classic diversion, meticulously planned by the enemy. The towering flames and thick smoke were not the aftermath of a disaster, but the prelude to a slaughter. The Ironborn had used the shock and mental vacuum created by that massive explosion to perfectly mask their real arson attacks. They successfully lured the defenders away, splitting their forces and fatally weakening the critical defenses on the city walls. As the soldiers rushed toward the wrong battlefield, more Ironborn poured through the gap Euron had opened. Like sharks scenting blood, they launched the true, lethal strike against a city that had suddenly become chaotic and fragile. Lord Adrian's logical misjudgment was pushing the arbor into an abyss from which it would never return. A squad of men, moving like shadows melded with the walls, crept up to the inside of the heavily guarded main gate. The guards stationed there were distracted, their nerves shattered by the terrifying green explosion and the roaring flames in the distance. They were craning their necks to watch the spectacle, completely exposing their backs to their allies. There was no unnecessary sound. The Ironborn warriors, disguised as friendly troops, approached intimately, like lovers. One hand clamped over the target's mouth and nose, wrenching the head back to expose the unprotected throat. In the other hand, a razor-sharp, non-reflective dagger struck like a viper. It sliced cleanly across the jugular or stabbed upward through the third and fourth ribs, straight into the heart. The movements were clean and efficient. The only sounds were the faint hiss of blades parting flesh, cartilage, and windpipes, and the desperate, choked gurgles of dying men. Blood sprayed like warm wine onto the arms and stolen uniforms of the assassins. The bodies were gently lowered and dragged into the shadows. The whole process took only a few breaths. Control of the gate had changed hands. Another squad, with identical cold efficiency, eliminated the guards controlling the winch mechanism for the massive drawbridge. One Ironborn even deliberately shouted in fake panic, "Look over there!" By the gods, successfully drawing the attention of the remaining guards. In the instant they turned their heads, death came silently from behind. The task of securing the retreat and the path for reinforcements was completed without a sound. Other squads moved like lethal undercurrents, flowing upward along pre-planned routes. They cleared the stairs and corridors leading to the upper fortifications and the command center. When they encountered scattered patrols or runners, they didn't hide. Instead, they approached with feigned panic, shouting confusing orders like, "Hurry! They need support up top." As they passed each other, the blunt end of a hand axe smashed into a temple, a poisoned dagger pierced a kidney, or a wire garrote slipped over a neck and tightened violently. Their teamwork was professional and brutal. Often, the victims fell into eternal darkness before they even realized what was happening. The path was cleared swiftly and silently. There was almost no organized resistance. Everyone's attention was locked on the earth-shaking green explosion and the life-or-death struggle at sea. Fear and chaos had strangled their judgment. They never imagined that their deadliest enemies were already among them, disguised and driving straight for the heart like a virus. Finally, Euron personally led the core team up this clean path paved with blood and bodies. Like a whirlwind of death rising from the ground, they stormed onto the platform atop the castle wall. This was the nerve center of the port's defense. It housed the ballistae and trebuchets, and it was where Lord Adrian Redwyne was personally overseeing the battle. At that moment, Lord Adrian was still staring dumbfounded at the devastating green fire in the distance. His mind was blank, unable to comprehend what had happened, completely unaware of the danger looming behind him. It wasn't until the cold, blood-slicked edge of a sword rested gently against the bare skin of his neck like the tongue of a venomous snake that the bone-chilling cold snapped him awake. He whipped his head around in horror. What met his eyes was the pale, cruel face of Euron Greyjoy, and those terrifying, mismatched eyes, one a freezing blue like a stormy sea, the other a pure, abyssal black that seemed to swallow everything. Euron held a long sword in each hand. The blades danced in his grip as if they were alive, light, and lethal, tracing dazzling silver arcs in the air. The last few loyal guards around the Earl saw this end, with shouts of alarm, drew their swords and rushed to save their lord. But to Euron, their movements were laughably slow. A flash of steel. The left-hand sword whipped out like a scorpion's tail, parrying a thrusting spear and slicing downwards in one fluid motion. The guard's 4 fingers were severed at the root. Before his scream could escape his throat, the tip of Euron's right-hand sword darted forward like lightning, piercing his throat. Another guard raised a battle axe for a downward chop. Euron sidestepped like a phantom. The axe whistled through the air where he had been, striking sparks off the stone floor. Simultaneously, Euron's left sword slashed upward in a reverse grip, slicing precisely through the exposed leather and arteries under the man's armpit. Blood sprayed. The right sword followed instantly, thrusting like a chisel, the point driving hard through the eye slit of the guard's helmet. Crack! A sickening crunch, followed by a short, stifled groan. The guard collapsed as if his bones had been removed. The last guard, his courage shattered, turned to run. An iron-born warrior rushing from the side buried an axe in the back of his skull. He dropped without a sound. The entire fight happened in a heartbeat. Lord Adrian hadn't even blinked a few times before his final line of defense was reduced to twitching, bleeding corpses on the ground. Euron flicked the warm blood from his blades. His mismatched pupils locked onto the pale, bloodless face of Adrian Redwyne. A cold, cruel smile curled the corner of his lips. "You Lord Adrian," started to speak, but an iron-born warrior smashed the pommel of a knife into his temple, knocking him to the ground. He was swiftly bound and gagged. Euron didn't even look at the captured lord. He strode to the highest point of the wall, grabbed the halyard of the flying banner, the deep purple grapes of House Redwine, and ripped it down. He threw it onto the stone floor, letting the boots of countless Ironborn trample over it. Immediately after, a massive, terrifying banner was raised. The golden kraken of House Greyjoy rose rapidly into the sky above Starfish Harbor. Against the backdrop of the still-burning green hellfire and the thunderous war drums, it snapped arrogantly in the wind. It had all happened so fast, so suddenly. When the garrison and civilians in the port finally recovered slightly from the shock of the explosion, they looked up in horror to find their reality shattered. The core defense of the port had fallen. Their lord had been captured alive. And the golden kraken, the symbol of conquest and ruin, was waving proudly over their own castle. Panic, like wildfire, instantly engulfed all of Starfish Harbor. The morale of the fleet fighting at sea collapsed instantly. The Ironborn victory was sealed. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Winner Takes All. Euron Greyjoy stepped forward slowly, looking down with cold indifference at Lord Adrian Redwine. The Lord of the Arbor was pinned firmly to the ground, yet he still strained to lift his head, defiant to the end. Above them on the ramparts, the golden kraken of House Greyjoy, the symbol of conquest, snapped loudly in the wind, replacing the Redwine grapes. "Look at the situation, Lord Adrian." Euron's voice was unnervingly calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that cut through the sounds of slaughter and distant explosions. "Starfish Harbor is mine. Your fleet is headless and surrounded. We have won. Order your men to stand down and surrender. I swear by the name of Greyjoy, those who surrender will live." Lord Adrian Redwine's face was a mask of blood, sweat, and dirt. His magnificent armor was scuffed and filthy. He looked wretched. Strategically, he might have been slow and arrogant. As a commander, he might have been incompetent. As a warrior, he was nothing special. But in this moment of utter despair, the stubborn pride of the Redwine patriarch revealed itself like the hardest rock on the Arbor's coast. Lord Adrian spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the stone. "Bah!" he roared hoarsely, every word dripping with resolve. "Ironborn scum! Surrender? Never! You can kill me right here. I, Adrian Redwine, will never bow my head to pirates and locusts. House Redwine has earls who die in battle, but we have no cowards who kneel and beg. Death is nothing to fear." His roar echoed along the wall, tragic and heroic. "Pirates? It seems you were the pirate this time, Lord Adrian." Euron smirked coldly, seemingly both appreciative and dismissive of the man's grit. "The battle is decided. Refusing to surrender just means dragging out the butchery." He ignored the defeated lord's protests and turned sharply, firing off a string of icy commands. "Open the main gates. Lower the drawbridge. Then smash the winches, destroy them completely. Let our people in. Everyone rally to me. Hold the stairs to the wall." And him, he pointed at Adrian. "Tie him up tight and put him right at the front. Let everyone see exactly what kind of wretched state their lord is in." The Ironborn warriors moved like the wind. The massive city gates were pushed open from the inside. The heavy drawbridge crashed down, connecting the harbor to the city. Immediately, warhammers and axes smashed into the wooden gears and metal chains of the winch mechanism. Sparks flew as the machinery was destroyed, ensuring the enemy couldn't raise the bridge again. Their task complete, the Ironborn rallied around Euron, forming a dense defensive phalanx with axes facing out and crossbows loaded. Lord Adrian Redwine, hands bound behind his back and a blade at his throat, was roughly shoved to the very front of the line, a humiliating but incredibly effective human shield. The Redwine defenders, who had managed to react to the fires and chaos inside the city, rushed toward the wall to retake control. But the moment they got close, they froze in horror. There was their noble lord, looking like a lamb waiting for slaughter, pinned at the front of the enemy formation with a cold blade pressed against his jugular. "Back off! Everyone back off! Or the Lord dies right now, the Ironborn warriors roared viciously. The walkway on the wall was narrow, only wide enough for 2 men abreast. Lord Adrian was forced to his knees, his body swaying as he was held down. The Redwyne soldiers, terrified of harming their liege, were paralyzed by panic and indecision. Their offensive stalled instantly. They stood there gripping their weapons, anxious and helpless, unable to move forward for fear of killing their own lord. Meanwhile, out on the waters of the Whispering Sound, the Redwyne fleet finally noticed the shocking change atop the harbour castle. The familiar grape banner was gone. In its place flew the hideous golden kraken. Sharper eyes even spotted their supreme commander, Lord Adrian, being held hostage at sword point on the battlements. This sight was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Morale, already hanging by a thread under the suicidal Ironborn assault, collapsed completely. The castle has fallen. They captured the Earl. It's over. We're finished. Cries of despair spread through the fleet. Many soldiers lost their will to fight. Some simply threw down their weapons and jumped into the sea like dumplings dropping into a pot, swimming desperately toward the shore or anywhere away from this doomed battle. Some of the more organized ships tried frantically to disengage, turning their prows to flee back to the harbour unaware that the harbour had already changed hands and a worse fate awaited them there. The defeat was total. The Redwyne fleet, once the third most powerful naval force in the Seven Kingdoms, was utterly crushed, dissolving into chaos and rout. While the harbour burned and the defenders scattered, another drama was unfolding in the streets. Pakester Redwyne, Adrian's only son and heir, was living through the most desperate moment of his young life. Perhaps he hoped to save his father, or maybe he was trying to rally the routed troops for a final stand. Wearing fine silver-plated armour engraved with the Redwyne grapes, he stood out vividly among the panicked soldiers. He waved an ornate longsword, shouting himself hoarse, trying to stop the men running past him. But his efforts were as futile as a sandcastle trying to stop a tsunami. Suddenly, a savage war cry erupted from the other end of the street. House Greyjoy, leading a squad of blood-mad Ironborn elites, charged down the harbour avenue like a pack of wolves tearing into a flock of sheep. They hacked down anyone holding a weapon, scanning for high-value targets and loot. House spotted the finely dressed young noble immediately. "Get him! I want him alive!" House roared, his face lit with the thrill of the hunt. He charged straight for Pakester. Pakester Redwyne heard the shout and spun around. He saw a group of blood-soaked, demon-like Ironborn led by a fierce young captain wielding a dripping battle axe, charging straight at him. A few of his loyal guards tried to step in to protect him. "For House Redwyne," an old guard shouted, raising his shield. House didn't even slow down. He delivered a massive, sweeping blow. Crack! The wooden shield shattered. The old guard screamed as he was sent flying, his arm twisted at a sickening angle. Another guard lunged at Balon's flank with a sword, but an Ironborn warrior behind Balon slammed the flat of his axe into the man's helmet, knocking him out cold. The fight was short and bloody. In seconds, Pakester's last line of defense was wiped out. Pakester's face was pale, but he had inherited his father's grit. He didn't run. He gripped his long sword with both hands, assuming a standard defensive stance, and shouted at the charging Balon, "In the name of Redwyne, stand back!" House Greyjoy let out a bark of laughter. He didn't stop, he accelerated. Just before they collided, Balon's left hand flashed to his belt, drawing a throwing axe and feinting a chop to draw a block. Pakester took the bait. His sword instinctively moved to parry the feint. In that split second, his center was wide open. Balon's real killing move, the heavy battle axe in his right hand, swung upward in a vicious arc. It smashed precisely into the crossguard of Pakester's sword. Clang! A piercing ring of metal on metal. Pakester felt a jolt of agony tear through his hands. His entire arm went numb. He couldn't hold onto the beautiful family sword any longer, it flew from his grip, spinning through the air to land in the mud. Before he could react, Balon slammed into him like a raging bear. Heavy shoulder armor crashed against Paxter's ornate breastplate with a dull thud. The wind was knocked out of him, and he stumbled backward, falling. Before he hit the ground, two ironborn warriors pounced on him like hounds. They pinned his arms, digging their knees into his back to keep him immobile. Another warrior expertly slipped a rough hemp rope around his neck, quickly binding his arms and torso tight. Paxter struggled violently, roaring, "Let me go! You pirates! You savages!" An ironborn warrior, annoyed by the noise, smashed the pommel of his knife hard against Paxter's helmet. Thud! Paxter's vision went black. His struggles went limp as dizziness overwhelmed him, reducing his roars to pained groans. Balon walked over and ripped the exquisite helmet with its vine decorations off Paxter's head, revealing a young, pale face filled with terror and defiance. Balon grabbed a fistful of Paxter's hair, forcing the young heir to look into his cold eyes. "See that, little lord?" Balon's voice smelled of blood. "The good days for House Redwine are over. You belong to us now." He let go of the hair and barked at his men. "Tie him up tight. Watch him closely. This one is valuable cargo." Paxter Redwine, the future of the Arbor, was captured alive by Balon Greyjoy on the burning streets of his own harbour. Roughly dragged toward the castle now Ironborn territory, he became the second heavy chip in the Iron Islands' hand. With both the Lord and the heir captured, the Ironborn now held a bloody leverage that would make not just House Redwine, but even Highgarden, hesitate to strike back. The moment the father and son were taken, the war was decided. The victory belonged to the Iron Islands. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Occupying Starfish Town. Starfish Town, Central Square. The town's central square, once a place for bustling markets and festive celebrations, was now suffocated by a grim, deadly silence. It had been transformed into a stage for raw power and conquest. In the center of the square, tied firmly to rough wooden stakes like livestock waiting for auction, were Lord Adrian Redwine and his young son, Paxter Redwine. Their magnificent armor had been stripped away, leaving them in dirty, torn under-tunics. Their bodies bore the bruises and cuts of the struggle, their hair was a mess. They looked exhausted and humiliated. Yet, Lord Adrian strained to keep his head high, clinging to the last shreds of his dignity, while young Paxter's face was ashen, his eyes filled with fear and indignation. The mere sight of the father and son bound and helpless was a silent, screaming declaration of House Redwine's total defeat. Surrounding them was a dense wall of ironborn warriors, weapons drawn, eyes fierce. Beyond that wall of steel were the civilians of Starfish Town, driven from their homes and herded here like sheep. Panic, confusion, and deep anxiety were etched on their faces. Men clenched their fists only to loosen them in helplessness, women clutched their children tight, sobbing quietly, terrified of what fate awaited them and their town. Euron Greyjoy stood on a raised platform, his black cloak rippling gently in the salty breeze. He scanned the crowd calmly, taking in every reaction. His voice, crisp and clear, cut through the silence of the square. Soldiers, knights, and officers of House Redwine. His voice scraped over them like a cold iron blade. Look at your lord. Look at your fate. Starfish Harbor has fallen. Your fleet is broken. Resistance is meaningless. He paused, letting the hopeless reality sink into the bones of every defeated soldier. Simultaneously, he unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki. An invisible, crushing pressure swept across the square, forcing everyone to feel his dominance instinctively. Now, I, Euron Greyjoy, in the name of House Greyjoy and King Quellan of the Iron Islands, give you one final choice: drop your weapons immediately. Take off your armor. Kneel and surrender. The command was clear and merciless. Scattered remnants of the garrison, who had been hiding in the shadows debating their next move, saw the wretched state of their lords and the murderous intent of the Ironborn surrounding the square. Their last spark of fighting spirit was snuffed out. With a clatter of metal on stone, swords, spears, and crossbows were reluctantly thrown to the ground. Helmets and breastplates followed, discarded at their feet. The soldiers, faces grey with defeat, slowly sank to their knees, bowing heads that had once been proud. A surrender, however bitter, was still a surrender. Once the last weapon hit the dirt, Euron turned his gaze to the shivering civilians. His tone softened slightly, but the cold authority remained untouched. "People of Starfish Town, raise your heads." They looked up at him, fearful and hesitant. "Understand why this war happened." Euron raised his voice, painting the conflict with a deliberate stroke of justice, pointing a finger at the bound Lord Adrian. "This bloodshed and destruction did not come from iron-born greed. It came from the piracy of your lord. He, Adrian Redwine, ignored law and dignity. He publicly hijacked 3 legal merchant ships of the Iron Islands. And afterward, he arrogantly refused our reasonable request for an explanation and compensation. He positioned himself as the victim seeking justice, despite the brutal methods. The warriors of the Iron Islands are here today to wash away that insult. We are here to defend our inviolable dignity and honor. Our attack is against the armed forces of House Redwine, against those who took up arms against us." Then, he pivoted, offering reassurance to the civilians, a move that was both a practical necessity and a calculated political strategy. "But all of this has nothing to do with you." His gaze swept over the fearful faces of fishermen, craftsmen, and farm wives. "You are just people trying to survive on this land. War was not your choice. I, Euron Greyjoy, on the honor of House Greyjoy and the blood of the Grey King, promise you this: as long as you do not take up arms against us, the warriors of the Iron Islands will not harm a single civilian of the Arbor. Your lives, your property, as long as it does not belong to House Redwine, will be respected and protected." These words were a lifeline. A faint glimmer of hope returned to the eyes of the desperate civilians. They might not fully trust him, but under the threat of absolute violence, this guarantee offered a chance of survival. The sobbing in the square quieted, though the heavy fear and uncertainty still hung thick in the air. Through a display of force, psychological intimidation, and limited promises, Euron had successfully seized control of the narrative. He had packaged a bloody conquest as righteous punishment and mercy for the common folk. However, the cold light deep within his mismatched eyes reminded everyone that iron-born rule had nothing to do with true kindness. Euron watched the crowd, their hunger and fear tangible like a fog. He knew that while terror ensured obedience, a touch of calculated charity broke the will to resist more effectively than any whip. It gave the brutal conquest a veneer of legitimacy. He turned slightly and pointed to one side of the square. There, iron-born warriors had piled up food seized from the Redwine warehouses, sacks of wheat, beans, dried fruit, salted fish, and local produce. In the chaotic aftermath of battle, this mountain of food was precious. "Citizens of Starfish Town," his voice rang out again, relayed by criers. It sounded less murderous now, almost pragmatic. "I know war has disrupted your lives. I know many of your hearths have gone cold." He paused, letting the words resonate. "Look there," he pointed to the pile. "There is food. If your family is facing hunger, step forward now. Take a share for your daily needs, based on the number of mouths you have to feed. Iron-born rule begins with fairness." This order caused a stir in the deathly silent square. Many civilians looked up in disbelief, glancing between the food and Euron on the high platform. Their eyes held a mix of suspicion, hunger, and fear. Finally, the boldest among them, or those with absolutely nothing left to eat, stepped out under the gaze of the crowd. Hesitantly, carefully, they approached the pile and, under the indifferent watch of the iron-born guards, took their life-saving rations. This act was like a stone thrown into a frozen lake. It didn't melt the fear instantly, but it cracked the solid ice of pure hostility. As the people retreated with their food, Euron spoke again. His tone snapped back to absolute, Unquestionable ice. Now, everyone, return to your homes immediately. Lock your doors and windows. He spoke slowly, ensuring every word was branded into their minds. For the next few days, without specific orders, no one is to leave their house. Staying inside is your greatest safety. I pledge on the honor of House Greyjoy, as long as you remain orderly and abide by the law, no Ironborn warrior will enter your home without cause or disturb your peace. It sounded like protection, a promise of safety. Many people exhaled in relief, grateful that their families might survive the night. But then, Euron's voice shifted sharply. The warmth vanished, replaced by an iron curtain. The temperature in the square dropped to absolute zero. However, his eyes, sharp as knives, swept across the crowd. Every word was a dagger plunged into their hearts. If we see anyone daring to wander the streets without permission, if we discover anyone attempting to send messages to the outside world, if we find anyone secretly harboring or hiding soldiers who still wish to fight. He paused after each sentence, letting the terrible implications hang in the silence. Then, he declared with finality, "Do not blame the Ironborn blades for showing no mercy. What awaits you will be only death and ruin. Do not say I didn't warn you." The carrot and the stick. The promise of food and safety was a brief taste of sweetness, the brutal curfew and the threat of execution were the iron laws of his rule. The speech paralyzed the civilians. The faint gratitude from the food was instantly buried under a deeper, darker fear of violence. They lowered their heads, daring not to look at the Conqueror in black. Like a frightened flock, under the watchful eyes of the Ironborn, they silently and quickly dispersed, hurrying toward their homes. Doors slammed shut, bolts slid into place, locking the people inside with their fear. The streets of Starfish Town emptied rapidly. Soon, the only sounds were the heavy boots of Ironborn patrols and the snapping of the golden Kraken flag in the wind, announcing the change of masters. An oppressive, suffocating calm settled over the fallen town. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Soul Fruit Soul Absorption. The waters of the Whispering Sound were no longer their usual azure blue. They resembled a boiling, filthy cauldron of blood soup. Wreckage of ships, torn sails, floating corpses, and scattered debris covered the vast expanse of the sea. The air was thick with the pungent, stinging mixture of blood, gunpowder smoke, and salty brine. The roar of battle had faded, leaving only the groans of the wounded, the crackle of burning timber, and the eerie lapping of waves against dead bodies. Suddenly, the rhythmic, powerful stroke of oars broke the mournful silence. Euron Greyjoy, personally leading dozens of Ironborn longships, rode into this ravaged battlefield. Their mission wasn't to finish off the survivors. Instead, they displayed a kind of bizarre mercy. Ironborn warriors stood at the gunwales, extending oars and grappling hooks to the exhausted, dying men in the water, both red wine sailors and the few Ironborn who had fallen overboard. "Grab on! Hurry! Over here! Pull him up! He's still breathing! Haul him in!" Shouts rang out across the water, starkly different from the crazed war cries of earlier. They worked diligently, fishing out every living soul they could find. Soaking wet, shivering, and traumatized survivors were dragged onto the decks, given rough blankets and fresh water. This scene of humanitarian aid felt jarringly out of place in a bay that had just witnessed a massacre almost unsettlingly ironic. Euron called it humanitarianism. The war was over, and there was no need for senseless killing. However, beneath this veneer of humane rescue, Euron had a hidden agenda. He stood at the prow, his black cloak billowing in the wind, his eyes slowly closing. Unseen by anyone else, deep within his consciousness, a forbidden power from another world, the soul fruit, was quietly stirring. As his will expanded, an invisible but insatiably greedy suction radiated from him, silently enveloping the massive maritime graveyard. The fragments of souls from the freshly dead, those energies charged with fear, pain, reluctance, and despair, were being drawn out from the countless floating and sinking bodies. Like wisps of smoke caught in an invisible vortex, they formed cold streams of energy that only Euron could perceive, flowing endlessly into his body. He was harvesting souls. Each absorbed soul was like cold fuel tossed into the dark flame burning deep in his heart, nourishing his already unfathomable power and perhaps quietly changing him in ways unseen. This superficial rescue operation was, in reality, a bountiful feast for him. The gratitude of the living and the wails of the dead together formed the staircase for his ascending power. Soul points, 3,280. Souls were fuel. The elemental life forms created by the soul fruit needed Euron to inject souls into them to become stronger and gain intelligence. Soul points weren't calculated by head count, but by soul intensity. Sometimes a dead man yielded 15 points, other times, only 3. Souls were strange things. Muscle mass didn't equal high points, nor did intelligence. Euron didn't know the logic the system used to judge soul strength, and he didn't care. Euron sighed inwardly. War is truly the best fertilizer for the soul fruit. His only concern now was when the next war would begin. Meanwhile, inside the captured Starfish Harbor, the Ironborn warriors were displaying another side of themselves besides savagery, efficient, ruthless occupation and control. Before the ashes of battle had even cooled, the Iron Islands' systematic takeover of Starfish Town began. Squads of elite Ironborn moved like precision scalpels, securing all vital points. Gates and drawbridges, damaged mechanisms were assessed, and temporary reinforcements were immediately implemented. Heavy guards were stationed at all exits. Anyone attempting to enter or leave without permission faced ruthless execution. The first rule of occupation was total control of movement. Walls and battlements, the red wine banners were torn down and replaced with more grim golden Kraken flags. Ironborn archers and ballista crews took over all strategic firing positions, aiming cold arrows and massive bolts at the city and the bay, declaring absolute dominance. Watchtowers, warriors with the keenest eyesight were sent to the high points. Like hawks, they monitored every movement in the streets, every suspicious sail in the bay, and the distant horizon, ensuring no surprise could escape their gaze. Storehouses and granaries, these were immediately secured under heavy guard. Inventory counts began at once. This was critical for feeding the army, controlling the populace, and serving as leverage for future negotiations. Looting or sabotage was punishable by death on the spot. Wine cellars, these were also strictly guarded. Revelry was the reward for victory, but it had to be controlled to prevent drunken chaos or mutiny. The vaults and treasury, this was the priority. The most trusted and cold-blooded warriors were sent to guard the gold. The wealth accumulated by House Redwine over generations would fall intact into Greyjoy hands, fueling their future ambitions. The entire Starfish Harbor from sea to land, from the sky, watchtowers, to the underground, vaults, was rapidly integrated into the Ironborn war machine like a precision gear. Efficient violence and cold order together built the absolute rule of the Iron Islands over this newly conquered land. Rescue and plunder happened simultaneously on this ravaged soil. The Lord's Hall of Starfish Town. Once a place filled with the sweet scent of arbor wine and the polite conversation of maritime lords, the hall was now utterly possessed by the roughness, barbarism, and victorious frenzy of the Ironborn. Answering King Quellen's summons, the lords of the various islands fresh from their bloody purges, brutal suppression, and greedy looting arrived in high spirits from their posts. They strode into the hall, heavy boots stomping on exquisite carpets, leaving trails of mud and blood. The hall had been cleared by Ironborn warriors. The gold and silver plate of House Redwine was piled carelessly in corners, replaced by massive barrels of dark ale and spirits of varying quality hauled from the cellars. The air was a thick, pungent mix of alcohol, sweat, and the lingering metallic scent of blood, the unique smell of victory. The noise threatened to lift the roof. Ha ha ha! Glorious! Fucking glorious! Dunstan the bone-hand drum of Oldwick raised a massive, gold-encrusted goblet, obviously loot, with his good hand. Beer foam dripped from his tangled beard as he roared, I personally chopped 3 of those shiny arbor knights into the sea. All that pretty plate armor didn't do shit. 3? That's nothing, the Lord of House Sunderly of Salt Cliff shouted, face flushed and neck bulging. One of his eyes was swollen shut, but he didn't care. I led the boys onto a big warship. The deck was full of cowards pissing themselves. I barely swung my axe and they were on their knees begging. Soft. They're all soft. Singing broke out in pockets. Drunken lords draped arms around each other, bellowing ancient, bloody ironborn war songs in off-key, gravelly voices. The lyrics were full of praise for the drowned god, lust for plunder, and contempt for death. Some banged sword hilts against tables and shields, creating a chaotic, rousing rhythm. Laughter rose and fell in waves, filled with unbridled arrogance and conqueror's pride. Did you see them run? Like seagulls chased by a hound. Ha 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 ha. Strongest fleet in the 7 kingdoms? PSH. I chased 2 of their big ships with 1 longship. Their castle is pretty, shame the defenders were soft as pudding. I barely pushed and the door opened. They bragged incessantly, spit flying, focusing on 3 things, how many they killed and how brave they were, numbers inflated, battles described as one-man massacres, how weak and cowardly the Redwynes were, attributing victory to the enemy's incompetence to boost their own vanity, and, most excitedly, the loot. Especially the shining gold dragons. My men found their vault. Gods, the gold was blinding. We're rich. Think of the new ships we can build. I'm going to pave my hall with gold dragons. Their greedy eyes made no attempt to hide their lust, as if they could already see mountains of wealth piling up. The entire hall had become a vortex of noise, chaos, barbaric vitality, and victory fever. These iron-born lords and nobles celebrated in the most primal way, immersing themselves in the supreme pleasure brought by violence, alcohol, and greed. In this moment, they were the undisputed conquerors of the sea, and they displayed their dominance with reckless, uninhibited abandon. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Casualty Report. The noisy hall felt as though an invisible, icy hand had suddenly strangled it. King Quellan Greyjoy didn't raise his voice. He simply raised his weather-beaten hands hard as reef stone and clapped them together heavily a few times. The sound was dull but penetrating, like the echo of a war drum or the thud of waves hitting rock. It instantly suppressed all the raucous singing and laughter. The drunkenness and feverish excitement hadn't faded from the lords' faces, yet they quieted down instinctively. Every eye turned to the king on the main seat. Quellan's gaze swept slowly over every lord and captain present. There was no joy of victory on his face, only the settled, cold pragmatism of a ruler. I called you here, his voice was low but carried undeniable weight, every word landing clearly in their ears, not to hear you brag about how many softies you killed, nor to chat about which floor you're going to pave with gold dragons. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The job is done, but this war isn't over. King's Landing and the Tyrells were caught off guard this time. But next time, the one tied to a stake in the square and humiliated could be you, or me. He acknowledged their achievements, but quickly pivoted. There will be plenty of time later to argue about splitting the gold and loot. Right now, King Quellan's voice grew heavier, like the sea before a storm, we count the cost. Those words were like a bucket of freezing seawater, instantly extinguishing the remaining fever in the hall. The smiles on the lords' faces stiffened and vanished. The warmth of the noise faded rapidly, replaced by a heavy, unavoidable silence. The numbing effect of the alcohol seemed to wear off, and the exhaustion of battle and the heavy realization of lost companions began to surface. A brief silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the crackle of the fireplace and someone's heavy breathing. The first to break the silence was Balon Greyjoy. His young face still carried the murderous aura of the slaughter, but his report was unusually clear, calm, and precise, almost cold, as if he were stating facts that had nothing to do with him. Pike, he stepped forward, looking his father in the eye. 218 dead. 21 missing. 28 crippled with severe injuries, 16 of whom will never hold an axe again. He offered no embellishment, just the cold, hard numbers. But behind every number was a life that was once vibrant, and a family now broken. With Balon leading, the lords of the other islands woke from their victory stupor and began to report the price they had paid, one by one. Old Wick, 97 dead, 8 missing, 11 crippled. Harlaw, 83 dead, 9 crippled. Great Wick, 65 dead. Salt Cliff, 41 dead. As the numbers were read out, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavier and heavier. Although the losses seemed acceptable compared to the glorious victory, when the cold statistics of death and disability were laid bare, the vanity of the celebration was instantly punctured. Everyone knew that House Greyjoy, as the absolute main force and initiator of this war, had deployed the most troops and taken on the hardest task facing the main force of the Red Wine fleet head-on in the open sea. They had borne the brunt of the counterattack. Therefore, their casualty numbers were far higher than other houses. It was expected, but still shocking to hear. Most other islands had been assigned flanking maneuvers, landing raids, or mopping up operations. While intense, the resistance they faced was far less brutal than the meat grinder in the center. This casualty report was the true foundation of their victory, and the most important basis for distributing loot and pensions later. The revelry belonged to the night, but the cold numbers were the daylight that a ruler had to face. King Quellan listened to every number without expression. His eyes, deep in their sockets, were as profound as the ocean, no one could guess his thoughts. He sat still as water, the noise of the celebration moments ago seeming like it never happened. In those eyes that had seen so much life and death, there was no ripple of emotion, only a settled, almost heavy majesty. When the last lord finished his report, the hall fell into an oppressive silence, the popping of the torches sounding exceptionally loud. Quellan's gaze slowly swept across every lord present. His voice was low and solemn, breaking the silence like an oath. All the warriors who died, he began, every word hitting the floor like iron, their bodies must be treated with respect. Wash the blood away with clean sea water. Wrap them in the finest linen. They are the heroic spirits of the Iron Islands. The ceremony for their return to the drowned god's embrace must not be slighted. He paused, then continued, the names of all the dead and the severely wounded, their islands, their families, they must be recorded in detail. No mistakes are allowed. Once the count is finished, submit it all to Roderick Harlaw. When he mentioned that name, there was a rare note of absolute trust in King Quellan's voice. Afterward, he looked around sharply, ensuring everyone heard the promise clearly, we will follow the ancient laws of the Iron Islands strictly. The pension gold will be delivered, in full, to the hands of their closest kin. Not a single copper less. Anyone who dares to play tricks with this, scheming off the blood money of dead brothers, or falsifying reports. His voice suddenly turned freezing cold. Don't blame my axe for not recognizing old friends. Then he turned to the arrangement for the wounded. Give the best treatment to all the injured immediately. Herbs, healers supply them first. As for those brothers who can no longer fight. A trace of imperceptible heaviness entered his tone. Take good care of them. Once the situation stabilizes, the first ship out will take them back to the Iron Islands. Their families, we will find other ways for them to live. He handed the most tedious task, the one requiring the utmost detail and fairness, to Roderick Harlaw. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the lord standing at the front of the House Harlaw contingent. Roderick Harlaw was an anomaly among the rough, martial Ironborn. He wasn't frail, he was the captain of the longship Sea Song and had weathered storms and slaughter like the rest. But the biggest difference was that he was always reading parchments, tomes, even precious books brought from distant continents. This was extremely rare among Ironborn, who viewed reading as soft behavior, earning him the nickname Roderick the Reader. However, no one dared to look down on him for it. Besides reading a lot, Roderick Harlaw was famous for his extreme fairness and meticulous mind. He was calm and steady, not prone to the rage or fanaticism of other lords. He handled affairs with clear logic and kept accounts without a single error. For a job like casualty statistics and pension verification work that required extreme patience and impartiality, there truly wasn't anyone in the Iron Islands better suited or more trusted than him. Even the most unruly captain was willing to believe that the reader wouldn't mess with their brother's blood money. Receiving the task, Roderick the Reader Harlaw nodded deeply. "I will not fail this trust." King Quellen's move was both a recognition of Roderick's ability and a way to stabilize the army's morale. It ensured that the price of this victory would be properly soothed, showing the living warriors that if they fought for him, dead or alive, someone would be responsible for their aftermath. Euron noted this silently. He had learned something new. This wisdom of governance did far more to bind men's hearts together than any empty reward. Chapter 90, Euron, what do you think? After the tidal wave of victory passed, the cold reality emerged like jagged reefs exposed by the receding sea, sharp, dangerous, and impossible to ignore. The adrenaline of the raid was fading into the solemnity of the casualty report. Now, a crucial question weighed heavily on the heart of every Ironborn lord and furrowed the brow of King Quellen Greyjoy. What happens next? Where do we go from here? The noise in the great hall died down, replaced by a restless, heavy silence, the weight of weighing the future. The rough lords wiped the smiles from their faces and looked to their king. Two distinct paths, like a fork in a shipping lane, lay before the Iron Islands. Option 1, loot and leave. Option 2, long-term occupation. If you have thoughts, speak them, King Quellen said, clasping his hands over his chest. His gaze swept over every lord present, laying the choice clearly before them. Tell me your choice. Are you satisfied with the gold in front of you? Or, are you willing to gamble everything to seize the goose that lays the golden eggs, and stand ready to face the storm that follows? Quellen's words were like a ladle of cold water thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The hall exploded instantly. The lords were no longer silent listeners, they began shouting their opinions, and the debate turned white-hot in seconds. The Warhawks, led by the young Balon Greyjoy, were the first to speak. Balon shot to his feet, slamming his fist on the table and sending wine cups rattling. With blood still dried on his face and ambition burning in his eyes, he roared, "Occupy! Of course we occupy! Father! We bled this much, we lost so many brothers, are we really going to just grab a bag of gold and run? How is that different from the petty raids of the past?" His voice rose with passion. "The Arbor. This is one of the richest islands in the Seven Kingdoms. Its vineyards, its ports, its taxes. If we hold this place, the Iron Islands will finally have the foundation to stand as equals with the Lannisters and the Tyrells. We won't just be those island savages anymore. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why fear the Tyrells? Why fear the Mad King? If they dare to come, we'll fight them again on the sea. Let them taste the wrath of the great Kraken." Lord Ralph Goodbrother of Hammerhorn, a massive man with a voice like a bell, slapped the table in agreement. "The boy is right. Loot and run? That's letting them off too easy. I just got warmed up chopping them down. I say we stay and see how tough these Reach Knights really are. Can their horses swim across the sea to fight us? If we hold this place, we are a dagger stuck right in the heart of the Reach. Fanaticism and bellicosity are in the Ironborn blood." The proposal for long-term occupation was met with cheers and roars from many nobles. Restore the glory of the Iron Islands. Roderick the Reader Harlaw immediately shook his head. His voice was calm, carrying a logical weight that clashed with the surrounding fervor. "Lord Balon, Lord Ralph, your courage is commendable. But forgive me for being blunt, this is reckless and ignores reality." He touched a cut near his eye, wiping away a trickle of blood that was blurring his vision. "What does occupation mean? It means we have to split our forces, leaving half or more stationed here permanently. We have to defend a massive coastline against endless harassment and inevitable, large-scale counterattacks. He looked around the room, analyzing coldly. Our foundation is the Iron Islands. If our main force is trapped down here, what happens to our home? The Tyrells can field tens of thousands of soldiers from the Reach. Even if their navy is damaged, their war potential far exceeds ours. Once they mobilize and besiege this island, we will be stuck between a rock and a hard place. And King Aerys in King's Landing. Roderick paused. He may be mad, but he is still the king. Long-term occupation is tantamount to open rebellion and splitting the kingdom. He will destroy us at any cost to make an example. We will face the wrath of all Westeros. Betting the entire future of the Iron Islands on a single island? That is a price we cannot afford. Lord Chevely of Salt Cliff, an old lord known for his caution, nodded tremulously. Roderick is right. Gold is only yours when you take it home. Occupying this place is like picking up a burning coal. It's heavy and it burns. The Ironborn advantage is mobility. We come and go like the wind. Staying here makes us a fixed target. We're using our weakness to fight their strength. Quit while we're ahead. Take the gold, go home, build houses, build new ships, and make ourselves stronger. That is the right path. In the Arbor, far from home, likely to be besieged, an enclave, stationed here, losing the advantage of the open sea. Dunstan the bone-hand drum of Old Wick rubbed the calluses on his good hand, his voice rough as grinding gravel. Balon has guts. Roderick has brains. You both make damn good points. He cursed under his breath. But I think we can't just rely on bloodlust, and we can't just count coins. If we occupy, the risk is huge, but the reward is, well, it's frighteningly huge. The question is, can we hold it? He looked at Quellen. Your Grace, even if we want to occupy, we need to see how fast and how hard Highgarden and King's Landing react. How about this, we ship most of the gold back first that belongs to the boys. But we don't burn the port or the shipyards yet. We leave an elite garrison here to watch the wind. If the reaction is slow, we slowly eat away at them. If their great armies come crashing down, then we burn everything, grab what's left, and sail away. What do you say? The Lord of House Botley from Lord Sport cared more about the bottom line. I don't care if we stay or go, but my men didn't die for nothing. The pensions and the bounties must be paid out first. And double it. If we decide to hold, the men who stay behind better get the biggest share of the coin. Otherwise, who the hell would want to stay in this cursed place living in fear? The hall descended into noise again. The hawks and the looters argued endlessly. Those who wanted to occupy painted a picture of an empire, those who wanted to retreat emphasized the risks and ancient wisdom. The centrists tried to find a middle ground to maximize profit. Eventually, everyone's eyes focused once again on King Quellen Greyjoy. He was the helmsman of the Iron Islands. The final course was his to set. Would they sail into the storm for ultimate riches? Or follow the old way, take the loot, and return home with full holds? This debate would decide the fate of the Iron Islands. King Quellen's gaze, like quenched iron, slowly swept across the hall, silencing every lord. The air was thick with alcohol, blood, and a fierce anxiety about the future. He had listened to his captain's brave men, but not necessarily long-term strategists argue for both extremes. Finally, his deep gaze landed on the blood-stained casualty report on the table. He didn't immediately answer whether they would stay or go. Instead, he turned his head to look at his second son, who had been sitting silently on his left. Euron, Quellen asked. You built the Fire and Ice Trading Company with your own hands. You were the first to propose the decision to start this war. Looking at the board now, what do you think? Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Painting a Grand Vision. As the debate in the hall hit a stalemate, with the warhawks and the looters digging in their heels, a figure who had been silent until now slowly rose from the shadows. Euron Greyjoy. He didn't move quickly, but his rise carried an invisible, heart-stopping pressure. When he stood fully upright and swept his gaze across the room, an indescribable, massive, and icy aura exploded outward like a physical tsunami, engulfing the entire Great Hall. This wasn't magic, yet it was more terrifying than any spell. It was the manifestation of pure, absolute will that placed itself above all living things, a kingly majesty originating from the depths of his soul. In an instant, every shout, every roar of excitement, even the sound of heavy breathing, was strangled by an invisible giant hand. Conqueror's Haki. The lords felt the air turn thick and heavy, pressing against their chests. Some of the weaker captains or those with lesser will actually went pale, unconsciously taking half a step back, afraid to look directly into Euron's mismatched eyes, which now seemed to swirl with both a storm and an abyss. Euron spoke slowly. If we choose long-term occupation, it means fully integrating the Arbor, one of the richest islands in Westeros, into the Iron Islands territory. We would leave fleets and armies here, establish rule, and turn the wealth of this place, especially the wine trade and taxes, into a sustainable blood supply for the Iron Islands. This would maximize the gains from the Battle of the Arbor. It's highly sustainable. It would permanently weaken or even eliminate the threat of House Redwine, expanding the Iron Islands' sphere of influence southward like never before, truly making us a maritime superpower equal to the Great Kingdoms. However, everything said before "however" is bullshit. Euron suddenly remembered that saying, and the corners of his mouth lifted in an unconscious smile. Occupation isn't just raiding, it is conquest and governance. Are we Ironborn good at ruling a region after we take it? Balon glared at his brother. If we don't know how, we can learn. That is secondary. Yes, we can learn, and even if we don't, fear and violence can achieve rule just the same. Euron smiled faintly. Actually, the most troublesome problem is that by occupying the Arbor, we will face immense pressure from two directions. We must consider, what will be the attitude of King Aerys II in King's Landing, and the Tyrells of Highgarden, the liege lords of the Arbor? How will they react to us occupying this island? Euron held up one finger. First, King's Landing. The Mad King Aerys might be displeased with House Redwine for their incompetence failing to steal the grain and getting burned in the process. Even knowing their current misery, he might not send immediate aid, perhaps even feeling a twisted sense of pleasure. But, if the Iron Islands occupy the Arbor long term, the nature of the event changes completely. This becomes an open tearing of the kingdom's territory, an ultimate provocation to the authority of the Iron Throne. Even a mad king won't sit by and watch that happen. Once he reacts, he will likely order other lords like the Lannisters of the West or the forces of the Crownlands to crush the rebellion. He might even lead the campaign himself. At that point, the Iron Islands will face the risk of being enemies with the entire realm. Of course, it's highly likely Tywin Lannister would ignore the Mad King's orders, given their strained relationship. But we cannot rule out any possibility like the Mad King compromising with Tywin, or reinstating him as Hand of the King. We must calculate for the worst-case scenario. Right now, all the lords of the Seven Kingdoms are watching the show. But that doesn't mean they'll stay in the audience. The moment they smell an advantage, they can turn into hungry wolves and pounce on us. Furthermore, before the battle, we sent letters to every noble house in the Seven Kingdoms stating that this was a private feud between Redwine and the Iron Islands. So, fighting the battle is one thing. But occupying the Arbor elevates simple revenge to the Iron Islands seizing kingdom territory. It makes us enemies of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Euron held up a second finger. The Arbor has always been one of House Tyrell's most important vassals. It is a pillar of their naval power and a major source of their wealth. House Redwine and House Tyrell are also closely bound by blood. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, is the widow of the late Lord Luther Tyrell, the mother of the current Lord Mace Tyrell, and the sister of our captive, Lord Adrian Redwine. Paxter Redwine, the heir, is betrothed to Mina Tyrell. Attacking the arbor is stabbing Highgarden directly in the heart. The Queen of Thorns will never let this go. House Tyrell commands the massive land armies of the Reach and still possesses a significant fleet. They will be the quickest to react and the fiercest in resistance. If the Iron Islands choose to occupy, we will face the full, frantic counterattack of House Tyrell. Highgarden will spare no cost to pull this poisonous fang out of their backyard. Euron concluded his analysis of House Tyrell's reaction with an idiom from an ancient eastern land: how can one allow another to snore beside his own bed? Euron's analysis was so logical and sound that even the most fanatical warhawks fell silent, forced to seriously consider the consequences of long-term occupation. Then looting and leaving is the only option left. Gerold Goodbrother of Hammerhorn growled viciously. Loot it all. Burn it all. Kill them all. Take everything we can carry, burn what we can't, and kill everyone so they can't fight us again. Euron shot him a sideways glance. I just promised in the square, in the name of the Grey King and House Greyjoy, that those who surrendered would not be killed and the civilians would not be harmed. Are you asking me to break my word? This is the way that fits the old way best, and it's what Ironborn know. Empty the vaults, granaries, and wine cellars. Put every valuable item including the red wine father and son and the nobles onto the longships. Torch the port facilities and the shipwrecks we can't take. Then, before anyone can react, set sail and return to the Iron Islands. This action is fast, with minimal risk. We return fully loaded with massive wealth and prestige, enough to pay pensions and reward the army. It follows war traditions and won't excessively provoke the entire Seven Kingdoms. He paused, his eyes like razor blades slowly scraping across the face of every lord. But, a one-time profit cannot destroy the Arbor's true potential. Given time, with the support of House Tyrell and the Iron Throne, House Redwine will rebuild its fleet and become a thorn in our side once again. It would be like a beast biting its prey but retreating before delivering the killing blow. It will inevitably come back to haunt us. So, that alone is not enough to repay the humiliation House Redwine gave us. And before the war began, Euron spoke slowly, his voice not loud but possessing absolute penetrating power. I said I would rip up every grapevine of House Redwine by the roots. Did you? He asked coldly, with a chilling calmness, think I was joking? Let me ask you one more thing. His gaze swept over them like a searchlight. Do you know why the Arbor is so rich? Why the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms flock to it? What is its true foundation? He paused again, letting the question echo in their minds. Then he answered himself, his voice suddenly taking on a cruel edge. It is the Arbor wine. The best wine in all of Westeros, no, the best wine in the known world. Euron took a slow step forward, his invisible pressure moving with him. The founder of House Redwine was Gilbert of the Vines, legendary son of Garth Greenhand. Their blood, their pride, their sigil, even the air they breathe is filled with the sweet scent of grapes. His tone dripped with mockery. A cluster of purple grapes. That is everything to them. Therefore, Euron's voice turned freezing and final, the best conquest is not killing them. The ultimate humiliation is not taking their gold. It is, destroying the thing they care about most. Their very foundation. His words fell like a final judgment. Pull up all their vines. Every single one. Leave their land with nothing but barren dirt and broken roots. Then, take every drop of wine in their cellars. Not a drop left behind. When we are done, they won't produce a decent drop of red wine for at least 3 years. Their vaults can be refilled, their warships can be rebuilt, but vines need time to grow. And time is the most painful punishment we can give them. But he wasn't finished. His ambition went far beyond destruction. Furthermore, he added, as if stating the obvious, take all their winemakers. Every master who knows how to grow the best grapes and brew the finest vintages, invite them all back to the Iron Islands. Treat them with the best conditions, or threaten them with the cruelest means. I don't care how you do it. I want their people and their craft to belong to House Greyjoy. Finally, he painted a shocking picture of the future. In the future of Westeros, when people raise a glass, they will no longer praise the vintage of the arbor. They will praise the red wine of the Iron Islands. It will be the best, the strongest, the most desired. Not just in Westeros, his voice seemed to pierce through space itself, but in every corner of the world. Everyone who tastes it will remember only one name: Greyjoy. 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 Chapter 92, Chapter 92, The Professional Relocation Crew. If the battle displayed the martial prowess of the Ironborn, what followed was a master class in the other core skill passed down through the old way: efficient, thorough, and merciless looting. As Euron put it, when it comes to moving house, nobody does it like the Ironborn. King Quellan and Euron's orders were carried out to the letter. The entire arbor, especially the heartland of House Redwyne, was instantly transformed into a massive, highly organized relocation site. The Ironborn warriors acted like a swarm of tireless worker ants. With clear division of labor and specific roles, they executed a cold, calculated transfer of wealth. This wasn't a riotous smash and grab. Under the direction of their captains, the sacking became a model of efficiency: sorting, packing, transporting, logging, and loading. Every step was orderly. The vaults, the generations of wealth accumulated by House Redwyne, were the primary target. Vault doors were smashed open with sledges and axes. Chests of gold dragons, silver moons, gem-encrusted goblets, jewelry, and plate were rapidly counted, rudely, registered, in their own rough way, and hauled onto the ships by the strongest men. Every coin represented more longships, better steel, and richer rewards. The cellars, these received special care. It wasn't just the vintage stock House Redwyne was famous for, even the wine still aging in barrels was carefully rolled out. Human chains passed them one by one to the longships. They treated this liquid gold with surprising tenderness, far better than they treated the prisoners, especially since they knew this loot would likely end up in their own bellies. The armories were stripped bare. Brand new swords and plate, well-maintained crossbows, heavy throwing spears, shields if the Ironborn could use it or sell it, it was packed. This not only armed them but disarmed any future resistance. Even broken gear wasn't wasted. The Ironborn now had their own smiths, and scrap metal could be melted down to forge new axes. General goods, the looting went far beyond traditional treasure. Granaries, textile warehouses, and spice stores were emptied. It was jaw-dropping to watch them strip the kitchen's pots, pans, carving knives. Anything metal or valuable was taken. The Iron Islands were poor, so everything had value. Furniture, carpets, even intricate door handles and window latches were unscrewed and hauled away. Stripped bare was not an exaggeration. After the Ironborn passed through, the castles and strongholds of House Redwyne looked like locusts had descended upon them. All that remained were the hollow shells of buildings and a mess of trash. Centuries of accumulated wealth were extracted in a matter of hours. This disaster wasn't limited to the Redwynes. With Euron's invitation and Quellan's silent approval, the Ironborn extended their grasping hands to every noble house on the arbor. Their castles and manors received the same professional visit. The lives of these family members were spared. The Iron Islands needed hostages for ransom and didn't want to trigger a fight to the death scenario before they left. But every coin, every tapestry, and every bottle of wine they owned was confiscated. Vaults, cellars, storerooms, nothing was spared. When the last batch of longships, riding dangerously low in the water, slowly pulled out of Starfish Harbor, the arbor was a hollowed-out husk. Wealth, wine, artisans, and tools were all gone. This relocation wasn't just a military victory, it was a devastating economic and cultural skinning. The damage inflicted would last far longer and cut far deeper than a simple massacre. They had truly achieved their goal: the people could stay, but other than their lives, they kept nothing. The Ironborn had far more experience looting treasure than Euron did, so he didn't micromanage that part. Instead, he turned his attention to a more unique and precious kind of loot. Euron issued an order that seemed bizarre to the rough Ironborn, yet fit perfectly with his grand strategy. "Take all the books," he emphasized to the captains clearing the castle. "Every scroll of parchment, every bound volume. History, geography, agriculture, poetry, novels, even ledgers and letters. If it has writing on it, crate it up. Do not leave a single page behind." He paused, scanning the confused faces of his warriors, and added a cold, insightful explanation. "Knowledge is also power. And often, it is a power more lasting and lethal than swords. Furthermore," he continued, "find every maester serving House Redwine, and any craftsman on the island with specialized skills, especially those who know shipbuilding, winemaking, or farming. Find them, and invite them to board our ships." He used the word invite, but the threat was implicit. He looked at the leaders responsible for this task, teaching them a new philosophy of plunder. A maester's brain holds things more valuable than a map of the treasury, the climate patterns of the arbor, the secrets of grape cultivation, unique brewing techniques, and the connections to trade guilds across the world. This knowledge is the true foundation of the Redwine fortune. If we steal their gold, they can earn it back. But if we steal the brains that hold their heritage, we cut off their roots. Not far away, Roderick the Reader Harlaw was supervising the inventory. He was perhaps the only man in the Iron Islands who truly understood the depth of Euron's move. He stopped writing. He watched as heavy crates filled with books were carefully, though still somewhat roughly, carried out by warriors. His eyes burned with unconcealed envy. To a man who loved books more than life, the accumulated library of House Redwine was worth more than the chest of glittering gold sitting next to it. He stared obsessively as the books were hauled away, as if watching a lover leave. Euron noticed Roderick's gaze. He walked over, a knowing smirk on his lips. "You want them?" he asked casually. Roderick took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure, but the hunger in his eyes gave him away. No true reader could resist such a treasure, Lord Euron. Euron chuckled low in his throat. "Rest easy, Lord Roderick. Once these books are back at Pike, they will be properly stored. I give you permission to come and read them whenever you wish." It was a promise, but it felt more like a bestowal of grace in exchange. "And, once I have finished studying the interesting parts, perhaps we can exchange notes. Maybe even swap a few volumes from our personal collections." For Roderick, this was the best news he could have heard. He bowed immediately, his voice trembling with excitement. "I am infinitely grateful, Lord Euron. This is a reward more precious than any amount of gold dragons." Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Fair and Square. In this campaign designed for destruction and plunder, a strange spectacle emerged. Fierce Ironborn warriors, looking like demons, were hauling chests of gold and weapons with one hand, while carefully carrying heavy crates of books with the other. As they marched prisoners along, they courteously invited terrified maesters clutching their medical kits and a few scrolls, along with craftsmen possessing specialized skills, to join them. Euron Greyjoy's ambition clearly went beyond the immediate wealth in front of him. He was systematically and ruthlessly draining the arbor of both its material and intellectual blood. He didn't just want to leave the enemy destitute, he wanted to uproot the very foundation of knowledge and talent they relied on to survive and thrive, transplanting it all to the Iron Islands to be used for his own gain. The once peaceful and beautiful vineyards of the arbor had been transformed into an open-air workshop for displaying the Conqueror's will and inflicting humiliation. King Quellen's orders were executed without mercy. All Redwine soldiers in and around Starfish Harbor who had surrendered and laid down their arms were not executed, nor were they simply locked in a dungeon. Instead, they were herded by ironborn blades into the endless vineyards, the symbol of House Redwine's glory and wealth. They were forced to take up crude tools, rusty hoes, broken shovels, or simply their bare hands. "Get to work," the ironborn overseers roared. Whips cracked sharply in the air, landing mercilessly on the backs of any prisoner moving too slowly. Pull these damn vines up by the roots. Don't leave a single one standing. And so, a brutally symbolic scene unfolded. Soldiers who, just a short while ago, wore the uniform of House Redwine and held weapons to defend their home, were now forced to become farmers, performing devastating labor on the very land they had sworn to protect. The sun beat down viciously. Stripped of honor and freedom, these soldiers sweated like slaves, mechanically and numbly repeating the same motion, bending down, grabbing the sap-filled vines that birthed the finest wines, and using all their strength to rip them violently from the fertile soil. Earth was overturned, roots snapped, and green sap stained their hands like blood. The air filled with the raw scent of dirt and the fresh, grassy smell of destroyed vegetation, replacing the usual intoxicating sweetness of grapes. The process was silent and oppressive, punctuated only by heavy breathing, the clank of tools, and the shouts and whip cracks of the overseers. But this scene of destruction required its most important audience. King Quellan deliberately ordered that Lord Adrian Redwine and his son, Pakester Redwine, still heavily guarded, be brought to the center of the vineyard. The father and son remained bound, held down firmly by strong iron-born warriors. They were forced to lift their heads and watch everything happening before their eyes. Lord Adrian's body began to shake violently, not from fear, but from extreme rage and humiliation. His once proud eyes were now bloodshot, staring fixedly at the vines being ripped from the earth. Every destroyed vine felt like a piece of flesh cut from his own heart. These weren't just crops, they were the history, the glory, and the very symbol of House Redwine's existence. Watching his own soldiers, driven like cattle by the enemy, destroying their own roots, this mental torture was far more agonizing than any physical pain. A beast-like whimper escaped his throat, and his teeth ground together so hard they threatened to shatter. Young Pakester's face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief, fear, and despair. The scene was too much for him. The legacy his family had guarded for generations was being systematically, humiliatingly erased right in front of him, and he and his father were powerless to stop it. They were prisoners, forced to watch this long, slow execution. When he tried to lower his head, an ironborn behind him roughly grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at every detail. King Quellan stood beside them like a cold statue of a sea god. He didn't speak. He simply watched it all in silence, observing every twitch of pain on the faces of the Redwine father and son. This silent display was more lethal than any venomous words. He didn't need to roar, and he didn't need to gloat. Letting the losers witness the destruction of what they cherished most, branding that despair and powerlessness deep into their souls, this was the ultimate conquest, and the cruelest punishment. The golden sun shone on the emerald vineyards, yet it seemed to cast the shadows of hell. Sweat, tears, dirt, and the sap of broken plants mixed together, writing the darkest, most humiliating page in the history of House Redwine. The Iron Islands' victory was built not only on ruins and plunder but on the utter trampling of their enemies' dignity and pride. The vineyards of the arbor, once lush and symbolizing wealth and glory, were now a messy execution ground. The air smelled of turned earth, the raw sap of broken vines, and the desperate sweat of the defeated. King Quellan Greyjoy stood like a black reef before Lord Adrian Redwine. His cold gaze swept over the arbor soldiers forced to destroy their own foundation under the lash, before finally settling back on Adrian's face, twisted with extreme rage. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the crushing weight of the deep ocean. Every word hammered into Adrian's heart. Gilbert of the Vines, the legendary son of Garth Greenhand. He taught the people of this land how to brew the red wine that the Seven Kingdoms adore. He founded House Redwine. Quellan's voice carried the calm of reciting an ancient epic, making it all the more cruel. That is why your sigil is a cluster of deep purple grapes on blue. That is why your house words are ripe for victory. He paused, letting the words that represented the root of Redwine glory congeal in the air. Therefore, the thing you value most, the thing you take the most pride in, is not your gold, not your warships, but these. He swept his hand toward the vineyard being destroyed. Grapes. His tone suddenly sharpened, like an unsheathed blade of ice. But you, Adrian Redwine, you hijacked merchant ships of the Iron Islands. The suppressed anger finally ignited in King Quellen's eyes. The old way is our tradition. We are the ones who raid others, we never allow others to raid us. Your actions trampled on and insulted the dignity of the Iron Islands. King Quellen's voice sounded like a final verdict, delivering a cold, hard fairness. So, I am pulling up all your vines. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. That is what I call fair and square. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, The Reward for Mercy. Lord Adrian Redwine's body shook violently. His teeth ground together so hard that the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. He had actually shattered a tooth. The extreme humiliation and rage were suffocating him, but he pressed his lips into a tight, white line, refusing to speak a single word, only glaring at Quellen with eyes burning with hatred. At that moment, Euron Greyjoy, standing to the side, let out a soft chuckle. The sound was relaxed and cheerful, jarringly out of place in the brutal atmosphere. However, father, he said as if making casual conversation, we pulled up the vines, but the land is still there. After we leave, come next spring, new shoots might sprout again. The earth is the most patient thing in the world. He rubbed his chin, as if seriously considering a technical problem. I heard that if you want to solve this problem permanently, the best way is to sow the fields with salt. That way, nothing will ever grow here again, and House Redwine really will have nothing but the sea as its border, haha. You demon! You animal! You will die screaming! Lord Adrian shrieked as if stabbed by a poisoned needle. He struggled violently, unleashing a torrent of heart-wrenching curses, nearly breaking free from the iron-born warriors holding him. Salting the earth, that was the most vicious, total scorched earth tactic imaginable. It meant permanent ruin. Euron simply waved his hand, his smile unchanged, as if he had just told a harmless joke. Just kidding. Don't get excited, Lord Adrian. Look how scared you are. His tone was light. I won't salt your lands. Even though it would be simpler, more thorough, and solve the problem once and for all. His tone shifted, becoming subtle and layered. Because, even though you hijacked the grain from our merchant ships, you didn't kill our crew. You held the line of decency in war. So, the Iron Islands will return that mercy to you. Lord Adrian seemed to grasp at a straw, screaming passionately, it wasn't hijacking. It was the key. Euron suddenly pressed a finger to his lips, making a silencing gesture. A mocking, chilling smile played on his face. Let's not talk about the king anymore, my dear Earl. He slowly pulled a small scroll of parchment from his tunic and waved it in front of Adrian's eyes. Just yesterday, Euron's voice suddenly adopted the exaggerated, pompous tone of a court herald. He toyed with the official-looking document in his fingers. King's Landing issued a decree to the entire 7 kingdoms. Every corner of the realm should have heard it by now. He cleared his throat, as if reading a Privy Council resolution. The document states in black and white, investigation reveals that Sir Harlan Grandison of the King's Guard and Lord Adrian Redwine of the Arbor colluded with treasonous intent. Sir Harlan Grandison further transported extremely dangerous wildfire to Starfish Town without authorization, for unknown and nefarious purposes. He paused, glancing at Adrian's instantly pale face, and continued reading in a sorrowful, ironic tone. Regrettably, due to severe mishandling during transport, a massive explosion occurred en route, resulting in their unfortunate demise. Truly, a tragic loss that commands our deepest sympathies. At the end, he shook his head exaggeratedly and clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a sudden tragedy! Who could have predicted it? Lord Adrian's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking in shock and rage. He struggled, choking out sounds from his throat. See clearly. The truth is clearly. Yes, Yes, my dear Earl, I hear you, Euron interrupted quickly, his smile deepening, playful yet predatory like a teacher guiding a child, or a viper toying with its prey. You didn't collude with him. Those jars of green nightmare were a generous gift from the good king on the Iron Throne. And you, out of your laughable chivalry and inexplicable honor, rejected him with righteous indignation. Not only that, you ordered his noble white cloak to take his explosive gift hot enough to blow half of Starfish Town into the sky and get the hell out of your territory immediately. Am I right? Euron's voice was like fine sandpaper, grinding against Adrian's already frayed nerves. He leaned forward slightly, his mismatched eyes shining with piercing insight, and asked a devastating question. Now, tell me, Lord Adrian, do you feel, even a tiny sliver of regret? Are you thinking, in that brain filled with anger, uncontrollably, if only I had accepted the wildfire? If only I had used it on the battlefield, against the Iron Fleet? The green flames would have devoured the iron-born longships. Maybe history would have been rewritten. He seemed to read Adrian's thoughts directly. But just as Adrian was about to go mad from the torture of that what-if, Euron's tone suddenly turned cold and realistic. But let me tell you an interesting fact, he said slowly. When the king's messenger arrived at your castle with that gift for your unpleasant meeting, my men had already infiltrated every corner of this island like mercury. We were right here in your Starfish Town. His voice dropped lower, carrying a terrifying certainty. If you had actually been possessed by demons and accepted that wildfire, storing it in some warehouse at the port. Euron's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Then the war might indeed have ended early before you ever had the chance to light a single fuse. All it would have taken was a tiny mishandling, perhaps a well-placed fire arrow. Then, the green flames roaring into the sky wouldn't have swallowed the sea water of the whispering sound. They would have swallowed your entire Starfish Town. Along with every soldier, every civilian, your castle, everything. This place would be nothing but a massive, smoking crater. Euron leaned in extremely close, whispering like a devil sharing a secret. So you see, my dear Earl, looking at the result, your seemingly foolish and stubborn refusal accidentally saved Starfish Town. It saved the lives of thousands of people. That earth-shattering green fireworks show, which should have wiped your home off the map, ended up only blowing the unlucky Sir Harlan Grandison and his loyal guards, sky high, out in the middle of nowhere. Now, Euron straightened up, returning to his lazy tone as if discussing the weather. Do you still think your persistence was worthless? Euron spread his hands in a concluding gesture. Because you refused to use wildfire out of justice and stubbornness. His tone hovered between praise and mockery. So, when one of my subordinates suggested we follow the most traditional Ironborn way, kill everyone in Starfish Town, burn it down, and wipe it out completely, he paused, his gaze like a cold probe piercing straight into Adrian's hollow, despairing eyes. I also refused. This sentence, spoken lightly, hit with the force of a hammer, shattering the last bit of pride and resistance holding Adrian Redwine together. The civilians wouldn't be killed. They wouldn't die because of his poor command or lost war. The last bit of strength supporting Adrian Redwine's body seemed to drain away instantly. He collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, only held up by the Ironborn warriors gripping his arms. Thank you. It was the only rejoice amidst ashen despair. No need, Euron looked down at his utterly broken opponent. There was no triumph on his face, only an almost indifferent calm. He continued, his voice steady but carrying the unquestionable weight of law. In the square of Starfish Town, before all the survivors, I publicly promised, those who surrender will not be killed. His words echoed clearly in the air. This promise does not come from weak pity, nor from any respect for you personally. Euron's tone hardened, every word solid as sea stone. This promise is an oath sworn on the ancient blood of the Grey King and the honor of House Greyjoy. It concerns the credibility of the King of the Iron Islands, which outweighs the life, death, or anger of any individual here. Seeing that Adrian Redwine had completely submitted, King Quellan leaned forward slightly, emphasizing a basic but unbreakable principle. The war between us is over. Slaughtering prisoners who have laid down their arms and pose no threat is the act of cowards and fools. It stains the victory and the honor of the oath-taker. Likewise, I expect you to behave. Do not cause trouble. Do not force us to do things we do not wish to do. We will pay the iron price, and then leave quietly. Agreed. Lord Adrian Redwine nodded. He was already limp. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Reactions from King's Landing and Highgarden. The smoke over the Whispering Sound had not yet fully cleared when the shocking news of the Arbor's fall took wing. Like ravens carrying the scent of blood and ash, the tidings flew swiftly to every major castle in Westeros. King's Landing, the Red Keep. King Aerys II's reaction was not regal fury, but a piercing shriek that blended paranoid rage with twisted delight. He hurled an exquisite goblet against the wall painted with the map of Westeros. Crimson wine ran down the plaster like blood. Useless. The red wines are useless, he screeched, his voice echoing in the empty hall. They can't even handle pirates on their own doorstep. And they let my king's guard die with them. But the Ironborn's blatant victory was, in the end, a challenge to the authority of the Iron Throne. He spun around to face the silent members of the small council, barking orders almost hysterically. Send a command immediately. To Tywin Lannister at Casterly Rock. Order him to muster the Western Fleet and army at once. Sail south and exterminate those Ironborn savages. Immediately. Now. Casterly Rock, the Westerlands. However, this rage-filled command sank like a stone into the bottomless mines of Casterly Rock. Lord Tywin Lannister sat in his solar, looking at the urgent scroll from King's Landing. His face, frozen in perpetual ice, showed no emotion. His golden hair and trimmed whiskers were meticulous, his green eyes held only unfathomable calculation. The Iron Islands attacked the Arbor? To him, this barely counted as bad news. House Redwine had always been close to the crown, making them potential rivals in the game of power. Their weakening aligned perfectly with Lannister interests. Send troops to rescue them? For a mad king's chaotic whims? To go head-to-head on the open sea with an iron fleet that had just won a massive victory, possessed high morale, and displayed shocking tactical brilliance? Send the Sons of the West and precious warships to fill that bottomless pit? Lord Tywin's finger tapped lightly on his desk. There was no response. No orders to mobilize troops. No sign of the fleet gathering. Casterly Rock, true to its name, maintained an absolute, suffocating silence. He simply had the messenger carry back a cold verbal reply: the Westerlands must defend its own coastline. An unimpeachable excuse that clearly stated his attitude. His silence was, in itself, a powerful political signal. Highgarden, the Reach. Compared to the sluggish inaction of King's Landing and the cold indifference of the West, Highgarden's reaction was swifter, fiercer, and far more painful. The Arbor was House Tyrell's strongest and wealthiest vassal, the pillar of its naval power, and a close ally bound by blood. Lady Olenna was a Redwine by birth. The Ironborn attack was a knife driven directly into the heart of the Reach. The rose gardens of Highgarden were seemingly shrouded in a killing frost overnight. The Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna Redwine, had anticipated trouble and prepared troops for support, but she never expected the defeat to be so fast or so total. The entire Arbor had fallen. When the full nightmare was confirmed, cold fury burned in her aged, worldly wise eyes. A Tyrell daughter had married Adrian's son, her grandson had Redwine blood. The Arbor and Highgarden were inseparable. On one hand, she began mobilizing the massive land armies of the Reach with frightening efficiency. Countless banners began to converge on Highgarden. Simultaneously, she ordered every seaworthy vessel to prepare for a long, drawn-out war of vengeance. The machinery of war began to rumble. But on the other hand, the shrewd Lady Olenna knew better than anyone that gathering a great army took time, and the iron-born longships were nailed into the arbor right now. A rash attack might force those savages into a corner, leading them to execute her brother and nephew, Adrian and Pakester, along with countless noble hostages. Most importantly, on the sea, even the biggest and strongest Redwyne fleet had been shattered by the Iron-born. The hastily assembled fleet she could muster now likely stood no chance against the Iron Fleet. Therefore, while the war drums beat loudly, a delegation flying the Golden Rose of House Tyrell set sail on a fast ship toward the arbor with a highly complex mission. Their public mission was negotiation to buy time through diplomacy, probe the Ironborn's bottom line, and perhaps ransom some prisoners. But the core, urgent secret mission was to confirm whether the Redwyne father and son were alive. They had to see Adrian and Pakester breathing with their own eyes. Only then could Highgarden decide its next move, launch a total war at any cost to reclaim their kin and seek revenge, or accept a cruel reality in despair and make a colder strategic adjustment. The delegation carried a letter personally signed by Lady Olenna, worded with extreme caution. With heavy hearts, they sailed toward the island now shrouded under the golden Kraken flag, an island that seemed to smell of blood and iron. Shortly after, this olive branch of peace and fuse of war was placed in the hands of King Quellan Greyjoy. The wording of the letter, like Lady Olenna herself, was full of seasoned political wisdom and restrained sharpness. The handwriting was elegant and clear, obviously penned by Highgarden's best maester, but the will between the lines was undeniably that of the Queen of Thorns. The letter began with standard noble greetings and a list of titles, but quickly cut to the chase. To King Quellan Greyjoy. We have learned at Highgarden of the unfortunate conflict that recently took place in the Whispering Sound. My brother, Adrian Redwyne, acted with rashness and a lack of foresight in this matter. His understanding of His Grace the King's will may have been deviated and misjudged, leading to excessive measures that offended the dignity of the Iron Islands. This point, we do not deny. However, the battle is now concluded, and the victor is decided. The valor and strength of the Iron Islands have been fully demonstrated. Continued bloodshed and suffering benefit neither side, nor is it the wish of the Seven Gods. Therefore, on behalf of Highgarden and the Reach, I appeal for an end to this state of hostilities. I implore your grace to uphold the spirit of chivalry and the magnanimity of a victor. First, do not harm the innocent civilians of the arbor. They had no part in their lord's decisions, the sins of war should not be borne by the common folk. Second, do not harm my brother, Lord Adrian Redwyne, his son Pakester Redwyne, or any other captured members of House Redwyne and the nobility. Ensuring their personal safety and basic dignity is the foundation for all subsequent negotiations. To compensate for the losses and offense suffered by the Iron Islands in this event, and in exchange for the safe release of all prisoners, House Tyrell is willing to offer fair and generous reparations. The specific form and amount of compensation can be discussed jointly by representatives appointed by both sides. Gold, grain, timber all are negotiable, and we will strive to satisfy King Quellan Greyjoy and his lords. I hope your grace will consider this carefully. War is easy to begin, but the fruits of peace are far more precious. I await your wise reply. Olenna Redwyne, signed. Mother of the Duke of Highgarden, advisor to the Warden of the South. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, War Reparations. The negotiation. The letter contained not a single overtly threatening word from start to finish. Its tone was humble, almost earnest. Yet, much like Lady Olenna herself, it was an iron fist in a velvet glove. It admitted partial fall to ease tensions, drew a firm line on core demands that could not be crossed, and served up a substantial financial temptation. It was an olive branch praying for peace, but behind it stood the clear, looming shadow of the entire military might of the Reach. If the Iron Islands rejected this generosity, the next arrival would not be a diplomat, but the rolling thunder of the Tyrell armies. King Quellan finished reading and passed the letter to Euron. Take a look. Euron read it carefully, word by word, then offered genuine praise. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine. The uncrowned ruler of Highgarden. She could write a textbook on diplomacy. He then slowly analyzed the text. She admits the hijacking but frames it as rashness and misjudgment rather than deliberate aggression. She shifts partial blame to a misunderstanding of the king's will. This gives the Iron Islands a graceful way to step down while leaving room for future dealings with King's Landing. She explicitly admits defeat to cut losses quickly and prevent the situation from deteriorating. She sets the protection of civilians and the lives of her kin as the highest priority and absolute prerequisite. Her wording is earnest but implies a hard line: cross this line, and there will be no more talk. She proposes compensation directly, showing sincerity and flexibility. This is the real carrot in the letter: trading wealth for the safety of people and land. Euron pointed to the broken wax seal. Beside the Tyrell rose, the edge is stamped with a small cluster of grapes. A silent reminder of the writer's inseparable blood tie to House Redwine. King Quellan nodded. Yes. She wants peace, not war. But she is also prepared to fight us to the death if peace fails or if the Redwine father and son are killed. A smart woman, covered in thorns indeed. Starfish Harbour, the Great Hall. The lords of the 7 Iron Islands gathered. In the center stood the envoy of House Tyrell, looking like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Lady Olenna's letter was passed around to the other lords, though most of them had little interest in such subtleties. After listening to the trembling envoy read out the purpose of his visit, Euron's trademark, inscrutable smile reappeared. King Quellan didn't respond immediately. He drummed his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair, as if enjoying an interesting piece of music. After a moment, he waved his hand, dismissing the envoy to wait for a reply. When only the core leadership of the Iron Islands remained, King Quellan chuckled, breaking the brief silence. It seems the Queen of Thorns is much smarter and more pragmatic than her foolish brother. He commented, since she is willing to sit down and talk, and even offered compensation first, then let's talk. He turned to the captain in charge of the prisoners. Go. Let the Redwine father and son wash their faces and change into cleaner clothes. Tomorrow morning, make sure the Tyrell envoy coincidentally sees them alive and in decent condition. Then, tell them that the Iron Islands loves peace and has no desire to be enemies with the Rich Reach. Tell them our actions were forced upon us, purely to reclaim justice and dignity. He spoke smoothly, as if every word were true. The surrounding lords let out a low, knowing chuckle. However, King Quellan's tone shifted, his eyes sharpening. While we are loving peace, the relocation work must not stop. Everything in the warehouses, cellars, and the castle that can be moved must be cleared out as soon as possible. Every ship in the harbor that still floats, warship or merchant, tow them away. Leave nothing. We need the Tyrells to see that while we want peace, we are ready to leave at any moment, and we have already taken the vast majority of what we wanted. His strategy was clear and cold: demonstrate sincerity in negotiation, living captives, while simultaneously showing uncompromising strength and the ability to withdraw, emptying everything. This based the negotiation on the undeniable fact of their absolute victory and tangible gains. The next day, the negotiations began in a delicate atmosphere. The Tyrell envoy saw the living Redwine father and son haggard, but not abused, and breathed a sigh of relief. But he also saw the nearly empty port and castle, which filled him with mixed emotions. Euron represented the Iron Islands. He wasn't aggressive, in fact, he seemed quite reasonable. We feel Lady Olenna's sincerity, Euron said with a smile. We do not wish to be enemies with Highgarden. Tell you what, to show our goodwill and to put a period on this unfortunate conflict, we will allow young Master Pakester Redwine to return with you first. This represents our sincere willingness to talk peace. A young man shouldn't be kept here as a guest forever. This proposal delighted the envoy. It meant one of the most important heirs could return safely. However, Euron continued, as expected, Lord Adrian, I'm afraid, will need to stay with us as a guest a little longer. After all, he is the primary party involved, and many details require his confirmation. Besides, having him here ensures that our subsequent conversations will proceed in a friendly atmosphere, don't you think? This was undoubtedly a demand to keep the father as a high-value hostage while releasing only the son. Then, Euron laid out the core demand. As for compensation, he acted as if he were thinking it over carefully. To cover the losses of our hijacked merchant ships, the pensions for our warriors, and the cost of our long journey here, House Tyrell needs to pay a ransom of 100,000 gold dragons. He stated the number as casually as if he were asking for 10 coppers. 100,000 gold dragons. A sum that could bankrupt any noble house, nearly equivalent to a year's revenue for the crown. This money, Euron added, is in exchange for Lord Adrian's future freedom, and acts as a security deposit for long-lasting peace between the Iron Islands and the Reach. Once the money arrives, we release the man, withdraw the fleet, and live in harmony. He tied the massive ransom to peace, framing it as an investment in future security rather than just payment for past damages. The proposal was extremely harsh: release a secondary heir, demand a sky-high ransom, and keep the primary lord. But this was exactly Euron's strategy: start high to leave room for negotiation, while firmly holding the most critical leverage. After stating the astronomical figure, Euron didn't appear pushy. Instead, he leaned back lazily, as if he had just made the most reasonable suggestion in the world. He even offered the Tyrell envoy a helpless smile. "You can see for yourself," he spread his hands, his tone light and conversational. "We Ironborn aren't really used to the overly sweet breeze and climate of the Arbor. We miss the salty, cold winds of home. So..." Euron's tone remained gentle. "Please convey my sincerity and our small request to Lady Olenna exactly as I have stated. Please ensure we receive the compensation the Iron Islands deserves as soon as possible." He emphasized the word deserves, implying the 100,000 dragons were a matter of natural justice. Then, the smile on Euron's face receded slightly. His voice dropped, taking on an unsettling, confiding tone of honesty, as if sharing a dangerous secret. "You must understand, the patience of the Ironborn is limited." He spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the shadowy, scarred, and fierce-looking warriors standing outside the hall. "Not all Ironborn desire peace as much as I do. In fact, many are already very unhappy with me." Euron pointed a finger casually toward the outside. "Because I strictly limited their looting of civilian property, because I stopped them from taking blood for blood and killing all prisoners to avenge our fallen brothers, because I chose to sit here and negotiate instead of burning the Arbor to ash." Euron's expression became extremely sincere, even carrying a hint of grievance at being misunderstood. "I can only do my best to suppress those warhawks for 3 days." He held up 3 fingers, his tone grave. "Only 3 days. Within 3 days, if I do not see Highgarden's sincerity and speed in solving this problem, if it drags on too long, I fear I won't be able to control the situation." He paused perfectly, allowing the infinite, bloody possibilities contained in unable to control the situation to consume the envoy's imagination. At that point, Euron concluded with a tone bordering on pity, "What happens next won't be something you, I, or even Lady Olenna would want to see. So, for the well-being of everyone, please, be quick." This speech was a masterpiece of diplomatic blackmail and psychological threat. He painted himself as the moderate, rational dove, while offloading all potential destructive violence onto those fictional or real war hawks. He gave a clear, urgent deadline: 3 days, and directly linked the speedy payment of the ransom to maintaining peace and preventing a massacre. It was tantamount to saying, "Agree to my terms not because you won, but because I, the good guy, am helping you hold back the bad guys. If things go wrong, it's not my fault, it's because you were too slow and angered the bad guys." From this moment on, the negotiation truly entered its cruelest, most psychologically demanding phase. Through perfect performance and precise pressure, Euron had successfully transferred the dilemma, anxiety, and time pressure onto his opponent. He sat firmly in the center of the web like a spider, waiting for the prey to struggle. The Tyrell envoy had almost no choice but to rush this threatening ultimatum back to Highgarden. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Before the Negotiation. Early the next morning, the damp sea mist had yet to fully dissipate when the Tyrell envoy, accompanied by a traumatized Pakester Redwyne, arrived via fast ship at the temporary Tyrell army camp at Three Towers. Lady Olenna Redwyne wasn't staying in the castle, instead, she operated from a massive, fully furnished campaign tent. When she saw Pakester return alive, a fleeting look of relief crossed her sharp eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper gravity. She didn't rush to hug or comfort him. She simply nodded slightly, signaling the envoy to report in detail. The envoy knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly from lingering fear and tension. He repeated Euron Greyjoy's harsh demands word for word, the astronomical ransom of 100,000 gold dragons, and the condition that only the son was released while Lord Adrian remained a hostage. He described the current state of the arbor in detail, the port stripped bare, every seaworthy vessel towed away, the castle looking like a washed-out seashell, a hollow husk. And the iron-born warriors, prowling the ruins like hungry wolves, their eyes fierce and clearly unsatisfied. The news that the Ironborn hadn't slaughtered civilians, executed prisoners, or destroyed the town's buildings gave Lady Olenna a small measure of relief. It proved they hadn't burned their bridges, they didn't want total war with Highgarden either. Negotiation was still very possible. Finally, with great trepidation, the envoy relayed Euron's heart-to-heart warning. "My lady," that Euron Greyjoy said, he said he can only suppress the warhawks under his command for 3 days. He said many Ironborn are furious with him because he stopped the looting and killing. He said, if he doesn't see the gold within 3 days, he won't be able to control the situation. At that point, Lord Adrian and all the prisoners will likely. The envoy didn't dare finish the sentence, but the meaning was brutally clear. The Reach bannermen and knights inside the tent exploded instantly. 100,000 gold dragons. Why don't they just rob us directly? Arrogant. Shameless. This is extortion. An insult to Highgarden and the entire Reach. War. We must attack immediately. Teach those Ironborn scum a lesson. He dares threaten to kill the Earl? Unforgivable. Roars of anger and calls for war threatened to lift the roof of the tent. The nobles' faces were livid, hands gripping sword hilts as if ready to charge out and fight the Ironborn to the death right then and there. Humiliation and rage burned away their reason. However, amidst the uproar, Lady Olenna Redwyne remained unervingly calm. She didn't even look at the agitated bannerman. She simply tapped her withered fingers lightly on the armrest of her chair, as if contemplating a business deal that had nothing to do with her. Quiet. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange, penetrating power that instantly silenced the tent. All eyes focused on the tiny old woman. Victor's right history, she spoke slowly, her tone terrifyingly calm. Even temporary victors. They hold the upper hand right now, so naturally, they have the right to ask for a lion's share. She raised her eyelids, scanning the disgruntled faces of her vassals. And we are the ones asking for favors. We want our people back alive. We want to avoid greater losses. Therefore, at the negotiating table, the side at a disadvantage must learn to haggle. Isn't that just how the world works? What is there to be angry about? Her words were like ice water, dousing some of the impulsiveness but leaving many feeling a helpless humiliation. Then, she threw out a more realistic question, her sharp gaze cutting through those who had been screaming loudest for war. War? You say it so lightly. Do you really think these hastily cobbled together ships of ours, crewed by sailors who haven't even recovered from panic, can truly stand toe-to-toe on the open sea against an iron fleet that just crushed the strongest navy in the Seven Kingdoms? Without waiting for an answer, she turned her gaze directly to her grandson, Pakester Redwine, who had just escaped death. Pakester, her voice softened slightly, but remained cool. You just came back from the arbor. You saw it with your own eyes, lived through it yourself. Tell me, what is the true strength of the Iron Islands? In an instant, all eyes focused on young Pakester. Pakester Redwine shuddered violently, as if pulled back into that sea of blood and fire. His face went pale instantly, eyes filled with undiminished terror. His lips trembled as suppressed memories flooded back like a tide. He looked around at his expectant, angry uncles and bannermen, then finally at his grandmother's all-seeing eyes. Using every ounce of his strength, he forced a few broken, trembling words through his teeth. They aren't soldiers, they are a pack of madmen. A group of fearless demons of the sea. This sentence, coming from a survivor and the heir to House Redwine, carried such raw fear and despair that it instantly cooled the war fever in the tent by half. The fire of anger could not defeat the primal fear of absolute violence and madness. Lady Olenna got the answer she expected. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them, revealing only absolute calm and calculation. It seems, she said faintly, we do indeed need to haggle. But not with swords. With brains, and gold dragons. Lady Olenna pointed in the direction of the Iron Islands and addressed the envoy. You have a hard task ahead. You need to return to the arbor immediately. Tell King Quellan that in 2 days, at Old Town, at the High Tower, I will be waiting for him. I think we need to meet face to face and talk. The candle light in the hall flickered, illuminating Lady Olenna's cold face. She waved her hand lightly, dismissing the lords and nobles as if brushing away dust. The attendants bowed and retreated, and the heavy oak doors closed slowly with a dull thud, separating the two worlds. Pakester Redwine stood on the carpet, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his tunic. His legs trembled beneath his silk robe, and in the silent hall, the faint clicking of his chattering teeth was audible. Pakester, Olenna's voice was like an ice-dipped dagger slicing through the stagnant air. Stop shaking like a frightened girl. Sit down. Tell me everything that happened before and after the Battle of the Arbor. Every detail. From the beginning. The sea mist was especially thick that morning. Pakester's voice gradually steadied. Like untangling a knotted fishing net, he slowly laid out the bloody dawn. He described how the Iron Fleet's war drums pierced the fog, how the Black Kraken banners appeared like ghosts, how the Redwine fleet hastily engaged, their golden grape flags torn apart by fire. Pakester's narrative grew more fluent, like floodgates opening. He spoke of Balon Greyjoy personally leading the flagship to ram the command vessel, Ironborn swarming up the sides like apes, of the fire and smoke suddenly rising in the city to distract the defenders, of Euron and his elite guard storming the walls, capturing his father, and seizing the gates and drawbridge. When he finally spoke the last word, sweat had soaked his back. The only sounds left in the hall were the crackling candles and the distant murmur of waves hitting the shore. Wildfire from King's Landing. Her voice was low as distant thunder. Pre-planned infiltration of the arbor, setting fires during the naval battle to draw attention, capturing the leader in the chaos while luring the fleet into a trap. She let out a soft chuckle that was hard to decipher, part admiration, part mockery. The fierce Balon, the cunning Euron. King Quellan raised 2 good sons. Lady Olenna sighed. Pakester, go take a bath, then get some rest. Leave the rest to me. This matter will be over soon, and the arbor will return to Highgarden. After Pakester left, Lady Olenna remained silent for a long time. She stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the heavy night. When she turned back, candlelight danced in her eyes. Smart, rational people will always make the most suitable choice. Dealing with them is far easier than dealing with people who only know killing and looting. Chapter 98, The Flames of the Arbor. The choice of Old Town as the venue for the peace talks was the result of careful deliberation by all parties. As the oldest and most learned city in Westeros, its geographical location sat perfectly neutral between the conflicting forces, the Iron Fleet occupying the Arbor to the south, and the Highgarden army mustered at Three Towers to the north. The rulers of Old Town, House Hightower, were among the wealthiest and most powerful vassals of House Tyrell, and the Gardener kings before them. Their house words, "We light the way," seemed fitting for guiding the path to peace. House Hightower was ancient, proud, and powerful, but they had always favored trade over war and rarely involved themselves in the internal strife of Westeros. Having them mediate was a compromise both sides could begrudgingly accept. Presiding over the talks was Baelor Hightower, the eldest son and heir of Lord Leighton Hightower, known as Baelor Bright Smile. Handsome, impeccably mannered, and embodying the elegance and wealth of his house, he was the perfect host. His father, Lord Leighton, was also a personal friend of King Quellan, and had been calling for a peaceful resolution since the start. The peace talks were held in a magnificent hall within the High Tower, overlooking the entire harbour of Old Town. Only after strictly observing the sacred guest rites of Westeros, sharing bread and salt together, did the representatives take their seats. This provided the most basic security for a negotiation fraught with tension. Highgarden Delegation, 3 The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, Randall Tarley, Ludwig Oakhart. Iron Islands Delegation, 3 King Quellan Greyjoy, Euron Greyjoy, Balf Greyjoy. Mediator, Baelor Hightower. The negotiation began. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, spoke first. Her voice was steady but carried undeniable weight, setting the tone immediately. King Quellan. First, I must admit that my brother, Adrian, is a stubborn fool. She showed no mercy to her kin. His handling of the interception of the iron-born merchant ships was indeed ill-considered and extremely reckless. Of course, this was largely influenced by the ridiculous orders of that, emotionally unstable king in King's Landing. She skillfully shifted part of the blame to the Mad King Aerys, then pivoted sharply to look Quellan in the eye. However, regardless of that, House Redwine and the Iron Islands had no prior enmity. This war could have been avoided. King Quellan's face was hard as the stone of pike. He responded in a low voice, "The humiliation he inflicted upon the Iron Islands has been paid back in iron and blood by our own hands. The honor of House Greyjoy will not be tarnished." "Yes, the war is over," Lady Olenna interjected immediately, accepting the fact. "You won an undisputed victory at sea. House Redwine has paid an extremely heavy price." Pain flickered in her words but was quickly masked. "We sit here today hoping to turn this unfortunate big issue into a small one, and eventually into nothing. Let the past remain in the past." King Quellan did not budge. "We have already stated our demands. 100,000 gold dragons in compensation, and a public apology to the entire 7 kingdoms. This is what the Iron Islands deserves." Lady Olenna smiled slightly, though there was no warmth in it. 100,000 gold dragons? The vaults of the Arbor surely contain enough to cover that amount. She was implying that the Ironborn had already looted it all. King Quellan let out a cold snort. "That was what we paid the iron price for." "Meaning loot taken by Ironborn blood and force." "Paid the iron price?" Lady Olenna's voice suddenly sharpened like a thorn. "King Quellan, have you forgotten the laws from the time of Aegon the Conqueror? The Iron Islands are forbidden from practicing the old way upon the 7 kingdoms." She threw the legal weapon at him, applying pressure. "By demanding another 100,000 dragons, do you wish to continue being enemies with the entire realm?" King Quellan remained unmoved, responding forcefully. "Then let's phrase it differently. We are the victors. By the laws of war, everything on the Arbor belongs to the Iron Islands right now. Including that empty vault. The compensation we ask for is based on our victory and your request for peace, not us asking for what already belongs to us." Lady Olenna took a deep breath. She knew arguing this point was futile, so she changed tactics, her tone softening but becoming more pragmatic. 100,000 gold dragons, Even if I personally accepted it, Highgarden and the entire Reach would never agree. King Quellan, the Iron Islands need to save face, but so does Highgarden. We are negotiating to end a war. You should know better than anyone that a long-term occupation of the Arbor is not the best choice for the Iron Islands. It will only invite sustained hostility from King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms, bringing endless trouble. Stopping now, quitting while you're ahead, is the best solution for both sides. She paused briefly, then offered her alternative. As for the apology to the Seven Kingdoms, I can write letters to all the major houses in the name of Highgarden, clearly stating, this incident stemmed from House Redwyne's misjudgment, which initiated the conflict. However, through negotiation, both sides have resolved their enmity and reached a reconciliation. I pledge on the honor of House Tyrell and House Redwyne that neither the Arbor nor Highgarden will seek any form of retaliation for this event. The matter ends here. King Quellan was silent for a moment. He knew Olenna spoke the truth, long-term occupation was unrealistic. He said deeply, but there must still be compensation. Lady Olenna knew this was the core issue. She named the price she had prepared. 20,000 gold dragons. Plus the letter of apology I just promised. This is the most sincere offer I can give, and the bottom line Highgarden can accept without completely tearing apart our relationship. She immediately applied pressure, scanning the iron-born faces. We are ruling nobles, after all, not fishmongers haggling in a market. There is no need to endlessly quibble over numbers. I have shown my sincerity. Now, King Quellan, where is yours? King Quellan exchanged a glance with Euron beside him. After a moment, Quellan spoke, making a concession but adding a new condition. Fine. 20,000 gold dragons. Acceptable. But, these 20,000 dragons must be converted into equivalent value in high-quality grain from the Reach, shipped to the Iron Islands. Furthermore, he emphasized, in the future, normal trade relations between the Iron Islands and the Reach, especially the Arbor, must be maintained. There will be no deliberate obstruction, price gouging, or interruption of trade because of this event. This was a pragmatic demand. The Iron Islands lacked food, making grain more useful than gold, and restoring normal trade was in their long-term interest. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwyne, nodded slowly with almost no hesitation. Paying in grain was easy for the fertile Reach, and restoring trade benefited both sides. Gold for grain, no problem, she agreed clearly. Restoring normal trade is only right and benefits us both. I can guarantee this on behalf of Highgarden and the Arbor. With that, a conflict that could have spiraled into a much larger storm was temporarily brought to a close in this difficult negotiation at the High Tower of Old Town. Both sides preserved their core dignity and interests, though the price was the massive loss and humiliation of House Redwyne. Peace, in a delicate and fragile balance, descended once again. In the shadow of the citadel in Old Town, Euron summoned several singers who were famous in the Iron Islands. These singers spent their lives chanting ancient hymns to the drowned god and legends of reaving. Their voices were rough and hoarse from sea wind and strong spirits. Euron didn't give complicated instructions. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold, undeniable penetrating power, every word seemingly dipped in the freezing waters of the Sunset Sea. I need a song. A song that tells the story of the Battle of the Arbor. A war song about how the Iron Fleet crushed the pride of House Redwyne and their golden vineyards into the bottom of the sea. Its tune should be as gloomy and warning as the rains of Castamere, and its melody must have the power to drill into a man's marrow. His eyes flashed with cold light. I want everyone who hears it, whether a farmer in the Reach, a knight in the Westerlands, or a whore in King's Landing, to smell the scorched stench of wildfire in the lyrics, to feel the biting cold of the sea water, and to remember forever who rules the waves. Make them understand, provoke a Greyjoy, challenge the Iron Islands, and you will face brutal retribution. Make them fear us from the bottom of their hearts when they speak our name, and because of that fear, be forced to respect us. The singers accepted the command to compose this cursed ballad. They absorbed every detail of the battle, the longships gliding silently through the fog, the eerie green fire tearing the night sky, the golden rose banner curling and screaming in the flames, the despair of Earl Redwyne dragged in chains. The lyrics were hammered out repeatedly, the melody composed to be low and oppressive, the rhythm like a funeral drum beating in time with vengeful oars striking the water. The song that was born was named The Flames of the Arbor. It was soon carried by sailors on merchant ships, wandering bards, and certain informed individuals with ambiguous identities traveling to and from the Iron Islands. Like barnacles clinging to a hull, it spread quietly to every port and tavern in Westeros. In places filled with the smell of ale and sweat, rough voices began to sing. Hark! Hear the kraken's horn echo in the deep fog. It is a summons, a death knell, for the arrogant king of the vine. Flames burn through the anvil, blood fire licks the mast. Their golden fleet once looked down on the seas. But in that night of green fire, it shattered to dust. Heave ho, heave ho, heave ho. It calls the brave, it reaps the glory. Heave ho, heave ho, heave ho. It burns the pride, lets the fine wine flow. The Earl of Redwyne, once with cups overflowing, now kneels beneath the sea stone of pike. His cellars are empty, his artisans gone. Only the mockery of the sea wind remains, night and day. Who remembers the fragrance of Highgarden's wine? Who speaks of the arbor's past shine? Now only the lords of the North Sea, the kings of the deep. Their story spreads with strong spirits and fear. If you hear that deep horn on the shore, kneel and pray, or prepare for your end. The sunset of the arbor dyes the pirate flag red. The king in the flames raises his trident. Fire consumes the old idols. Ironborn shout the new king's name. Now only Greyjoy. Only the Iron Islands. The eternal victors, the kings of the waves. This song became another invisible fleet. It didn't conquer ports, but the minds of everyone in the Seven Kingdoms who heard it. Its melody and warning shaped the fame and terror of the Iron Islands more deeply than any sword ever could. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, The End of Hostilities. The docks reeked of salty brine and the acrid smell of burnt wood. The iron-born longships, like a pod of gorged sea monsters, sat heavy in the water, their gunwales dangerously low from the weight of a century's worth of arbor plunder. Casks of golden red wine, gleaming silver and gold plate, ancient books, tapestries, and even the carefully wrapped golden grapevines of the arbor all had been loaded onto the ships in perfect order. Most of the gold and treasure had already sailed, this was just the final tail end. Lady Olenna stood at the edge of the pier like a small, hard statue, looking as if the things being hauled away had nothing to do with the arbor or Highgarden. The sea breeze brushed her wrinkled cheeks but couldn't ruffle the cold scrutiny in her eyes. She watched Euron Greyjoy. Unlike his captains, who were brimming with ecstasy, he wore only a faint, almost imperceptible smile, as if this massive victory were merely an amusing game to him. 2 iron-born guards escorted Lord Adrian Redwyne forward. The old earl's clothes were relatively clean, but his face was pale, his eyes darting away, unable to meet his sister's gaze. Olenna's eyes lingered on her brother for only a second before she nodded slightly. Attendants behind her quickly stepped forward to receive him. Heavy wooden chests were carried to the edge of the pier by iron-born soldiers and dropped heavily onto the rough stone slabs with a dull, heart-shaking thud. A soldier pried open a lid with his sword. With a creak, the contents were revealed, thousands of gold dragons packed tight. Even under the leaden grey sky, they reflected a heavy, seductive dark gold light. They lay there silently, a testament to the massive price paid by House Tyrell. These 20,000 gold dragons were the price of Lord Adrian Redwyne's life. The transaction was completed in an eerie silence. The salty, humid air seemed to stagnate, leaving only the monotonous sound of waves slapping against the quay, oppressive and suffocating. Lady Olenna's gaze slowly lifted from the dazzling gold. Looking past the cold wealth, her eyes locked onto Euron Greyjoy again with the precision of a hawk. Her voice wasn't loud, but it pierced strangely through the low whistle of the wind and the moan of the waves. Every syllable was distinct, cold as a polished ice pick. Euron Greyjoy. Euron took a step forward. The habitual smile on his lips seemed to deepen slightly. He nodded. Yes, Lady Olenna. The old woman stared at him. There was no relaxation in her eyes now that the deal was done. Instead, she looked like a chess player scrutinizing an opponent's latest move. She was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, throwing out a question that sounded routine but hit a sharp edge. These gold dragons, she indicated the open chests with her eyes, aren't you going to count them? Her tone was flat, as if mentioning it in passing, yet she placed a microscopic weight on the word count. It could be a simple reminder, a subtle challenge to his trust, or perhaps her own final, cold examination of the humiliation this ransom represented. Euron let out a low, raspy chuckle, as if he'd heard an amusing joke. He waved his hand casually, his posture as relaxed as if refusing an extra cup of wine. No need, my lady. His gaze swept over the coins without a hint of attachment, finally returning to Olenna's face. The credit of House Tyrell of Highgarden shines far brighter than these cold pieces of metal. And I, he paused, his tone becoming meaningful, am more inclined to trust in the character and honor of Lady Olenna herself. To count coins when dealing with you would be far too vulgar. His answer was perfect. He elevated her status, deftly caught her probe, and painted this naked cash transaction with a layer of almost hypocritical, respectful chivalry. On the pier, the tension seemed to grow even more complex and indecipherable after this exchange. The shine of the 20,000 gold dragons now seemed like a cold footnote to this silent contest of wills. She spoke again. I have long heard of your extraordinary nature. Daring to sail across the narrow sea at age 7, such courage has no second in Westeros. I heard that in Lanny Sport, even Jaime Lannister, knighted by the sword of the morning, Arthur Dayne himself, was defeated by your hand. That is valor. Euron blinked, then explained casually, I was afraid of the cold, so I did go play across the narrow sea for a few years, though I had hundreds of guards with me. As for the duel with Jaime Lannister in Lanny Sport, that was just after dinner entertainment. It doesn't count. She paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over the town that hadn't been sacked and the dejected but alive Tyrell soldiers who had surrendered. Breaching the city without harming civilians, accepting surrender without killing captives, holding wildfire but not using it to burn the city. That is mercy. Every promise made before the battle has been honored today without fail. That is integrity. As for this battle, she chuckled lightly, though there was no warmth in it. If not for your boldness and care, infiltrating the arbor beforehand, using fire to distract the enemy, and finally capturing the leader to secure victory, even if you had won, the price would likely have been doubled. That is wisdom. Her voice suddenly rose a notch, ensuring that everyone around, especially the Ironborn, could hear her final conclusion. King Quellan. You have raised a truly fine son. These words were like a carefully thrown stone, stirring up undercurrents beneath the calm surface. The Queen of Thorns smiled amiably, as if offering genuine praise. But everyone who knew the Iron Islands knew that the heir to the Sea Stone chair was Balon Greyjoy. She lifted Euron extremely high enough to overshadow his brother, high enough to ignite the dry wood of ambition, or to draw his brother's jealous gaze. Euron laughed, a low, raspy sound. He would have to be a fool not to hear the intent behind her praise. You flatter me, my lady. He looked up, his eyes flashing strangely in the shadow. The fame of Lord Pufferfish is the one that has truly spread across the 7 kingdoms. Everyone knows it. I never expected to have such a unique son either, but he happens to be the Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South. My belly disappointed me, only giving me one son. If I had any other choice, he wouldn't be sitting in that seat. That is fate. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, didn't mind Euron's counterattack at all. She laughed too, after all, she was the one who gave Mace Tyrell that nickname. Euron said calmly, I believe Highgarden will surely flourish under Lady Olenna's leadership. King Quellan, tired of listening to the two of them publicly praising and secretly undermining each other, shouted, Euron, it's time to sail. Lady Olenna smiled and nodded. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting young man. If you have time in the future, come to Highgarden. House Tyrell will host you well. Euron boarded the ship, waving his hand. The most beautiful castle in all of Westeros? I will definitely visit. The Ironborn ships sailed away, fully loaded. Lady Olenna slowly turned around. Her gaze swept over the group in front of her brother, Lord Adrian Redwine of the Arbor. His usually ruddy, proud face was now as grey as death, his head hanging heavy and low, as if the 20,000 gold dragons had broken his neck. Her nephew had practically buried his face in his chest, afraid to meet anyone's eyes. Behind them stood the soldiers of House Redwine. Their faces and armor were stained with soot and blood, their once proud cloaks embroidered with golden grapes now tattered. Every face bore the humiliation of crushing defeat, the bewilderment of seeing their home stripped bare, and a deep, silent disappointment. The entire pier was thick with a despair heavier than the salt air. Lady Olenna's gaze was like a cold dagger, slowly scraping across every dejected face. In the silence, only the crashing waves and the distant, mournful cry of gulls could be heard. Finally, she spoke. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly sharp, instantly piercing the heavy air. It was just a lost war. She said coldly, her words distinct, hammering into every heart. Look at you. Did the arbor sink? Will the sun never shine on our vineyards again? Or did your hearts get pried out by the Ironborn along with the gold in your chests? She took a small step forward, her tiny frame radiating an authority that made it hard to look directly at her. They took our gold, burned our ships, and stained our honor. Yes, this is defeat. It is humiliation. Her voice rose sharply, like a whip cracking the air. But at least your arms are still attached to your shoulders, and your heads are still on your necks. You are still alive. She paused, letting the word alive land heavily on everyone. As long as you are alive, the days ahead are long. Long enough for us to remember every ounce of today's shame. Long enough for us to sharpen every sword and fill every wineskin not just with wine, but with the oil of vengeance. Her gaze swept over her brother and nephew again, her tone fierce. If all you can do is hang your heads like frosted vines and reek of the sour rot of failure, then I'll show you a clear path right now. She suddenly raised her withered hand and pointed to the churning, deep, cold sea. Jump in right now. Drown yourselves. Save Highgarden the food, and save House Redwine from being the laughingstock of enemies who see us unable to stand up straight. Silence fell over the pier, deadly still. But into the stagnant despair, a red-hot iron seemed to have been dropped. Some soldiers unconsciously straightened their backs and clenched their fists. The extinguished fire in their eyes seemed to be rekindled into a faint but resilient light by these cold, venomous, yet undeniably realistic words. Let's go. See what we have left. Lady Olenna gestured for her brother and nephew to follow her for an inspection. They really cleaned us out. Scraped a layer off the walls. The floor is 3 feet higher. Though they had a bit of conscience. Our father's portrait is still hanging in its place. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Distributing the Spoils. The sea wind of the Iron Islands always carried the grit of salt and the chill of the deep ocean. But when Euron's fleet returned laden with the wealth of the arbor, even the wind seemed laced with a strange, sweet fragrance, the scent of southern wine and heavy gold. Longships docked one after another at the main port of Pike, their keels grinding against the pebble beach with weary, satisfied sighs. Though the crewmen's faces were etched with fatigue, their eyes burned with a fierce fire. News spread like wildfire across the islands, the fleet has returned, carrying loot unlike anything we have ever seen. On the pebble beach of Pike, the salty wind moaned, curling the grey mist and the lingering scent of smoke. Priests of the drowned god, draped in robes woven of grey-green seaweed, stood knee-deep in the freezing surf. Their deep, resonant chanting wove together with the roar of the waves, blessing the warriors who had returned victorious. The bodies of the fallen were placed on several old, battered longships. For those who had lost limbs in battle, the priests sewed on substitutes of wood or stone, ensuring they could go to the god's feast whole. Around the bodies, dry driftwood and kindling were piled high, along with flasks of wine, round shields, and the leather armor and weapons the warriors had used in life. The priests poured seawater over the heads of the dead, chanting, "What is dead may never die, but rises again, harder and stronger." All the Ironborn roared in unison. "In the name of the drowned god! Bless him with salt! Bless him with stone! Bless him with steel!" The funeral ships drifted slowly out into the deep water. With a long, mournful blast from the high priest's driftwood horn, a flaming arrow cut through the gloomy sky, landing precisely in the kindling. Fire erupted, greedily devouring wood and flesh, crackling loudly. Thick smoke billowed upward, forming an invisible staircase to the drowned god's watery halls. The Ironborn stood solemnly on the shore, beating their chests with their fists, creating a low, rhythmic thudding sound to send their companions back to the god's embrace. As the burning ships sank beneath the waves, the Ironborn sang the funeral dirge together. "We are born of the sea, we are buried in the sea, to meet in the watery halls. Carrying iron and fire, carrying blood and shame, the steel taken away. In the end, we shall meet again." When the embers of the sea burial cooled, the war drums of distribution began to thunder before the sea stone chair of Pike. According to ancient tradition and harsh law, the distribution was presided over by King Quellan himself. A massive bonfire was lit in the square, its dancing flames tearing through the night and illuminating faces roughened by sea wind and twisted with hunger. The spoils were carried onto the high platform one by one, piling up into glittering hills. Chests of heavy gold dragons were poured out, forming a flowing river of gold under the firelight, drawing low gasps from the crowd. Barrels of wine stamped with the golden grape of the arbor were rolled up, the oak casks thudding dully against each other. This was the nectar famous across the Seven Kingdoms, worth more than its weight in silver. Exquisite silverware, tapestries, and jewelry looted from noble halls and secret rooms glittered with a refined light that looked out of place under the gloomy sky. Then there were the chained artisans, winemakers, coopers, goldsmiths, their faces pale, eyes filled with terror. King Quellan sat on the sea stone chair, his face calm as a steel-grey sea. Balon stood at his side, jaw tight, his sharp gaze sweeping over every piece of loot, assessing its value and the glory it represented. Euron leaned casually to the side, a faint smile on his lips, as if the massive wealth before him was just an amusing game. The distribution began. The scribes of House Harlaw held heavy ledgers. First, following ancient tradition, they solemnly handed the shares due to the fallen warriors' heavy purses or precious items into the trembling hands of their blood kin. Every handover was accompanied by a stifled sob or a word of gratitude to the drowned god. Death and wealth were coldly intertwined in this moment. Then, the rewards for the living began. The captains with the highest acclaim and the warriors who fought most bravely were called by name, stepping forward to receive the king's bounty. Euron Greyjoy! The shout was exceptionally loud. Euron stepped out from the crowd, the firelight reflecting in his mismatched eyes, his smile placid. For his unparalleled merit in infiltrating the enemy den, destroying the wildfire, opening the gates, and capturing the enemy leader, King Quellan granted him the most unique spoils, not dazzling gold or silver, but all the captured winemakers, their delicate tools, a learned maester named Qyburn with vast medical knowledge, and the heavy tomes recording centuries of the arbor's winemaking secrets. This was what Euron had asked for from the start, so he accepted it gladly. These silent riches were far more powerful than gold coins, and only in Euron's hands could their true potential be unleashed. Balon Greyjoy! Balon strode forward, posture straight as a steel spear. For his fierce command in the naval battle and the capture of the red wine heir, he chose the prize he desired most, a towering warship captured from the red wine fleet, along with enough shining swords and fresh plate armor to equip a full crew of elite warriors. His choice drew envious roars from the fighters. House Drum of Old Wick, for leading the beach assault, was granted first pick. They chose massive amounts of gold and silver, and enough wine to flood their castle cellars. Baron Blacktide of Blacktide, who fought ferociously and slew 2 enemy captains in single combat, received a correspondingly heavy reward for his house. Based on merit and status, King Quellan personally bestowed the shares. Heavy purses were claimed, wine barrels were rolled down the platform amidst envious shouts and slaps on the back, and artisans were assigned to families that needed their skills. Every reward was accompanied by cheers and drinking. The air was thick with the smell of ale, wine, and desire. The ancient ritual, performed to the accompaniment of bonfires and crashing waves, was not just a distribution of loot, but a reaffirmation and consolidation of power. The Ironborn shared the fruits of victory in the most direct way possible. Every gold dragon dropping into a palm, every swallow of fine wine, spoke of the sweetness of plunder and the law of the Iron Islands in the deep sea. The strong eat. Before the sea stone chair, the dancing firelight cast King Quellan's shadow high and long, like an avatar of the drowned god himself. King Quellan stood up slowly. In his massive drinking horn, the dark gold arbor wine looked like molten metal. His gaze, heavy as an iron anchor, swept over every rough face below, faces eroded by sea wind, now flushed red with excitement and alcohol. Ironborn. His voice rolled like the surf beneath his feet, drowning out the crackle of the fire and the howl of the wind, entering every ear clearly. Look at the wealth piled around you. Smell the scent of gold and the fragrance of wine in the air. Remember this day. He raised the great horn high, the wine sloshing inside. In the Battle of the Arbor, our longships smashed their pride. Our battle axes harvested their fear. From this day forward, the history books of Westeros will write our names in blood and fire. And we, the great Ironborn, are the victors of this legend. His voice was like thunder, every word striking the hearts of the Ironborn, igniting the most primal fire in their veins. Cheer! This is the right you won with iron and blood. Drink their most precious wine. Eat the meat they provided. Use their wealth to celebrate our supreme victory. Roar! The king's shout was like a spark thrown into gunpowder, instantly detonating the long-suppressed wild passion of the crowd. The entire square boiled over. Warriors frantically beat their chests and shields, creating a thunderous roar like war drums. Ale and wine flowed freely from the corners of their mouths, soaking beards and tunics. Fat from roasting meat dripped into the fires, sending up flames and savory smoke. Maniacal laughter, screaming, the clinking of cups, and unbridled singing wove into a deafening cacophony that threatened to lift the roof of Pike. In this boiling wave of sound, the Ironborn's fanaticism transformed into a rough, majestic war song. Every shout was accompanied by the dull thud of fists hitting chests or shields, the rhythm primal and shaking the earth. Take back our glory! Drink their golden grapes! Steel axes split the waves. Longships break the dawn. This unified roar, wild as the sea wind, rose wave upon wave, finally converging into 2 inseparable cores representing power and faith, like waves returning to the reef and the abyss. Greyjoy! Drowned god! Fire danced madly in every pair of fanatical eyes. The roar tore through the damp sea air, rushing straight into the star-filled night sky. This was no longer a simple celebration, it was a declaration. The children of the cold sea were washing their throats with enemy wine, igniting their ambition with plundered wealth, bathing in the supreme glory of spoils bought with fire and blood. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Whispers and Lies. The revelry was set to last all night until dawn, or until every man lay senseless drunk on the beaches or the hall floor. But as night truly fell, King Quellan left the great hall. Euron, Balon, and Balf followed shortly after. The stone chamber deep beneath the sea tower of Pike was far removed from the dying embers of the celebration in the square. Here, there was no laughter or song, only the hissing of the cold, salty wind through the cracks in the stone and the restless flickering of candle light. Gathered in the room was the core of the Iron Islands. King Quellan sat upon a smaller version of the sea stone chair, his face as dark as the sea before a storm. His 2 sons were present. Euron leaned against the stone wall, his mismatched eyes gleaming in the shadows. Balon stood like a tightly wound statue, fists clenched on his knees, every line of his body radiating suppressed rage. Balf stood guard by the door, silent as a reef, while the elderly Maester Clegane nervously fingered the links of his chain. Lisa, the handmaiden who usually drifted through the castle like an unremarkable shadow, was now the center of the storm. Her voice was clear and calm as she reported, word by word, the whispers that had been coiling around the 2 princes like vipers for the past 3 or 4 years. It started when Lord Balon was in his cups, she said, her gaze lowered but her voice unwavering. Someone accidentally brought up the distribution rights of the old way and the traditional rights of the firstborn. Recently, these voices have grown louder and more direct. They openly say the profits from the white gold sand should be controlled by the heir, and they hint that Lord Euron's accumulation of wealth, his recruitment of red priests and shadow binders, are acts of subversion. She paused. In the last 2 months, people have started approaching Lady Alanis, trying to convey through her to Lord Balon, the necessity of striking first. She turned her gaze slightly toward Euron, her tone shifting. As for Lord Euron, the approach is more subtle. It is mostly flattery. They praise his wisdom and valor as far surpassing others, lament that his talents are limited by his birth order, and use this to gently remind him to beware of jealousy and plots from his closest kin. Lisa's voice faltered for a moment here. Her long lashes lowered, as if carefully considering how to relay the next, overly blunt proposal without losing propriety. The air in the stone chamber seemed to stagnate, the candle light cast wavering shadows across her pale face. After a moment, she lifted her eyes. She didn't look at either prince, but respectfully focused on the floor in front of King Quellan. Her voice remained report clear and calm, but was tainted with an undeniable, delicate tension. Recently, some have even extended their probing tentacles to me. She chose her words cautiously. They didn't use direct threats or bribes. Instead, using a tone of feigned concern for my future, they revealed to me or perhaps warned me that young Master Balon feels deeply unfair and depressed about the current distribution of profits. She took a small breath and continued. After that, they asked me in a tone bordering on pity, if I was willing to make plans for myself early. They hinted that with my looks and intelligence, if I could gain young Master Balon's favor, my future would surely be more than just a handmaiden. She finally whispered the word. They asked me if I would be willing to become young Master Balon's salt wife. The temperature in the stone chamber seemed to drop several degrees. This proposal went far beyond ordinary power plays. It was a cold, venomous snake, seeking not only to drive a wedge between father and son, brother and brother, but to turn a seemingly unrelated handmaiden into a pawn on the board. The malice was naked. Everyone knew that this seemingly unrelated handmaiden had followed Euron since she arrived in the Iron Islands, handling all his affairs. In everyone's eyes, she was destined to be Euron's salt wife. It was only a matter of time. The older brother, Balon, harboring designs on his younger brother Euron's future salt wife. Such a rumor. The chamber fell into dead silence, broken only by King Quellan's heavy breathing. Balon's face flushed red with rage. Balf's expression turned extremely ugly, and Maester Clegane let out a soundless sigh. Enough! King Quellan's voice broke the silence like a rolling boulder. His massive frame rose from the chair. His gaze, cold as an iron anchor, pinned his 2 sons in place one after the other. These poisonous insects hiding in the shadows, he growled, trying to use whispers and lies to rot my bloodline and split my islands. His fist slammed onto the armrest. Lisa, watch them. Every single one. I want to know who is pulling the strings behind this damned plot. After a moment of silence, King Quellen's fingers tapped heavily on the armrest of the sea stone chair, a dull thud punctuating his resolve. His deep gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on his two sons with the crushing weight of the deep ocean. But for now, the dagger of probing must be sheathed. His voice was low but carried unquestionable authority, echoing in the chamber. These little moves, these whispers breeding in the dark, are like holes bored in a hull. They look small, but they are enough to sink the strongest warship. They bring no honor. They only flood our family's deck with the sewage of suspicion, feeding the fires of division with every private word. He slowly stood up, his massive shadow engulfing almost everyone. It is time to end it. Otherwise, these rumors will stop being whispers and become a storm that rips out our throats. Didn't the old woman of House Redwine try to provoke us openly just today? If we don't stop it now, more people will say similar things in the future. The next morning, as the lords of the various islands, nursing hangovers and loaded with loot, prepared to depart, they were summoned once more before the sea stone chair. King Quellen stood amidst the morning light and sea wind. His face bore no trace of the revelry, only cold majesty. The party is over. His voice drowned out the roar of the waves, entering every ear clearly. Before you leave, one thing must be made clear. It is iron law. He extended a hand, pointing to the stone-faced Balon standing beside him. Balon Greyjoy, my eldest son, is the sole, legitimate heir to the Iron Islands. His rights are granted by the sea stone chair and the traditions of the old way, and they are not to be questioned. His gaze swept across the crowd like a blade, lingering for a moment on the faces of certain lords. I hear some people possess tongues as venomous as sea snakes, enjoying spreading rumors and sowing discord between my sons. His voice suddenly became incredibly dangerous. Listen well. This is my first and last warning, watch your tongues. If anyone dares to utter another rumor, trying to split House Greyjoy or challenge my decision whether he is a lord, a captain, or a priest, I will personally rip out his tongue and chain him to a reef as an offering to the drowned god. The cold warning washed over them like a winter tide, instantly sobering everyone up. In that moment, they realized clearly that the king's wrath was far more terrifying than an enemy fleet. In absolute silence, the lords bowed their heads in submission, then quickly and quietly boarded their ships, leaving Pike behind. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The Future is Here. Before the sea stone chair, every noble and lord of the Iron Islands held their breath. King Quellen's voice rolled through the great hall of Pike like thunder from the deep sea. Every word carried unquestionable weight as he formally declared Balon Greyjoy the sole, legitimate heir to the Iron Islands, a proclamation that was sent to the Seven Kingdoms. This declaration acted like invisible, unbreakable shackles, instantly locking away Balon's wild, uninhibited life. The Balon who could fight all day, sharpen his combat skills on the deck, drink and laugh with sailors and pirates, and even secretly participate in the deadly finger dance, vanished. His dreams of raiding across the narrow sea and his nights spent seeking pleasure in brothels became a past he could no longer touch. In their place was a suffocation he found unbearable. Now, Balon had to spend his days following his father's mountain-like, majestic shadow, learning how to govern these islands ruled by iron and blood. He was forced to sit before a desk piled high with scrolls, listening to endless disputes over territory and fishing rights between island lords, trying to decipher their winding complaints and accusations. He had to rack his brain to weigh every word, drafting letters to the great houses of Westeros in a tone befitting an heir strong yet polite. It all made his head spin and his temper flare. When Euron offered to hand over the entire Old Way spy network and its complex intelligence system to Balon, and signaled Lisa to explain the codes, ciphers, and verification methods one by one, Balon's patience finally snapped. Enough! He waved his hand violently, interrupting rudely. His facial muscles were tight with extreme disgust and frustration. My brain feels like a cabin trashed by a bunch of drunk sailors. It's a mess. I can't stuff anything else in there. So many names. So many damn codes. And all this true false, real fake news. I have to analyze which one is bait and which is a trap. It's annoying as hell. I don't need to know these details. He grew angrier as he spoke, directing his fury at Euron, slamming his fist on the table. Bastard! You know I hate this twisty, confusing shit the most. Now you're deliberately shoving it down my throat. Do you just want to see me fail? Want to see me make a fool of myself? His frustration spilled over, and he snarled without thinking, if I knew being this damn heir meant facing this every day, I would have just given it to you from the start. Euron rolled his eyes visibly, his tone cooling into business-like detachment. How is this deliberate? You are the firstborn. That is iron law. It is the responsibility and duty you must bear sitting in that seat. It has nothing to do with what you like or dislike. Balon didn't argue back immediately. He just stared deeply at Euron, his gaze trying to pierce the habitual, cynical mask his brother wore. After a long time, he sighed heavily, his voice carrying a rare, almost sincere exhaustion. Euron, honestly, you are more suited for this seat than I am. Euron's expression froze for a second, then quickly returned to normal. He lowered his voice, his tone sharp and wary. Shut up, Balon. Stop saying stupid things like I don't want to be heir, and don't say anything about me being suitable and you not. Walls have ears. If outsiders hear this, they'll spin endless rumors to drive a wedge between us. Do you think we don't have enough trouble already? Euron paused, seeming to weigh his options quickly, then made a pragmatic concession. How about this, from now on, when intel comes in, I'll have Lisa organize and report it to me first. I'll analyze and judge it, then tell you what kind of command needs to be issued to the Old Way network. You just make the final decision and give the order. Is that acceptable? Hearing this, Balon's tense face finally relaxed. This solution at least rescued him from the endless quagmire of information. He let out a long breath and nodded, accepting the arrangement. Similarly, regarding the distribution rights for the incredibly profitable white gold sand, salt, he had zero interest in managing it deeply. He simply glanced over the distribution plan drafted by the Maester, then waved his hand, delegating full authority for daily management and accounting to the Maester, only demanding to see the final results. As for the core refining secret, King Quellan sealed it as a top secret, its location known only to the father and his two sons, and Balon had no desire to seek it out. The noise of war receded like the tide, and life in the Iron Islands gradually returned to its original rough and resilient rhythm. However, the changes brought by this victory were branded deep into the island's texture, like salt permeating reef rock. For the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, the conflict between the Iron Islands and the Arbor was nothing short of a spectacular, costly drama. Lords in their halls savored the battle reports from the Citadel, re-evaluating with great interest the shocking strength and hidden political wisdom of this cold archipelago they had ignored for so long. At the same time, King's Landing's attempt to pin the blame for the wildfire explosion entirely on the dead King's Guard, Sir Harlan Grandison, was a clumsy cover-up. It made the lords sneer, but also forced them to re-examine the growing madness and delusion of the king on the Iron Throne. Such an excuse, which even the others wouldn't believe, was a dangerous signal in itself. For Balon Greyjoy, the identity of heir was a shackle. He felt like a kraken of the northern seas forcibly locked in a cage. Though granted the authority to command the pack, his soul yearned day and night to roar and fight in the wild storms. The tediousness of administration and the twists of strategy were far more exhausting and suffocating to him than facing a ship full of fierce enemies. This was a war with no glory, only endless scrolls and whispers. For his brother Euron, the once crucial white gold sand trade and the massive Old Way intelligence network were now like two children who had been birthed, weaned, and grown strong. They no longer needed his micromanagement. Their smooth operation freed up his precious time and energy, allowing him to invest in deeper, more dangerous schemes. His thoughts quietly sailed toward new horizons. The winemaking masters brought back from the arbor needed to be settled quickly, letting their ancient craft take root on the northern islands to brew liquid gold for the Iron Islands, accumulating true wealth. The Iron Smoke Island workshop, already taking shape, was about to spit out its first batch of refined iron tools. This was just the beginning. Continuous improvement and expansion were needed to forge stronger armaments. Most importantly, he needed to invest more time in honing his own martial prowess. Swordsmanship, lancing, and even the more secret combat techniques from the One Piece system all had to be elevated to new heights. Because in his calculations, the sky over Westeros was being shrouded by heavier and heavier dark clouds. The storm destined to arrive in 282 AC, the war of the usurper that would overturn the dynasty, was approaching. Its footsteps were getting louder. He had to be fully prepared. He would use this opportunity to make the Seven Kingdoms, and even the whole world, know the Iron Islands. To know him, Euron Greyjoy. The future is here. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Ironwind Island and Qyburn. Euron made a request to his father, King Quellan, that came as a surprise. He decided to move out of the main keep of Pike. He would no longer live on the same island as his parents, but relocate to a remote, desolate islet about an hour's sail away. The official reason was dignified enough. He needed a quieter space to study, think, and supervise the winemaking process and the newly established ironworks. But very few knew the deeper reason. The Red Priestess and the Shadowbinder, whose face was always hidden, were practicing increasingly profound magic. Their rituals were accompanied by unpredictable whispers, strange lights, and eerie phenomena. If these sights occurred in the densely populated Pike, they could easily trigger baseless panic and unrest among the superstitious Ironborn. That lonely island would become their undisturbed land of shadows. Euron named it Ironwind Island. This isolated rock, now belonging solely to Euron, jutted out of the freezing sea like a fang abandoned by the gods. It was surrounded by towering, jagged sea stacks, black monoliths that looked like the spines of lurking sea monsters, appearing and disappearing in the waves, ready to tear open the hull of any ship daring enough to approach. Even more daunting was the weather. The area seemed cursed by eternal gales. Fierce winds howled year-round, whipping up monstrous waves that smashed against the reefs with thunderous roars, tossing any ship attempting to cross like a toy. Even local fishermen who knew these waters best would steer clear, keeping a respectful distance from this labyrinth of death. They whispered terrible legends about the place, regarding it as a sailor's graveyard. However, these treacherous currents and storms, a natural moat to ordinary men, were the perfect shield for Euron Greyjoy. The blood of the Grey King flowing in his veins gave him a supernatural connection to the sea. To his ears, the gale wasn't just noise, it carried information about direction, speeding his ship along. To his senses, the undertow wasn't chaos, it was a clearly navigable path. The fog and storms that would send other captains to a watery grave could not lose him, nor trouble him. This terrifying stretch of sea was, for him, nothing more than the familiar hallway to his home. It was his strongest, most private outer wall, a natural defense. After moving into his new home, Euron Greyjoy's daily life fell into a strange, disciplined rhythm. Every day at dawn, before the morning light could burn off the grey sea mist, Euron would step onto his silent skiff. His handmaiden, Lisa, would quietly follow. Together, they rowed skillfully toward the main keep of Pike. The cold sea water slapping against the hull served as the prelude to their daily agenda. In the stone halls of Pike, he would handle the complex affairs of the Iron Islands alongside his father, King Quellan, and his brother Balon, ranging from friction between island lords to the delicate diplomatic games with the Seven Kingdoms. He would break his fast with his mother, brothers, and nephews. But when the political duties paused, that was when Euron truly lived for himself. He would head straight to the training grounds, where the Dothraki instructor, Vittorio Grey, was always waiting. Years of relentless discipline and training had already pushed Euron's physical strength far beyond his peers. The agile water-dancing techniques of Bravus, once his focus, now seemed too light for his growing power. In contrast, the Dothraki fighting style taught by Vittorio, a blend of wild prairie agility, explosive, fire-like offense, and unpredictable rhythms, better suited Euron's brute strength and the wildness deep in his heart. More importantly, Euron was determined to conquer another vital skill, horsemanship. When it came to understanding and controlling these great creatures, no people surpassed the Dothraki. They were born in the saddle, man and horse were almost one. And Euron's mount, Falulu, needed a master who could truly achieve that unity. Thus, Vittorio Grey was not just his combat instructor, but his only bridge to mastering elite horsemanship. Amidst the salty wind and flying dust, Euron painstakingly learned to communicate with his warhorse, to channel its momentum into a killing blow, all to seize the initiative on the wider battlefields to come. After lunch, when the glare on the water became harsh, Euron would walk alone to the shore and untie the mooring rope of his light skiff. Without a word needed, Lisa would follow. The oars cut through the calm water, carrying them away from the noise of pike, back to his lonely island of solitude. The island rose from the sea like a jagged black tooth, and the desolate ghost tower standing at its center was the sharpest point of that fang. Legends claimed ancient wraiths haunted this place, but Euron treated them with disdain. In fact, he welcomed any ghosts, they would just be soul food for the unspeakable power of the soul fruit deep within him. Besides, he was constantly accompanied by two figures, Gwendolen, the Red Priestess of Arhilla in her crimson robes, whose very existence was like a burning fire, and Evelyn, the Shadowbinder shrouded in eternal darkness. If there were real ghosts here, they would likely flee in terror from these two. The ghost tower had been thoroughly cleaned, stripped of years of dust and cobwebs, yet it retained a cold emptiness. The four-story tower was now home to only 10 people, making every footstep echo lonely and clear against the stone walls. These 10 were, the Master, Euron, his secretary, Lisa, the Red Priestess Gwendolen, the Shadowbinder Evelyn, the loyal but terrifying-looking guard Cleft-Jaw Dagmar, Dagmar's son Lloyd, who was in his prime, Dagmar's silent, resilient rock wife, and his 2 salt wives. The last resident was the newly joined, perpetually pale Maester Qyburn. Dagmar had moved his entire family to serve. His rock wife and salt wives handled all the chores in the tower: laundry, cooking, cleaning, maintaining a rough but orderly life in the cold stone structure. His son Lloyd took on all the heavy labor requiring strength, chopping wood, repairs, moving goods. Here, no one was redundant. As for the new Maester, Qyburn, he had purely looked for trouble himself. Deep within the citadel, amidst the scent of ancient scrolls and 1,000 herbs, Maester Qyburn's thirst for knowledge had quietly deviated into shadows no one else dared explore. He started with a pure obsession for healing, but driven by a compulsion to unlock the mysteries of life, his research unknowingly slipped into a dangerous abyss, a horrific field combining traditional medicine with forbidden blood magic and even older dark rituals. This research required fresh bodies, specifically materials hovering on the edge of life and death. However, Qyburn was fundamentally a scholar with no combat ability. His remaining conscience prevented him from harming innocents, and he had no stomach for murder. All he could do was creep out in the dead of night like a scavenging vulture, tremblingly searching for unclaimed corpses. It was hard work, and the materials rarely met his experimental standards. When news reached the citadel that the Arbor was about to go to war with the Iron Islands, Qyburn agonized between fear and desire. In the end, his greedy hunger for knowledge won out. He gritted his teeth, braved immense risks, crossed the sea, and infiltrated the island destined for war, death, and sorrow. On the night the war began, just as he was dragging a relatively fresh soldier's body into a sack, torchlight suddenly flared, illuminating his pale, terrified face. A patrol of iron-born soldiers caught him red-handed, blades instantly pressing against his thin neck. He was roughly dragged before Euron Greyjoy. To Qyburn's surprise, the Ironborn leader, famous for his ruthlessness, didn't execute him after a brief interrogation. Instead, Euron's eyes revealed a playful interest, as if he had found a rare treasure. Euron mused to himself, there aren't many maesters whose names I know, but Qyburn is one of the most familiar. And fate delivered him right to my doorstep. This is destiny. He is destined to be my slave, no, my maester. A man who dares to dig for truth in a mountain of corpses, might be more useful than 10 ordinary maesters. Euron's voice betrayed no emotion, yet it decided Qyburn's fate. He spared Qyburn's life. Of course, this mercy wasn't free. Qyburn quickly understood that his life no longer belonged to himself, it belonged entirely to Euron Greyjoy. He had to use his lifetime of learning, his forbidden research, and his everything to repay this debt of life. A bond stronger than chains now tied him tightly to the shadows of the Iron Islands. But when he saw the Red Priestess and the Shadowbinder, Qyburn felt that even being a slave to this man might not be so bad after all. When night fell and the lonely island returned to silence, accompanied only by waves and wind, those unspeakable experiments quietly took place in the dim lighthouse or deep-sea caves. Any ominous red light or twisted shadows that leaked out were swallowed by the boundless roar of the sea. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, After the War. Outside the window, the moonlight cast a cold glow on the calm sea, as if the feast of blood and flesh that had just taken place was merely a hallucination. On the desk lay a slightly yellowed sheet of parchment. Beside it sat a bottle of dark purple ink rumored to be made from the ink sac of a deep-sea kraken mixed with wine, giving the words written with it a strange, faint fragrance. He had promised in Lannisport to write to his fiancée, Ashura Dane, but had never found the time. Now that things had quieted down, he finally had a moment of leisure. Euron Greyjoy picked up his quill. The nib paused briefly in the air before descending. His handwriting was elegant yet sharp, mirroring his own temperament. To Ashura. The sea wind blows past the towers of Pike once again, yet it always reminds me of a chill different from that of Lannisport. Since we last parted, though these days have been busy, there are always moments when I recall the faint light reflected in your eyes as you read. I promised to write to you, but war rose suddenly, and the sea lanes became chaotic. Only today have I found a moment of peace to put my promise to ink. You must have heard about the events on the arbor. I did not wish to stir up this storm, but once the iron ships set sail, there was only forward. Balon led the fleet in a frontal assault, while I was ordered to infiltrate the inner harbor to deal with wildfire that should never have been on the arbor. When the flames rose, iron and blood flew across the sea. Though I did not wish to see such a sight, it had to be done. We did not harm the civilians, nor did we burn the city. We only took away several winemakers and their craft. Perhaps one day, you and I can share a fine vintage that originated from the arbor but was born in the Iron Islands. War is not my desire, but as a Greyjoy, for the glory of my house and the Iron Islands, there was no other choice. The salt of the sea will eventually wash away the scent of blood and fire, leaving only one thought as clear as before. On the day we parted, you said you wished me safe voyages. Now that the winds and waves sing a temporary lullaby, I hope the warm sea breeze of Starfall will still carry my greetings to you. Awaiting your reply. Euron Greyjoy, written at night while moored at Pike. He set down the quill, not rushing to seal the letter. His gaze swept over the words again, checking the grammar. Finally, he took a small block of wax, melted it over a candle, and let it drip onto the rolled parchment. He pressed his seal down the golden kraken of House Greyjoy. In the deep halls of Casterly Rock, the golden stone swallowed any excess echoes, leaving only the crackle of burning logs in the hearth clearly audible. Lord Tywin Lannister sat behind a massive desk carved in the shape of a lion's head, looking like another lion statue carved from gold ore. Between his pale fingers, he held a document delivered by a citadel raven, stamped with grey wax. He read it extremely slowly, as if weighing every word on a cold scale. After a long time, he placed the parchment gently on the smooth desk surface, his low voice breaking the silence. "The Citadel has named that battle the Battle of the Arbor," he began, his tone steady as if stating a mundane administrative matter, but his next words froze the air. "Euron Greyjoy. Bold and knowledgeable. Quellen's son. You've met him." He didn't offer effusive praise, but that brief comment coming from his mouth was a rare acknowledgement. He waved his hand, and an attendant passed the document to his children in turn. Cersei Lannister took it first. She quickly scanned the text describing the naval battle, the wildfire, and the stratagems. Her golden eyebrows raised in disdain, as if she smelled something unpleasant. "Just a pirate raid," she tossed the document aside scornfully, her voice like clinking shards of ice. "Hiding in the fog to set fires, taking hostages, these are savage iron-born tricks. There is no honor in it. The Greyjoys will always be bandits of the sea." Jaime Lannister picked up the document next. He read faster, his eyes lingering on the descriptions of the battlefield details. When he read how Euron personally led a squad to storm the walls and capture Lord Adrian Redwine, a trace of genuine admiration mixed into his signature lazy smile. "Honor? He isn't a knight," Jaime chuckled, feeling a warrior's resonance. "Besides, this is war. His courage to penetrate behind enemy lines and storm the walls against superior numbers to capture the commander isn't fake. The guy has guts worth a whole fleet." He handed the document off, his eyes still holding the imagination of that fierce battle. Finally, it was Tyrion Lannister's turn. He held the document with both hands, reading the slowest and most carefully. As his eyes moved over the paragraphs detailing the pre-planned layout, infiltration, and the attack during the chaos of the wildfire explosion, his small eyes shone with an unusually bright light. He savored almost every word, as if tasting the best Dornish red. "Guts? Jaime, that's just his cheapest decoration." Tyrion finally looked up, his voice full of genuine awe. "Look at how he did it. He used everyone's assumptions against them. He knew the Redwines would be wary of a frontal assault by the Iron Fleet, so he used the most unlikely thing, wildfire, to draw all attention, while the real killing blow came from underground and behind. This isn't savagery. This is intelligence. Brilliant intelligence." However, Tyrion was puzzled by some details and speculated, wildfire from King's Landing exploding on the Arbor, and a King's Guard, Sir Harlan Grandison, dying in the blast? The document says, Sir Harlan acted unauthorized to transport wildfire to the Arbor. Without orders from King's Landing, such a thing is impossible. Lord Tywin's gaze slowly swept over his three children and their vastly different reactions. Finally, he spoke again. His voice still held no ripple of emotion, yet it set the final tone for the discussion. Jaime saw courage. Tyrion saw wisdom. As for my beautiful daughter, she saw only air. He concluded, his gaze returning to the scroll as if staring out at a distant sea. But what truly makes this victory valuable is the handling of the aftermath. Not killing surrendered soldiers, not burning the city, keeping his word on ransom and hostages, and even taking artisans and scholars. He turned a pirate act that could have invited the condemnation of the Seven Kingdoms into an unimpeachable military victory that the Iron Islands can publicly boast about. That is the most sophisticated handling of all. He didn't just win the war, Lord Tywin said finally, his tone indiscernible between appreciation and wariness. He won everything there was to take, yet left others with little room for immediate retaliation. Quellen's eldest son might be a warmer, but this one is a poisoned dagger. Interesting. The sun baked the gardens of Sun's Pear, and the air was thick with the scent of desert heat and spicy peppers. Prince Oberyn Martell the Red Viper lounged lazily on silk cushions, a scroll from the citadel held between his slender fingers. He scanned the text describing the flames of the Arbor and the details of the naval battle carelessly. First, his lips pressed into a thin line, then curled uncontrollably upward, finally dissolving into a low, magnetic laughter that echoed through the lush garden, startling a few brightly colored birds. "Oh, my dear Ariane," he shook his head as if speaking to his absent niece, his tone full of teasing and undisguised mockery. "Look at this. Take a good look at the ironborn squid you turned your nose up at. Look at the great deeds he has done now." He stood up, pacing like an elegant sand panther, the parchment swaying dismissively in his hand. "Back then, you despised him for being unremarkable, nothing more. You thought, how could a princess of Dorne stoop to marry the son of a pirate?" His laughter rang out again. "But now? Look at how he played the arbor like a fiddle. How he used wits and fire to send one of the strongest fleets in the Seven Kingdoms to the bottom of the sea. How he calmly took everything worth taking after the war, not just gold, but the future. He is now the most terrifying and eye-catching falcon in the sky above these seas." He walked to the colonnade, gazing out at the shimmering sea, his tone becoming sharp and mocking. "And now, my dear niece, I fear it isn't that you look down on him, it is that you, and the dowry of Dorne you represent, likely appear insignificant in his eyes. You missed the strongest wind. Now, you are no longer worthy of him. He just won a war, and he wasn't even the commander." Ariane Martell snorted coldly. "Even if he is a gilded kraken, I don't care. There are plenty of men." Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Soul Fruit Empowerment. After the Battle of the Arbor, the cold, eerie energy of the soul fruit surged within Euron's body, finally coalescing into a clear number. Soul points, 3,280. Euron now understood that the mystery of soul points lay not in the quantity of lives taken, but in the strength of their souls. Sometimes, a seemingly ordinary deceased person could offer a brilliant radiance worth 15 points, while a strong warrior's soul might yield only a meager flicker of 3 points. Soul strength had no correlation with physical prowess or visible intellect, it concerned a deeper, more essential, yet elusive quality. However, Euron had no intention of delving too deeply into the metaphysics. He was not a scholar of souls, but a harvester of power. What truly concerned him was what nutrients these points could buy, and when the next war would erupt to bring him more points and profit. Euron stared at the small cluster of flame hovering above his palm. It was barely the size of 2 thumbnails, flickering unsteadily, yet it contained a nascent, pure elemental energy. This was the tiny elemental life form he had previously created using the eerie power of the soul fruit. Without hesitation, with a slight shift of will, the massive amount of soul points harvested from the Battle of the Arbor began to pour into it like a floodgate opening. The points were consumed rapidly, the numbers dropping sharply. A full 1,000 soul energy points transformed into invisible nutrients, greedily devoured by the tiny flame. The effect was immediate. The flame shrank inward violently, then suddenly expanded. When it stabilized, it was the size of a ping-pong ball, burning more steadily and brightly. Its light and heat made the shadows in the secret chamber dance, and the air around it began to distort slightly. Euron's gaze remained calm as he continued the infusion. Another 1,000 soul points vanished. This time, the flame's volume didn't increase significantly, but the color of its core shifted from orange-red to a near-blinding incandescent white. The temperature it emitted spiked dramatically. Waves of heat washed over him, and the stone floor beneath his feet began to feel hot, as if a miniature sun had been compressed into the room. The 3,000 soul points merged into the flame. This time, the change was more subtle. The flame's size grew only slightly, but its movement underwent a qualitative leap. It was no longer just burning, it was skipping and spinning lightly on Euron's fingertips. It seemed to possess the simplest form of consciousness, conveying a confused but pure sense of joy, like a newborn expressing delight to its creator. At this point, only 280 soul points remained. Euron keenly sensed that investing more into this flame would yield diminishing returns for now. He decisively stopped the infusion. However, he didn't save the remaining points. Instead, he channeled 200 soul points through the forbidden power of the soul fruit, the power that bridges life and death and shapes souls, directing it toward empty space. Energy gathered, twisted, and transmuted. Gradually, a pitch-black thundercloud, smaller than a palm, coalesced above his other hand. Inside the cloud, tiny black electric snakes darted silently, emitting a dull, dangerous, and oppressive aura distinctly different from the searing heat of the fire. Another newborn elemental life was born here, Thundercloud, Thor. The soul fruit could create all kinds of elemental lives, but Euron chose fire and Thundercloud. In the world of One Piece, one of the 4 emperors who possessed this fruit, Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, created 2 primary homies, Prometheus, fire, and Zeus, Thundercloud. Euron had seen their power, so creating these 2 elemental lives was the safest bet. The newly born black thundercloud rolled silently in the corner. Occasionally, tiny electric snakes flickered within the clouds, still too weak to be of much use. On the other side, the fire elemental that Euron had fed with a full 3,000 soul points, named Apollo, had grown strong enough over the past few days to become a terrifying support in battle. Euron stood in the courtyard. With a thought, Apollo happily leaped onto the blade of the sword in his hand. In an instant, the cold steel was wrapped in incandescent white flames. As the blade sliced through the air, it carried a scorching wave of heat. Every strike not only delivered incredible force but also scattered sparks capable of igniting everything around. Every parry forced the opponent to not only withstand the brute force of the clash but also endure the searing heat. He opened his palm, and Apollo obediently hovered above it. At his will, it suddenly spat out a concentrated tongue of fire. The temperature was extremely high, enough to ignite leather and wood instantly, or scorch flesh and bone. He could also throw it like a stone. The fireball would accurately hit a distant wooden target and explode with a boom, turning into a massive ball of fire that scattered shrapnel with devastating power. The most difficult application was short-term possession. Currently, he could barely make the flame wrap around one of his arms, turning it into a blazing arm of fire. A punch delivered both physical impact and burning damage, but the energy consumption was huge and difficult to sustain. To further excavate its potential, Euron summoned the Red Priestess Gwendolen and the Shadowbinder Evelyn. He demonstrated Apollo's various forms in front of them without reservation, then turned his gaze to these 2 experts in energy manipulation. "Gwendolen," he began, the flame dancing on his fingertip, reflecting in his deep eyes. "Your Lord of Light commands fire like breathing. And you, Evelyn, the essence of your shadow play is also energy transformation." He manipulated Apollo to perform intricate movements. "Tell me, what are your insights on it? How can I more effectively integrate it into the art of killing?" Red Priestess Gwendolen stared at the flame skipping happily on Euron's fingertip, obedient as a limb. In her eyes, usually filled only with devout fervor for Arhillar, the Lord of Light, appeared a look of near-shocked confusion and awe for the first time. This is no ordinary fire," her voice was slightly hoarse with amazement. "Nor is it the sacred flame my lord grants to his believers. Arhillar's fire requires faith and prayer as fuel, it is a manifestation of divine power. But this..." She watched the flame split nimbly into 2 streams and merge back into one. "It seems to be a newborn spirit of fire itself, an elemental servant with simple consciousness. My lord, you are not manipulating fire, you are commanding a living flame. This is unheard of even in the records of Asai." She stepped forward, her fingertip tentatively approaching to feel the pure heat, her tone becoming increasingly fervent and reverent. "My suggestion is to nourish it, as one nourishes a child. Perhaps try letting it consume different fuels, special oils, magical woods, or even powerful blood to observe if it grows or changes differently. At the same time, my lord, you might try connecting your will more deeply with it. Not commanding, but guiding. Let it understand your killing intent and tactics, so it becomes a true extension of you on the battlefield." On the other side, the aura around Shadowbinder Evelyn seemed to grow darker and more obscure, as if her own shadows were shying away from the flame's light. Her face was hidden deep under her hood, silent, but that silence radiated an intensely focused scrutiny. After a long time, she spoke. Her voice was low and silky, carrying a dissecting coolness. Fascinating. This breaks common logic. In Asai, we peel away shadows and weave illusions, but to endow an element with basic consciousness, this is power bordering on the domain of a creator. She seemed to see through to more of its essence. Its current form may be far from its endpoint. Her suggestion was stranger and more dangerous. Heat and light are its appearance, but also its shackles. Since it possesses the rudiments of consciousness, why not let it learn stealth? I can try to inject a trace of shadow essence into its core, not to extinguish it, but to teach it to hide its light and heat when needed. To become a silent dark fire that invades the enemy's body before erupting. Or teach it to split. Even the tiniest spark could parasitize a living organism, burning slowly from the inside out. That would be a source of fear that truly cannot be extinguished. Two women from mysterious lands offered two completely different paths, one leaning toward sacred nourishment and communion, the other toward eerie modification and assassination. Euron nodded, indicating that every path was worth trying. He recalled that Big Mom's fire, Prometheus, also needed to eat fire. I wonder if dragon fire would make it stronger? I look forward to finding out. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The One Piece System 10 consecutive draws. This campaign had been incredibly fruitful for Euron. Beyond the massive harvest of soul points, he had also accumulated a significant amount of system points. Total points, 7,120. A portion of these came from exploration. His longship had pierced the mists of the Whispering Sound, skirted the shadow of the citadel in Old Town, navigated the perimeter of 3 towers, crossed the perilous Redwine Straits, and finally landed on the ancient stone steps of Mermaid's Palace to reach the arbor. Every step into unknown territory was invisibly recorded and rewarded. Another portion came from slaughter. From the covered landing at the Siren's Nest to infiltrating the castle and storming the walls, although Euron wasn't bloodthirsty by nature, his blade had calmly and efficiently ended over 20 lives. Every kill yielded generous points from the system, far more than merely defeating an opponent. Even an ordinary soldier provided between 50 to 80 points. Finally, the largest chunk came from victory itself. The brilliant achievement of overturning the arbor and crushing the Redwine fleet brought him a massive one-time reward of 5,000 points. With enough points accumulated, it was time for the much-anticipated summoning. With the thought, 10 draws completed instantly. A flood of strange and fantastical items rushed into his perception. One skill, Chinjao's drill headbutt, Iron Head Kung Fu, LV1. A sensation of condensed, hardened power flowed into his consciousness, as if his skull could become a battering ram capable of breaking city gates. Euron touched his forehead. Thankfully, it hadn't turned pointy like Don Chinjao's, it just felt incredibly hard. As for exactly how heavy a blow or how sharp a blade it could withstand, unknown. And Euron had no desire to test catching a sword with his head. To Pet, Sea King, Lord of the Coast. Yes, that Sea King. The one that bit off the left arm of red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. It was a massive, hideous creature resembling a giant moray eel, with red eyes and blue fins. It was irritable, prone to frenzy, and when enraged, its pupils narrowed like a cat's and filled with blood. In terms of strength among sea kings, it was considered weak, insignificantly so. Why it managed to bite off an emperor's arm remained a mystery, or at least Euron didn't know the reason. Maybe it just thought a one-armed redhead looked cooler. Appearing as a pet, it was bound to obey Euron's commands and could not harm him. When summoned, it appeared inside a transparent bubble. Euron tossed the bubble into the sea, and it instantly expanded into the massive, thrashing beast. Euron ordered it to patrol only the waters around this island and to come immediately when summoned. It was also forbidden to harm anyone without his command. Euron, with a touch of dark humor, named it Redbreaker, in memory of the red hair it famously severed. Sea kings possessed high intelligence. While it didn't understand the joke, it understood the name. It nodded its massive head and dove into the depths. No more rowing back and forth to pike. Redbreaker will make an excellent ferryman. 3 skill, Jiaogong Dao, leg Kung Fu Blue Gilly's high-flying leg. Blue Gilly, a member of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet from the Dressrosa arc modeled after the signature moves of a certain martial artist, this skill allowed for 3 lightning-fast kicks in the blink of an eye. 4 skill, Santoriu, 3-sword style. Biting a sword in the mouth, it looked stupid just thinking about it. Anyone who watched One Piece knew whose signature move this was. Euron frowned. The probability of this being useless to him was high. 5 skill, Dragon-slaying strike. Source, Shimotsuki Ryama, the legendary great swordsman from Wano country's Land of Gold era, who remained undefeated his entire life. He was the legendary dragon-slaying samurai, worshipped as the sword god for killing a dragon to save a town. The skill was an extremely condensed intent of slashing, containing the resolve and sharpness to cut through massive objects. Using it consumed a significant amount of stamina. The more stamina used, the greater the power. Euron wondered if this skill could truly slay a dragon in this world. 6 skill, Hanada Sancho, Yahazugiri, 3-verse humming, arrow notch slash. The signature move of Soul King Brook, musician of the Straw Hats. A high-speed draw technique where the cut is felt only after the blade is sheathed. 7 item, Road Poneglyph 1. The phantom of a heavy, cold red stone block floated in his consciousness, carved with ancient text pointing to a coordinate that hid a world-shaking secret. This was the first piece of the puzzle. There are 4 road poneglyphs in total. Each records a specific location. When all 4 locations are known and linked on a map, the intersection reveals the path to the final treasure One Piece. 8 food, flying fish sashimi. A plate of incredibly fresh sashimi that looked as if it were still twitching. 9 flintlock pistol. Caliber, 17.3 mm length, 1210 mm weight, 4.6 kg. Bullet weight, 21.3 grams. Effective range, 200 m. Max range, 500 m. Accuracy, 30% at 100 m, 60% at 50 m, 90% at 20 m. Note, this gun comes with, and only with, 1 single bullet. 10 skill, Odin Nitoryu, Odin 2-sword style, LV1. Source, Kojiki Odin. Daimyo of Kuri in Wano, former heir to the shogunate, son of Shogun Kojiki Sukiyaki. He sailed with the Whitebeard pirates as the 2nd Division commander, later joined Gold Rogers' crew, and reached Laugh Tale. Upon returning, he sought to open Wano's borders but was executed by Kaido. He wielded the Mito Aim no Habakuri and Inma. Even a prime Whitebeard considered young Odin a formidable opponent. A wild, unbridled essence of dual-wielding swordsmanship carrying the power to split mountains and seas flowed into Euron's mind like molten lava. This wasn't a simple overlap with his existing Nitoryu, 2-sword style. It was a deeper inheritance and enlightenment, stamped with a powerful personal signature. Just as swordsmanship is the general outline of using a blade, specific styles like Hwashan swordplay, perilous and unique, or Wudang swordplay, circular and continuous, derive from it. Each school embodies the founder's unique understanding of the weapon, combat, and the world, resulting in distinct moves and intents. The Odin Nitoryu flooding Euron's mind was exactly that. It wasn't just the technique of holding 2 swords, it was soaked in the heroic, domineering, yet all-encompassing soul of Kojiki Odin. Every slash was not just an exertion of strength, but a condensation of Odin's life experience. His original Nitoryu was the foundation, the universal law. Odin Nitoryu was a magnificent, powerful palace built upon that foundation. He needed time to digest and fuse this wild, foreign philosophy into his own power system, to carve out his own path in this world of ice and fire. Upgrade costs. Odin Nitoriu LV1 LV2 requires 2000 points. Odin Nitoriu LV2 LV3 requires 4000 points. Euron had 6120 points remaining. He upgraded immediately. The points bottomed out instantly, leaving him with a paltry 120 points. 10 draws. Abilities, pets, weapons, secret treasures. Euron's consciousness swept over these gains. Useful, useless, powerful, strange, they all sank into his inventory, waiting for the moment they would be needed. The stage of the world was quietly changing, and the chips in his hand had just increased significantly. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, The Iron Islands Iron and Wine. The first batch of curved sabers from Iron Smoke Island was finally ready. In the dimly lit workshop, where the heat of the charcoal fires still lingered, Euron Greyjoy casually picked up a new blade. The curve of the blade flowed like a wave, reflecting the cold scrutiny in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the edge sliced through the air with a faint hiss, chopping down onto an old iron sword resting nearby. With a crisp clang, the old sword snapped cleanly in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. "Not bad," Euron commented faintly, his fingertip lightly tracing the spine of the blade, feeling the toughness and sharpness that far exceeded the current craftsmanship of the Iron Islands. Euron handed the saber to Vittorio Grey, who stood beside him. The formercal took the curved blade, his rough fingers caressing every curve in the Dothraki manner, weighing its balance. He then walked outside and delivered a sudden, horizontal slash at an upright wooden stake. A flash of steel, and the stake separated soundlessly into two pieces, the top half sliding off to the side. Vittorio turned around, his usually stern face showing a look of near shock. "This blade," he said in heavily accented common tongue, his voice husky with excitement, "is better, faster, tougher, and thirstier for blood than the Iraqs currently used on the grasslands." His endorsement was the ultimate validation for these new weapons. Since the superiority of the blades was confirmed, Euron's plan moved forward immediately. He summoned his uncle, Balf Greyjoy, who had travelled with him across the Dothraki Sea and witnessed the vastness of the grasslands. "You know the language of the Horse Lords, and you've seen their cows," Euron ordered. "You will lead a team. Take the best longship, load this batch of new blades, and sail for the grasslands. Our goal is clear: trade blades for horses. As many as possible. Trading precious steel for horses that were almost useless to Icelanders." This deal confused both King Quellan and Balon. "Horses?" Balon frowned in the council chamber, his tone full of disbelief. "What use do we have for so many horses? Are we going to charge across the reefs?" King Quellan didn't speak, but his deep gaze held the same question. Facing the skepticism of his father and brother, Euron remained composed. "Horses are indeed useless for us living on these islands," he admitted, then pivoted. "But to the lords and knights of Westeros, they are symbols of war, glory, and status. They are hard currency that never devaluates. We can sell as many as we get, and the price will never be low." He paused, a deeper calculation flashing in his eyes. "Besides, who can say what the future holds? Perhaps one day, the sons of the Iron Islands won't just ride the waves, but will need to gallop across broader lands. Stockpiling quality war horses now will never be a losing deal." Though the explanation didn't fully erase their doubts, the argument that it was never a losing deal was persuasive enough. King Quellan slowly nodded, and Balon ceased his objections. Euron smiled and turned to Vittorio. "This time, you go back to the grasslands with Balf. I remember your son is still in Bravos with his mother. Pick them up on the way back to the Iron Islands. Only by being taught at his father's side can he grow into a true man." Vittorio was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." And so, a longship laden with newly forged curved blades raised its sails under Balf's command, heading for the distant eastern grasslands, toward unknown trade and destiny. The smoke of the Battle of the Arbor had not yet fully cleared, but Euron Greyjoy's plunder had already precisely severed Highgarden's proudest lifeline. Euron had directed his Ironborn to sift through the populace like panning for gold. He rounded up every key figure involved in winemaking on the Arbor, from the masters controlling fermentation secrets to the skilled hands regulating cellar temperatures, and the overseers grading the vintages. Almost every soul critical to the process was bound and stuffed onto the longships, scooped up and taken back to the Iron Islands. When Lord Adrian Redwyne and his sister, the famously shrewd and tough Queen of Thorns Lady Olenna, dragged their weary bodies back to their homeland and saw the ravaged vineyards with precious vines torn up by the roots, they were so angry their hands went cold and their bodies trembled. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. They soon discovered that far worse than losing the vines was the disappearance of every master winemaker who possessed the knowledge to turn grapes into gold. In an instant, rage and panic seized the siblings. They furiously wrote to Pike, demanding the return of these technical prisoners in the harshest terms, while simultaneously sending ravens to the Iron Throne with a string of bloody complaints. However, the reply from Pike was a cold, arrogant phrase: battle casualties. All losses were blamed on the cruelty of war. Return the people? Impossible. But the messenger added a stinging postscript: perhaps in time, the Iron Islands might consider selling Arbor wine back to House Redwyne. This was rubbing salt in the wound. The rise of House Redwyne began with Gilbert of the Vines, who brought the art of winemaking to this land and forged a golden legend. But as his descendants were ennobled, they gradually distanced themselves from the scent of soil and the dampness of oak barrels. All knowledge and details of brewing were handed over to these families of artisans cultivated over generations. A noble certainly wouldn't brew wine with his own hands, that would be too damaging to his dignity. Now, they were paying the price for that dignity. Today, these living treasures had been uprooted and stolen, and even the scrolls recording ancient recipes and techniques had been swept away. The only old maester who might have reconstructed parts of the process from memory washed up on the shore days later, a bloated, pale corpse. His death, naturally, was also attributed to battle casualties. Standing before the empty, silent wine cellars, looking out at the barren vineyards, Lord Adrian felt a bone-deep powerlessness and confusion for the first time. They held noble titles and vast lands, yet they had lost the Midas touch. They could only watch helplessly as the source of their family's century-old glory dried up completely. Euron had no interest in the wailing or curses of House Redwyne. His gaze was locked only on the future. The winemaking masters he had uprooted from the Arbor needed to take root again among the rocks of the Iron Islands, to flow with golden liquid as soon as possible and create the value they were owed. All personnel related to winemaking were concentrated on a carefully selected uninhabited island. Just as he had settled the smiths on Iron Smoke Island, Euron named this place Iron Fragrance Island. The name carried the cold brand of the Ironborn while hinting at the rich aroma soon to permeate the air. This island was given a singular mission: to become the wine cellar and wealth spring of the Iron Islands. Unlike the smiths, who were easier to control, these winemakers were mostly free folk of Westeros. If news of their forceful detention spread, it would give the Seven Kingdoms a pretext for action. Euron understood this game well, so his methods were more sophisticated. On the surface, he promised staggeringly high wages and generous supplies, even pledging to bring their families to the island for reunification, a policy of utmost appeasement. But in the shadows, absolute control never relaxed. The location of Iron Fragrance Island was carefully chosen. It sat in the center of the waters between Pike, Salt Cliff, and Great Wick, like a pebble guarded by three giant beasts. No unauthorized ship could approach these heavily monitored waters silently. The island was swarming with Euron's most loyal Ironborn confidants. They were both guards and jailers, their cold eyes constantly patrolling to ensure no one could escape, and no prying eyes could infiltrate. Artisans on the island had already built shelters and necessary living facilities for the winemakers. All brewing equipment from massive presses to rows of oak barrels had been transported and installed properly. The geography and soil of the Iron Islands meant they couldn't grow top-quality grapes, but grapes could be bought. In his earlier travels, Euron happened to know of several excellent vineyards across the narrow sea. 3 days ago, the first batch of premium grapes, urgently shipped from Bravus, finally arrived at the docks. As the deep purple juice began to flow, the rich scent of fruit began to weave with the salty sea breeze. From this once desolate island, now the secret workshop named Iron Fragrance Island, the aroma of new wine finally wafted out for the first time. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Greatest Ship, The Wrath of the Grey King. The coastline of the Iron Islands had never been this noisy. Under Euron Greyjoy's direction, a new shipyard of unprecedented scale had risen from the ground. The Iron Islands consisted of 31 islands, but only 7 main islands were inhabited: Pike, Great Wick, Old Wick, Harlaw, Salt Cliff, Black Tide, and Orkmont. There was also Lonely Light, but it was so far from the main cluster that it was often ignored, along with the 13 smaller islets surrounding it. The remaining 10 small islands were mostly uninhabited or used for grazing sheep. In recent years, Euron had successively developed Iron Smoke Island for forging weapons and armor, and Iron Fragrance Island for brewing wine. Most recently, he had claimed a barren island specifically for shipbuilding, naming it Iron Ship Island. Massive logs were shipped from the north, and smithies worked day and night to produce specialized iron nails and metal components. The air was thick with the scent of fresh timber, the pungent smell of tar, and the mix of sweat and sea breeze from the workers. What was being built here were no longer the slender, fast longships of the past used for raiding, but warships truly designed to conquer the ocean, ships with larger hulls, stronger structures, capable of carrying more warriors and heavy ballista. In the newly cleared, hidden dry dock at Pike, the noise was ceaseless. This was a great project destined to change the fate of the Iron Islands, building a colossal ship capable of dominating the narrow sea and even more distant waters, on a scale far exceeding the longships used by generations of Ironborn. Building such a leviathan was a massive and precise process. First came the crucial keel. It wasn't a single log, but composed of several century-old trees from the bitter cold north, tightly connected by complex mortise joints and reinforced iron fittings. Its length was staggering, forming the spine of the giant ship. Upon this foundation, craftsmen followed meticulously designed blueprints to fix sturdy oak ribs steamed and bent into shape like the skeleton of a giant beast, outlining the massive hull and the fluid lines that would soon cleave the waves. Countless thick oak planks were precisely fitted onto the ribs by skilled shipwrights using mallets and chisels. Layer upon layer, they used overlapping clinker construction to enhance the hull's strength. The gaps between planks were firmly caulked with hemp soaked in tar, and the entire exterior hull was repeatedly coated with a mixture of hot pitch and tar, forming a tough waterproof layer against seawater erosion and shipworms. The multi-deck structure began to emerge. The sturdy main deck, forecastle, and aft castle were erected. The interior was divided into massive cargo holds, water storage, crew quarters, and cabins. The aft castle was designed to be exceptionally tall, providing not only a superior command view but also ample interior space for a commander like Euron to plan strategy. Giant masts, requiring dozens of men to encircle, were painstakingly raised by capstans and manpower, deeply embedded into reinforced bases. Made of the finest pine, they were tall enough to pierce the clouds. Craftsmen rigged them with a complex system of ropes, pulleys, and yards, crisscrossing like the nerves and muscles of the giant ship. Enormous linen sails were hoisted, treated with special oils to increase toughness and water resistance. Their area was vast enough to catch the slightest breeze to drive this floating fortress. On both sides of the hull, gun ports were opened one by one, and heavy scorpions were fixed in place. These weapons would provide powerful ranged firepower. The prow was undergoing its final carving, soon to be shaped into a roaring kraken or some terrifying symbol of the Ironborn. Finally, massive iron anchors were brought aboard. Everything was ready. As the silhouette of the giant ship became clearer day by day, its massive shadow cast on the sea made every Ironborn who saw it shudder with a mix of pride and awe. This was no longer a speedboat for raiding, but a sea monster born for conquest and distant voyages. The future of the Iron Islands lay in the ocean, and the ocean would belong to the fleet that possessed such titans. This ship, taking shape in the secret dry dock of Pike, had a size far beyond the comprehension of any Ironborn. Even King Quellen's flagship, the Ironborn, which had once terrified the coastlines, looked like a toddler beside a giant when compared to this new Leviathan. It was more than 5 times the size. It would not only be the largest ship in the history of the Iron Islands, but even looking across the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, or the prosperous free cities across the narrow sea, no one had built a warship of this scale. Initially, King Quellen was quite dismissive of Euron's ambitious plan. In his traditional view of naval warfare, the Ironborn advantage lay in the speed and agility of the longships striking like a pack of wolves and vanishing quickly into the mist and reefs. "Why make the ship so big?" he had said coldly to Euron, standing on the slipway before the keel was laid. "The target is too large, turning is clumsy. It's a sitting duck in the reefs. We Ironborn rely on steel and courage, not piling up wood." He couldn't understand the strategic concept in Euron's mind that transcended the era. King Quellen had never seen the terrifying existence known as an aircraft carrier, a vessel that didn't rely on traditional ramming or boarding, but whose mere massive presence and infinite possibilities cast an unshakable shadow of fear in the enemy's heart, creating unparalleled strategic deterrence. What Euron pursued was exactly that. This giant ship was a mobile sea fortress and a declaration. Its very appearance was a display of power, enough to rewrite the rules of naval warfare and redefine the Iron Islands' place in the world. In the Iron Islands, building a standard longship capable of carrying 50 to 100 warriors was an instinct in the blood. A hull of 20 to 30 meters required only a dozen skilled craftsmen, 2 to 4 months, and about 1,500 gold dragons to launch. Even King Quellen's flagship, the invincible Ironborn, took only half a year and cost less than 3,000 gold dragons to become the pride of the Ironborn. However, the scale of the giant ship project Euron insisted on was shocking. This massive undertaking consumed nearly a year and mobilized over 300 of the most skilled shipwrights from across the Iron Islands, working day and night. Gold dragons flowed like water into timber, iron, tar, and rigging, with the final cost approaching 30,000 gold dragons, and that didn't even account for the massive labor cost. When this unprecedented sea monster finally completed all procedures and, guided by rolling logs and accompanied by a deafening roar and splashing waves, slowly slid into the sea, the entire shipyard fell into a brief, deathly silence. King Quellen stood on the dock, his beard and hair soaked by the mist, but he didn't notice. He simply tilted his head back, looking up at the towering hull that resembled a moving castle, the dense rows of firing ports, and the masts thick enough to require several men to embrace. The roaring kraken carved on the prow looked ready to devour men whole. Its shadow covered nearly half the dock. In this moment, all of Quellen's past doubts and disdain about agility, tradition, and the shocking cost were shattered by the sheer, overwhelming physical impact. He suddenly understood the power of the word his son had used: deterrence. The mindset of the king of the Iron Islands shifted with astonishing speed. From initial scorn, thinking it would be a clumsy, useless waste, to the shock of seeing it, feeling that every gold dragon had turned into an indestructible scale on this beast, to uncontrollable curiosity, personally boarding the ship and living on it for a 2-day inspection. A surging passion completely replaced all doubts. On the morning of the 3rd day, he summoned all his old subordinates who had followed the invincible Ironborn in countless battles, along with a large group of young Ironborn who had come running, eyes burning with envy. He directly ordered, "Set sail." This giant ship, named the Wrath of the Grey King, often referred to simply as the Wrath or by Euron as Silence in his own mind, by King Quellen, made its maiden voyage not to a battlefield, but on a parade around the Iron Islands. Like a moving black mountain, it sailed slowly and unstoppably past Pike, Great Wick, Old Wick, Harlaw, past the bays and harbours of every major island. King Quellan stood proudly atop the terrifying figurehead, his cloak billowing in the wind. He wasn't showing off wealth. He was displaying a brand new power capable of crushing the old era. He wanted every iron-born fisherman, warrior, or lord to open their eyes and see clearly what kind of astonishing, future-rewriting monster his son, Euron Greyjoy, had brought to the Iron Islands. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Iron Horse Island Horsemanship and Lances. While King Quellan was on his grand naval tour, showing off the might of his new flagship around the islands, Balf's fleet, dragging the fatigue of a long voyage, finally sailed back into the harbour of Pike. Before the ships had even steadied, high-pitched and anxious neighing erupted from the holds, mixing with the salty sea breeze and a strange, wild scent that belonged to the grasslands. Balf brought back 295 Dothraki steeds from across the narrow sea. These horses had thick bones, fluid muscle lines, high necks, and eyes burning with an untamable fire. Of the original 300, 5 had failed to survive the long, bumpy sea journey, collapsing on the decks with mournful cries due to seasickness and stress. This loss had vexed Balf for days. Each horse could sell for at least 200 gold dragons, and with a good buyer, maybe even 1,000. 5 horses. Balf felt like he had just lost an entire longship. The sudden influx of nearly 300 horses was a sweet but tricky problem for the Iron Islands, a place accustomed to longships and reefs. Soon, an uninhabited islet previously used only for grazing scrawny goats was cleared. It was renamed Iron Horse Island and became the new home for these spirits of the grassland. As news spread, any Ironborn curious about mastering these four-legged beasts was allowed to visit the island and try their hand. However, the one who came most often and trained the hardest was undoubtedly Euron Greyjoy himself. Every day, whenever his administrative duties allowed, people would see Euron riding his magnificent pure white warhorse, Falulu, on the white sand training grounds. On Iron Horse Island, the sea breeze still carried the taste of salt, but now it was mixed with the smell of fresh earth, horse sweat, and the dust of the training field. Euron temporarily transferred the Dothraki instructor, Vittorio Grey, from Pike to this island, entrusting him with an unprecedented mission, to turn Ironborn, masters of naval warfare, into elites capable of killing on horseback. Vittorio Grey stood on the sidelines, whip in hand. His deep gaze swept over the Ironborn attempting to tame the Dothraki steeds, his expression complex. These Icelanders, with salt water running in their veins, were clumsily trying to understand how to communicate with their mounts using knee pressure and subtle rein guidance, how to maintain balance while swinging a saber at full gallop, and even how to twist in the saddle to fire a bow. Watching these spirits from his homeland being ridden by strange riders, Vittorio felt 1,000 emotions turn in his heart, an indescribable mix of nostalgia and bitterness. Especially when he realized that his old injuries prevented him from ever riding freely again. That sense of powerlessness turned into burning liquor at night, leaving him drunk and senseless time and again. However, when daylight came and the numbness of alcohol faded, the strict instructor took over once more. When Vittorio saw the Ironborn swaying precariously in their saddles, some nearly thrown off by the spirited horses only to laugh it off as a joke, veins would bulge on his forehead. He would forget the broken common tongue he had just learned and roar curses in the most authentic, ferocious Dothraki, sounding like a lion on the plains, enough to make even the stubbornest warhorse flinch. But it was under this almost cruel supervision that the Ironborn's horsemanship improved at an astonishing speed. Their innate toughness and aggression were ignited. Soon, they went from wretched clumsiness to looking somewhat capable. Returning with the ship this time were Vittorio's son, Brooke, his wife Monica, and several hundred Dothraki children no taller than a wagon wheel. The cull they traded with had just defeated another tribe and taken many captives. He intended to sell them as slaves, but pleased with the quality of Balf's blades, he gave them as a bonus reward. These children were undoubtedly the most skilled riders. The blood of the grasslands coursed through them, and Brooke was exceptionally talented. But Vittorio was even stricter with them, his whip falling more often and harder. Euron himself was inseparable from his beloved horse, Falulu. Their coordination grew more refined by the day, seemingly reaching a state where man and horse were one. He even whimsically introduced training methods far ahead of this era's cavalry concepts, setting up obstacles for precision jumping, rattan rings for weaving through, and even demanding Falulu perform rhythmic, dance-like dressage steps on uneven ground. These fancy, precise requirements finally infuriated Vittorio Grey, who adhered to the wild, practical combat style of the grasslands. He exploded at Euron, roaring in a mix of Dothraki and broken common tongue, "This is turning war horses into monkeys for a show." Euron sought far more than just teaching Ironborn to charge. Obstacles and rings improved agility and obedience in complex terrain, while dressage movements, though lacking direct lethality, could enhance battlefield presence and control. Euron understood Vittorio's anger, so he listened calmly and accepted the criticism with humility, intending to experiment continuously later. In the end, Euron realized he had been somewhat idealistic. Those fancy drills were indeed more suited for equestrian competitions. They had some use, but were too time-consuming, and their utility in the brutal chaos of a battlefield was limited. Euron shook his head and laughed, calling it flashy battlefield ballet. He abandoned the impractical dressage training and switched to accepting Vittorio Grey's orthodox battlefield killing techniques. For the Ironborn, the most critical training was precision archery on horseback, stealthy maneuvering, mass charges, and coordinated cavalry tactics. These were the essentials of war. Beyond horsemanship and mounted combat, Euron specifically ordered a vast flat area on the island to be cleared. Fine white sand was shipped from afar and carefully laid to create a standard justing field, identical to those used by the knights of the mainland. The blazing sun poured onto the white sand arena of Iron Horse Island, baking every grain until it was scorching hot. The air distorted in the heat waves, the only clear image was the figure of a man and a horse repeating the cycle of charge and destruction in the center of the field. Euron's entire weight pressed into the saddle, his body leaning forward, perfectly synchronized with Falulu's galloping rhythm. The heavy lance, over 4 meters long, was held steady under his armpit, its tip aimed straight ahead. Static target training. It was a thick, human-shaped wooden target wrapped in iron sheets, with a fist-sized red circle painted over the heart. Euron's gaze locked onto that point like a hawk. The world around him blurred and faded, leaving only that red target. Falulu gathered speed, hooves pounding the ground heavily like war drums. 10 yards. 5 yards. Contact. Thwack. A short, dull, explosive sound rang out. The steel tip of the lance chiseled into the exact center of the red heart without a hair's breadth of error. The massive impact instantly dented and tore the iron sheet, sending wood chips blasting out from the back of the target. The entire dummy rocked violently backward, nearly ripped from its mount. Euron's arm and entire shoulder blade perfectly transmitted and absorbed the ferocious recoil. At the moment of impact, using the horse's forward momentum, he leaned back slightly and released his grip, letting the shattered wooden lance fly behind him, a standard and perfect technique for dissipating force. A squire quickly ran up, handing him a fresh lance. Next came dynamic target training. On one side of the field, an iron-clad wooden target was carried by 3 Ironborn on horseback, moving rapidly across the field in a crisscross pattern, simulating an enemy passing by in battle. Euron tapped the horse's belly lightly, and Falulu accelerated again. He had to calculate his own speed, the target's trajectory, and the optimal moment of impact simultaneously. His core muscles tightened to maintain absolute balance, the lance adjusting its angle minutely with the target's movement. In the split second of crossing paths. Boom! Another tooth-aching collision. The tip didn't hit the dead center but struck slightly forward, perfectly anticipating the target's movement. It pierced deep, spinning the moving target halfway around in mid-air, eliciting a groan of pain from the carriers. This ability to predict and hit a target in motion was the key differentiator between an ordinary rider and a top-tier knight. Sweat had long soaked his linen shirt, clinging to every muscle that ached and burned from extreme exertion. The sea breeze brought a brief chill, but it couldn't extinguish the cold fire in his eyes focused on ultimate mastery. He seemed tireless, driving Fululu to charge again and again. Broken lance shafts lay scattered behind him like bleached bones he had cut down. He was using this cruelest, most focused method to forcibly hammer the art of killing, which the mainland knights took such pride in, into the blood of the Ironborn. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, The Assassin. You sure you want to kill me in the sea? Euron Greyjoy's life followed a rhythm as precise as the tides. Every morning, he rowed across the sea to Pike to learn the administration of the Iron Islands alongside King Quellan in the Great Hall. In the afternoon, he practiced swordsmanship without fail. As the sun dipped west, he would appear on the white sands of Iron Horse Island, honing his horsemanship and mounted combat skills with his steed, Fululu. The whistling of his heavy lance piercing the air became the footnote of the dusk. After nightfall, he returned to his lonely, private island. Sometimes he discussed the secrets of fire with the Red Priestess Gwendolen, sometimes he studied the nature of shadows with the Shadowbinder Evelyn, and occasionally he stepped into Maester Qyburn's strange-smelling laboratory to examine research that skirted the edge of the forbidden. However, this evening, as he stepped onto the dock of his island, though the salty breeze and the familiar silhouette of the tower remained unchanged in the twilight, an indescribable sense of wrongness, like a cold spiderweb, quietly wrapped around the back of his neck. It was the feeling of being watched. It wasn't the island's residents he knew: Lisa's footsteps, Dagmar's rough voice, and even the unique energy fluctuations of the two sorceresses intimately. This was an external, unfamiliar, and extremely concealed gaze. It seemed ubiquitous yet untraceable, like a sea snake hiding in the cracks of a reef, waiting coldly and patiently. Euron didn't pause in his stride, his expression remaining calm, but his senses tightened instantly. His eyes seemingly swept casually over the mottled stone walls of the ghost tower, the swaying bushes, and the sea gradually swallowed by night. Euron's consciousness sank into that strange vision. Only he could see the One Piece System's holographic map slowly unfolded. The outline of the Iron Islands shimmered in the void, and a red dot representing an intruder was stubbornly pinned to his island. Something had infiltrated. It was hiding in an unknown corner, silently staring at his every move. Euron's mind sharpened, but on the surface, he remained unruffled, not even changing the rhythm of his breathing. Like the most seasoned hunter, he instantly concealed his aura, acting as if completely unaware of this sudden intrusion. He continued with his tasks, reading scrolls, polishing his blade, but all his senses were heightened to the extreme, spreading out silently like an invisible web. A casual turn, a glance out the window under false pretenses, he finally caught the anomaly. In the deep shadows cast by the courtyard colonnades, in the darkness of an abandoned window in a distant tower, there seemed to be a gaze always sticking to his back like a maggot in bone. The gaze wasn't constant, it appeared and disappeared, extremely cautious, but unable to fool Euron's intuition forged by countless crises. He could even faintly sense that the gaze held not just killing intent, but a cold, probing surveillance, as if trying to dissect all his secrets. This eerie peeping also alerted another resident. Shadowbinder Evelyn, a woman who lived with shadows and dark magic day and night, appeared silently like a ghost not far from Euron. Still shrouded in her heavy black robe and hood, her voice was so low it almost blended into the background sea wind, carrying a cold echo from the abyss. "My lord," she whispered, her gaze not on Euron but scanning the corners where light and shadow met. "The shadows are restless. Something that doesn't belong here, is watching. It is very careful, almost merging with the darkness." Her warning confirmed the system map's alert and his own senses. An invisible crisis had quietly arrived. Euron nodded. Yes, it should be a killer. A highly skilled one. A faceless man? He wondered silently. But it doesn't seem like one. Faceless men usually use their magical skin masks to infiltrate close to the target. This feels more like the style of a certain former companion of ours. Observe, hide, wait, strike once, and finally say to the corpse, I am so sorry. A sorrowful man. He lowered his head and smiled at the green-eyed shadowbinder Evelyn. He's probably here for me. But it doesn't matter. Pretend he doesn't exist for now. We carry on as normal. He will reveal himself. Shadowbinder Evelyn looked into Euron's confident eyes, nodded slightly, and silently vanished back into the shadows. For the next 2 days, the assassin maintained his observation, never making a move, presumably waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just as Euron was about to lose patience and have Evelyn drag him out, the assassin finally acted. The sun dipped low, dyeing the sea in a tapestry of molten gold and dark purple. Like every dusk after training, Euron stripped off his clothes stained with sweat and sand and walked alone into the cool sea water. This was his daily ritual, washing away exhaustion in the cold waves, letting his thoughts settle in the boundless tide. Like a fish returning to its source, he dove smoothly underwater, feeling the familiar embrace of the sea. However, today, a discordant impurity had mixed into his domain. The moment he went under, his superhuman underwater perception caught the anomaly. A patch of seaweed that should have drifted with the current had a trace of unnatural stiffness in its movement. A blurry shadow, concealing itself with a large sheepskin bladder, clung to the reef like poison, holding its breath in the deeper water. In the assassin's hand was a short blade with a blood groove, perfect for underwater assassination. He thought he had chosen the optimal ambush spot, exploiting the moment of human instinctual relaxation. But he made a fatal mistake. He had absolutely no idea what he was facing. For Euron, who carried the blood of the Grey King, the sea was not a barrier but a source of power. Underwater, his strength and agility far exceeded what he possessed on land. The current was his ally, not an obstacle. And the one thing he didn't lack was time. He could breathe freely underwater. The assassin's ambush appeared clumsy and slow underwater. The trajectory of the deadly short blade was as clear as a slow dance to Euron's senses. Stab, stab, stab. Euron didn't even need to use kami, paper art. Relying solely on his unparalleled aquatic nature, he dodged effortlessly. The assassin dove deeper to pursue, relying on his weapon, while Euron had nothing, no weapon, no breathing aid. Euron leaned back leisurely, smiling with ease, showing not a hint of panic. He sidestepped elegantly, the water seemingly pushing him out of the way of the fatal blow. Then, he punched out. The water formed a vortex in front of his fist, spiraling toward the assassin. Skill, Fishman Karate LV3. Fishman Karate LV3, condenses water elements to form a hard shockwave, dealing piercing physical damage to a single target, with a 1-second knockback and a 3-second water vortex control effect. The assassin's eyes widened in horror. His body spun uncontrollably, air bubbles gushing from his mouth in panic. He tried to struggle, adjusting his posture to attack again, but it was too late. Euron's arm shot out like a sea python, precisely seizing the assassin's wrist. With a slight exertion of force, the faint sound of bone dislocation was swallowed by the sea. The short blade slipped silently from his grip, sinking into the deep darkness. The assassin panicked completely. The sheepskin bladder he relied on for stealth was ripped away, and freezing brine instantly flooded his nose and mouth. He struggled desperately, but felt as if he were fighting the entire ocean. Euron's other hand clamped onto him like iron pincers, controlling him firmly and dragging him coldly toward the surface, neither letting him escape nor letting him drown immediately. Splash! Euron broke the surface, his other hand dragging the assassin, who was coughing violently and choking like a fish out of water. Moonlight illuminated Euron's expressionless face and the assassin's features, twisted by suffocation and terror. Euron threw the semi-conscious assassin onto the cold pebble beach, sea water streaming off their bodies. The assassin's fate had been sealed the moment he chose Euron as a target in the water. Now, what awaited him would be an interrogation far harsher than drowning. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, The Sorrowful Man. Victoria Daniels. In the bottom hall of the Ghost Tower, torches cast twisted shadows against the cold stone walls. The captured assassin was firmly chained to a chair. The black face covering had been roughly ripped away, revealing a face that surprised everyone, not the grim, hardened man they expected, but a young woman with a pure, almost childish appearance. Her figure was petite, and were it not for the lingering professional coldness and current terror in her eyes, she would have looked like any ordinary girl next door. Dagmar stood panting to the side, holding a whip soaked in brine. The lashing he had just delivered had failed to make the girl speak. Euron raised a hand to stop him. He stepped forward slowly, his cold gaze scraping across the girl's face like a scalpel. "A sorrowful man," he said in a low voice, instantly identifying her origin. The merchant guilds of Qarth truly live up to their reputation, able to train a woman so skilled in concealment. His tone was flat but carried chilling pressure. "But your organization won't come to save you. A failed assassination is merely a business expense to them. Your life, and the information you hold now, are your only value." He leaned in slightly. "Who hired you? Give me a name, and I'll make it quick." The girl bit her lip, remaining stubbornly silent. Euron straightened up and waved to Dagmar, putting on a show of terrifying menace. "Heat the flaying knife," he ordered, as casually as if asking for an extra dish at dinner. Then he turned to Shadowbinder Evelyn in the shadows. "If she's still breathing after being skinned, you have your new experimental material." Euron wasn't Ramsay Bolton, and he didn't possess the Bolton family's skill of flaying a whole human skin. The threat was merely to scare this young sorrowful man. Though terrified, the girl bit her lip harder, refusing to utter another word. What finally broke her psychological defense wasn't the whip or the threat of flaying. Euron signaled for her to be dragged into Maester Qyburn's laboratory. As the door opened, the strong scent of preservatives and blood rushed out. On a stone table lay a corpse, fully dissected. Qyburn, wearing blood-stained gloves, was focused on recording the properties of the organs as if they were merely tools to be studied. That cold, inhuman, emotionless academic scene was more soul-shaking than any direct torture. Watching the cold scalpel and the scholar's indifferent eyes, imagining herself becoming the next specimen, the girl's last line of defense collapsed completely. She screamed, tears mixing with the blood and grime on her face. "Cohor!" she shrieked. It was the Cohoric. Their merchant guild paid for it. She stammered out the reason. It turned out that Balf had successfully traded 50 high-quality curved blades for one horse with the Duthrak equal, a deal far superior to the Cohoric's previous offer of 20 inferior blades per horse. The enraged Cole, feeling he had been deceived by the Cohoric for years, led his tribe to the city of Qohor to demand massive compensation. The Cohoric suffered heavy losses. Upon investigation, they discovered that the top smiths who had disappeared some time ago had been recruited by Euron Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Euron was now forging weapons far superior to theirs, completely disrupting their business and bringing disaster upon them. The Qohor Merchant Guild harbored a deep grudge and spared no expense to hire a sorrowful man from Qarth, swearing to eliminate Euron, the root of their troubles. So it was trouble caused by the smiths and the saber trade. That makes perfect sense. The hall fell into a brief silence, broken only by the crackle of torches and the female assassin's heavy breathing. She tilted her head back and closed her eyes with an air of utter resignation. "I've told you everything. Kill me." Euron didn't respond immediately. He rubbed his chin, calculating lights flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke unexpectedly. "I don't necessarily have to kill you. Death is sometimes a waste. I could hire you to serve me." The assassin opened her eyes abruptly, filled with disbelief and humiliation. She almost screamed her rebuttal, "Don't even think about it. I would rather die than be your bed slave." Euron's lips curled into a mocking smile. His gaze deliberately swept over her flat chest, then glanced at the voluptuous red priestess Gwendolyn beside him. The comparison was self-evident. "You're overthinking it," he said, his tone flat but utterly humiliating. "I have very little interest in a body type like yours where the front looks just like the back." Before the assassin could explode again, Euron continued, "I traveled across the narrow sea and met one of your colleagues, also a sorrowful man. He accepted my employment and served me for 3 whole years. If he could do it, surely you can too." The assassin froze for a second, then blurted out subconsciously, "Caster Daniels." Her tone carried disbelief and suspicion. This time it was Euron's turn to be surprised. "Hey, you know him? He's extremely famous among the sorrowful men," the assassin said, her tone complex, mixing disdain with a strange familiarity. "Almost every sorrowful man knows his name." Euron raised an eyebrow. "I didn't realize Caster was so formidable. He has such a reputation." "He is a disgrace to the sorrowful men," the assassin interrupted excitedly, her voice filled with professional shame. "Zero professionalism. He does whatever he wants, acts more like a vagrant than an assassin. He was expelled from the guild long ago. Now, every new recruit uses him as a cautionary tale during training, warned never to tarnish the organization's reputation like he did." Euron was silent for a moment, digesting this information, then let out a low chuckle of understanding. "So that's how it is." The assassin turned her head away, her voice dropping lower, carrying an imperceptible tremor. "He is my brother. The world truly is small. Ha ha." Euron finally laughed out loud. This unexpected connection felt like fate, wonderfully strange. After laughing, he looked at the assassin again, his tone returning to its probing nature. "So, given this wonderful twist of fate, are you willing to accept my employment?" The assassin didn't answer immediately. After a silence, she asked, "If I refuse, will you kill me? If I release you, will you come back to kill me?" "No," she said decisively. "Then I probably won't kill you. You are just a pawn used by others, killing you or not doesn't make much difference. Besides," Euron shrugged, looking casual, "you are Caster Daniels' sister. I happen to know where he is. If I send someone to deliver you back to him safe and sound, well, he would owe me a significant favor. A favor from a former sorrowful man might come in handy someday." This exchange was harder for her to accept than death. Imagining facing the disgrace of her family, and having him owe a favor because of her failure, facing his endless mockery in the future. She jerked her head up. "I accept the employment," she said through gritted teeth, speaking fast as if afraid she would regret it. Euron paused slightly. "Oh? Changed your mind so quickly? Afraid to see your brother? Once you fail, you are no longer a sorrowful man." Her voice held a trace of loneliness but was unusually clear-headed. "I don't want to die, but I want even less to have anything to do with that disgraceful brother. Serving you, at least, sounds slightly more acceptable than the former." She added, "on the condition that you don't get any ideas about my body." "Little sister, don't flatter yourself. There are plenty of empty rooms, find one to sleep in." Euron smirked. He put his left arm around Red Priestess Gwendolyn and his right around Shadowbinder Evelyn, gave Victoria a look of disdain, and walked away. Before leaving the hall, he turned back. "By the way, since you've accepted my employment, you should at least tell me your name." The girl's tone was still angry, but she gave her name, Victoria Daniels. "Welcome, Victoria Daniels. You are now a member of this island," Euron called back, his voice fading as he walked away. Dagmar looked at the sudden new resident, an assassin who had just tried to kill his young master, with deep suspicion. Even though Euron had casually said she was recruited, Dagmar wasn't reassured at all. He warned, "I'll be watching you. If I see you doing anything wrong." Victoria sneered, showing no weakness. "Humph! You whipped me 28 times. I remember it clearly. Then you'd best remember it forever." Next time, it won't be a whip. Everyone dispersed, leaving the hall suddenly cold and quiet. Victoria found a corner to sit down. Though she was no longer a sorrowful man, she still wanted to reflect on the reasons for her failed assassination. Suddenly, she heard a soft, gentle voice. "Do you want to stay, and join the experiment?" Qyburn, the scrawny maester forgotten in the corner, held a knife and a saw in his hands. Before him lay the open corpse. On his pale face, he wore what he thought was his cutest, kindest smile. August. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, The 13 The Replacement Plan. Before the Battle of the Arbor, little birds from King's Landing occasionally flapped their wings over the bitter cold Iron Islands, gathering sporadic information, but they never amounted to much. However, since that naval battle shocked the Seven Kingdoms, everything quietly changed. On the docks of Pike, under the castle walls, in fishermen's taverns, and even around the remote salt pans, the number of seemingly insignificant beggars, urchins, and peddlers suddenly increased. Their eyes were shifty, their ears always pricked, permeating the texture of the Iron Islands as silently as growing moss. These abnormal movements did not escape Euron Greyjoy's eyes. He clearly sensed that the spider beneath the Red Keep had turned more of his attention to this previously overlooked northern archipelago. "Lisa, Victoria," Euron ordered in the quiet of the ghost tower. "The sparrows on the island seem a bit too noisy. Find out which ones are truly looking for food, and which ones are wearing collars, Varys's little birds." After the assassin Victoria Daniels failed to kill Euron and was subsequently hired, her first task was to assist Lisa in clearing out the little birds on the island. The Iron Islands harbor no idlers. Handmaiden Lisa silently accepted the command. She began to use her established intelligence network and keen observation to patrol every corner of Pike quietly. However, this task was far beyond what human effort alone could achieve. The decisive factor was the holographic map deep in Euron's consciousness, visible only to him. He periodically sank his consciousness into the map function of the one-piece system. Cold blue dots represented the Ironborn under his rule, while abrupt, constantly moving red dots clearly marked every spy with hidden agendas. Their movement paths and gathering spots were laid bare on the map. Lisa's human investigation combined perfectly with the system's precise positioning, and a silent purge and convert plan unfolded quietly. Lisa would pinpoint targets based on Euron's guidance. Victoria Daniels, with her agile skills, would execute the captures. For the insignificant or uncontrollable little birds, a cold dagger or an accidental slip into the water was the end, they vanished silently like crushed bugs. But for others who were more valuable, or whose eyes held a glint of the desire to survive rather than absolute fanaticism, a different fate awaited. What awaited them might be Euron's personal recruitment, Maester Qyburn's mind-altering potions, or Shadowbinder Evelyn's whispers that touched the depths of the soul. Coercion, bribery, even magic. The goal was singular: pry open their mouths, sever their connection to King's Landing, and quietly slip the collar back onto their old master's neck. Gradually, under the shadows of Pike, the flow of information began to change direction. Some messages still traveled to King's Landing, but their content gradually morphed into what Euron Greyjoy wanted Varys to see. Another plan that had stagnated for a long time also saw new progress. Half a month ago, in a room of the ghost tower overlooking the cold sea, Lisa shed her cautious disguise for the first time. The string that had been pulled tight for so long finally relaxed under Euron Greyjoy's daily machinations and unfathomable tolerance. She took a deep breath, exhaling the heavy past accumulated over years, and slowly recounted her origins to this young but vastly ambitious master. Her voice was calm but contained bone-deep coldness. "My father was once a successful spice merchant in Qarth. His caravans crossed the Red Waste, his ships sailed between the ports of the Jade Sea. His wealth grew daily, and his prestige was enough to let him touch that supreme position, a seat among the 13. She paused, a sharp glint of pain flashing in her eyes. But his success attracted greedy gazes. The ancient guild of spicers, that behemoth lurking in Qarth's shadows, could not tolerate a new challenger. They orchestrated an accident. A great fire swallowed his warehouses and his life. Afterward, in the name of law and debt, they effortlessly swallowed all our family assets. My mother, my little brother, they died miserably in our home. And I. A bitter curve touched her lips. Went from a merchant heiress to a slave bought and sold at will. The ancient guild of spicers owns over 1,200 ships, their tentacles reach across the known world. My hatred is as small as dust before them. Lisa didn't detail how her father burned to death, didn't say how her mother was violated by rough mercenaries in their home, didn't mention her 3-year-old brother thrown from a 4-story building to become meat paste. She passed over all the death and betrayal in a sentence. But this buried hatred was one of the deep reasons she chose to serve Euron. She needed a force powerful enough and daring enough to challenge the old order. Blood debts must be paid in blood. In the quiet chamber of the ghost tower, the fire crackled, and the eternal waves murmured outside. Lisa stood before Euron, laying out her background, a past soaked in spice and blood in its entirety. Euron listened quietly, fingers unconsciously tapping the chair back. There was no overflowing pity in his eyes, only cold calculation and weighing like a deep pool. When her last syllable fell, the weight of silence filled the air. After a moment, he spoke slowly. His voice was low and steady, carrying undeniable power. The sharpest blade of revenge is never another dagger, but replacement. His gaze fell on Lisa with tangible weight. Since they crushed everything you had because of the authority of the 13, then the most thorough, elegant revenge is to make that seat our own. A smile with almost no curve appeared on his lips. When we navigated the waterways of Qarth, I told you that if the opportunity arose, I would be very pleased to see a magnate flowing with the will of the Iron Islands appear on the throne of the city of Qarth. This Qarth 13 replacement plan, hidden deep within his grand chessboard, finally surfaced clearly between them. Lisa took a deep breath and nodded, her eyes becoming sharp and focused. Yes, my lord. From that moment, I began constructing the blueprint you described in my mind, how to support a magnate to influence and eventually control Qarth. After returning to Pike, I used every information network we could touch to find a key figure. Someone capable, and with enough reason to help us realize this plan. She was not without leverage. She had an uncle, also exiled by the family's collapse, who harbored a bone-deep hatred for the ancient guild of spicers. He knew all the explicit and implicit rules of Qarth and was the ideal proxy to execute this plan. The core of the plan was clear: Euron would mobilize the wealth accumulated by the Iron Islands through war and trade, and spare no necessary means, including precise trade strikes, pervasive intelligence infiltration, covert commercial sabotage, and even using Iron-born force in the shadows to raid rival guilds to fully support Lisa's uncle in returning to the vortex of power in Qarth. Step by step, they would help him accumulate prestige and strength. The first milestone was to seize one of those 13 chairs of ivory and gold. My uncle, Sisyphus Garfield, is on his way to the Iron Islands. Good. I think we can reach a consensus. This was far more than avenging Lisa. It was Euron Greyjoy's restless ambition, reaching precisely and powerfully across the narrow sea for the first time, toward that ancient city-state ruled by merchants and dripping with wealth. A magnate absolutely loyal to him would bring strategic value within Qarth far greater than 10 fleets patrolling the sea. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, The Tourney at Harrenhal, the Gold Dragon Frenzy. 280 AC, Autumn. When the ravens from Harrenhal flew over the mountains and riverlands of Westeros, carrying messages to every corner of the 7 kingdoms, the entire continent trembled. House Went of Harrenhal announced that in the spring of 281 AC, at Harrenhal, that massive, gloomy, cursed castle, they would host a grand tourney to celebrate the name day of Lord Went's daughter. The tourney would last for 10 days. During this period, the main event would naturally be the joust, accompanied by the melee of the 7, along with archery, axe throwing, horse racing, and single combat. Tourneys were not uncommon. Lords and nobles of Westeros held them for name days, weddings, the birth of heirs, or important festivals. Some were grand, some small. What truly left every lord, knight, and commoner slack-jawed was the official announcement explicitly stating the dizzyingly high reward, the champion's purse. Specifically, the prize for the justing champion, 80,000 gold dragons. Yes, you read that right. Just for the justing champion alone, not the sum of all prizes. Yes, you read that right. 80,000. Not 8,000. Not 800. Yes, you read that right. Gold dragons. Not silver stags, not copper stars. The prize for a single champion far exceeded the annual income of many noble houses. This didn't even include the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty awarded to the victor, crafted from pure gold and countless gems, itself priceless. Beyond the 80,000 for the joust, the prizes continued: 60,000 gold dragons for the melee champions, 40,000 for the single combat champion, 20,000 for the archery champion, 10,000 for axe throwing, and 10,000 for horse racing. The total prize pool amounted to a staggering 220,000 gold dragons. The sum was so astronomical that many initially dismissed the news as a ridiculous rumor. Only when lords, nobles, and maesters across the realm confirmed it did people realize this was no joke. House Went was sparing no expense. This fortune, enough to buy an entire fleet or build a sturdy castle, was being offered as mere prize money for a competition. Even more unusual was the timing. The announcement was sent out a full 6 months in advance. Galloping messengers and flapping ravens delivered these luxurious invitations to every eligible noble estate in the Seven Kingdoms, as if fearing anyone might miss this grand event. The ample time allowed even the most distant northern lords to travel south leisurely. It gave knights time to polish armor and train horses, noble ladies time to sew the most magnificent gowns, and allowed countless schemes, alliances, and conspiracies to brew quietly during the 6-month fermentation period. All of Westeros was boiling. The dazzling light of the gold dragons temporarily dispelled the legendary shadow of terror over Harrenhal. People discussed House Went's unprecedented generosity, speculated on the true purpose behind the event, and waited impatiently to witness this golden gathering destined for the history books. In the Sea Tower's council chamber at Pike, filled with the scent of salt and smoke, the document from Harrenhal, stamped with the official seal, lay quietly on King Quellen's black oak desk. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and strange, as if the numbers on the parchment were choking the air. The document was passed silently between Quellen, Balon, Euron, and Balf. When Balon Greyjoy's rough fingers clutched the parchment for the third time, his eyes wide as he confirmed every word, he finally couldn't hold back a low roar, like a wounded sea beast. 220,000! 220,000 gold dragons! Balon jerked his head up, his face filled with pure, incomprehensible shock, looking between his father and brothers. Has House Went gone completely mad? Or is their warehouse bursting with so much gold they need to throw it into the sea? His shock wasn't without reason. Just recently, the Ironborn had sacked the famously wealthy Arbor. According to the tally by House Harlaw, all the cash looted from House Redwine and every noble estate on the island, including gold dragons, silver stags, copper stars, and easily liquidatable jewelry, totaled only about 600,000 gold dragons. And that massive sum had to be divided among all participating families and warriors according to ancient tradition and battle merit. Of course, that didn't include the wine, ships, weapons, armor, and antiques. Many believe the purpose of this tourney is to compete with House Lannister, to show off House Went's wealth and glory, letting everyone in Westeros know who the richest really is, Captain Balf added in a muffled voice, his tone equally incredulous. I don't believe it's such a stupid reason. House Went is putting up nearly a third of the Arbor's liquid wealth just for a game? And that doesn't include the cost of hosting for 10 days wine, food, venue, that alone must be tens of thousands. Even Euron, who already knew the rewards for the tourney at Harrenhal would be unprecedented, was moved. His deep eyes fixed on the number, calculating rapidly. He clearly remembered that the massive ransom paid by the Queen of Thorns Olenna Redwyne to retrieve her son and avoid further conflict was only 20,000 gold dragons. 220,000 gold dragons, that meant one could buy the lives of 11 Adrian Redwynes in one go. This figure went beyond generosity, it stepped into a realm of luxury bordering on the absurd, a sheer display of power. It was no longer just prize money, it was a glittering declaration slammed down in front of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. King Quellan remained silent. His weathered face betrayed little emotion, only his fingers tapping slowly and heavily on the table, as if weighing the true gravity behind this number and the terrifying waves it might stir across Westeros. When the ravens of the citadel and the messengers of King's Landing delivered the invitations to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms, they did not ignore the two farthest poles of Westeros. In Dorne, the scorching sun baked the sandstone walls of Sun's Pair. The invitation was respectfully presented to Prince Oberyn the Red Viper Martell, and likely Prince Doran. For the fiery Martells, this gathering of the realm's elite, filled with passion and adventure, exuded an irresistible allure. Half a year was more than enough time for them to leisurely cross the Prince's Pass and head north to the center of the commotion. In the distant north, the news arrived at Winterfell, seeming to carry a chill befitting the local climate. This overly ornate invitation was placed before Lord Rickard Stark, Warden of the North. For the pragmatic and steady Lord of Winterfell, the motive behind House Went's fanfare was perhaps more worthy of thought than the shocking prize of 220,000 gold dragons. The 6-month preparation period was generous even for Winterfell. It was enough time for the Starks to travel down the King's Road, cross the Neck, and head south with ease. The scope of the invitations and the preparation time transcended the borders of Westeros. As people said, even a dignitary or wealthy merchant across the narrow sea in Essos, if they wished to participate, would have enough time in these 6 months to arrange their affairs and sail west leisurely to try their luck. The entire known world seemed to stir because of this unprecedented golden bounty. Harrenhal, the massive cursed castle, was opening its shadowy arms, ready to welcome a frenzy ignited by gold that would sweep the world. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, The Tourney at Harrenhal. The Iron Islands enter. In the deep hall of the Seastone Chair at Pike, the discussion about the massive prize of 220,000 gold dragons temporarily subsided, but the scorching heat brought by that number still lingered in the air. King Quellan's gaze swept over his sons and his loyal captain, speaking slowly, his voice low and pragmatic. 220,000 gold dragons. He repeated, as if tasting the weight of the number. The total population of Pike is barely 20,000. If we calculate 1 gold dragon per person per year, this money is enough to feed and clothe the entire island for 11 years. He paused, shaking his head. But this money is split among the champions of 6 events. No single house is arrogant enough to think they can sweep all the laurels. Balf scratched his cheek, roughened by the sea wind. My king, are we Ironborn going to join this celebration of the Greenlanders? Of course we are. Quellan's answer was decisive. Such a grand event, such huge prizes, the money alone is an irresistible temptation. Secondly, it is the perfect opportunity for the Iron Islands to flex our muscles before the Seven Kingdoms and declare that we are no longer just bandits of the sea. We should let those southern lordlings taste our axes. Before his voice faded, his 2 sons spoke almost simultaneously. Euron's voice was calm but held unquestionable firmness. I enter the joust. Balon roared louder, filled with a thirst for battle. I enter the single combat. Euron's choice made Quellan frown slightly. Jousting was a game for southern knights, emphasizing etiquette, technique, and horsemanship. The entire Iron Islands was incompatible with that style, and no one had ever used a knight's lance as a primary weapon except for Euron, the anomaly who had indeed been training hard in secret for a long time. But he was only 11 years old. Compared to the champion knights renowned across Westeros like Barristan the Bold Selmy, Arthur Dayne the Sword of the Morning, and Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the gap was immense. In recent years, the justing champion had almost exclusively rotated among these three. The joust, Quellin looked at his second son directly. Your chance of winning the championship is slim to none. Father, Euron met his gaze. There was no fanaticism in his eyes, only calm calculation. Victory isn't defined solely by taking the crown. I just want to personally measure exactly how far the distance is between myself and the top experts of this continent. Facing his father's questioning gaze, Euron didn't argue directly. Instead, he chose a legendary story known to everyone in Westeros. Father, he began, his voice exceptionally clear in the stone hall. Do you remember the story of Barristan the Bold? He continued without waiting for an answer, stating it as an established fact. Years ago, at the tourney at Blackhaven, Barristan Selmy was only 10 years old. He couldn't even scrape together a decent suit of armor. He relied on donations from others to don his gear and enter the lists as a mystery knight. Euron's eyes flickered with reflection and assessment of that history. He didn't win the championship. In fact, he was unhorsed early by a true master. He paused slightly, letting the weight of the story settle. But what he won was far more precious than a fleeting trophy. He won glory that would be passed down through generations. It was that brave appearance, that fearless charge against a strong enemy, that earned him the title that accompanied him for life, Barristan the Bold. Euron's voice wasn't loud, but every word struck King Quellen's heart. He wasn't asking for permission, he was stating a fact. Glory sometimes doesn't depend on the final victory, but on the courage to step onto the field. King Quellen looked at his son, touched by this boldness that belied his age. He felt Euron would certainly be no worse than the young Barristan, and besides, he was a year older. Justing rarely carried fatal risks. Even if he lost, it wouldn't matter much. He finally nodded slowly. However, when his gaze turned to Balon, it instantly became incredibly stern. Single combat? Absolutely not. That is a killing field with real steel. When strength is matched, it's impossible to hold back. The death rate historically exceeds half. You are the future heir to the Iron Islands, I will not allow you to take that risk. Balon's face flushed red with anger and defiance. He growled, then I don't want to be heir. Give it to Euron, give it to Victarion, or give it to Aeron. Anyone who wants it can have it. King Quellen stood up in fury and gave his eldest son a sharp rap on the forehead. Idiot! Is the position of heir a child's game? Do you think you can push it to me today and give it to him tomorrow? He panted, suppressing his rage, and pointed at Balon. I remember your finger dance is the best in the Iron Islands. Axe throwing is where you belong. Go show everyone what Ironborn strength and accuracy look like. Balon wanted to argue, but King Quellen glared with wide eyes, shouting undeniably, one more word of nonsense, and you won't even go to the axe throwing. You'll stay right here on pike and guard the house. Balon's defiance was thoroughly crushed by this roar. He shut his mouth angrily, forced to channel all his resentment into an infinite desire for the axe-throwing competition. King Quellen drummed his rough fingers on the table, turning his gaze to his loyal captain Balf. His voice was low and direct. Balf, how much do you know about the specific rules of this melee of the seven? Southerners always have so many tricks. Balf stepped forward. His years of traveling abroad came in handy now. He organized his thoughts and answered clearly. Brother, the rules sound simple, but they are extremely brutal. Regardless of where the participants come from, Westeros or Bravos, what their status is, king or slave, man or woman, as long as any party gathers 100 capable fighters, gives themselves a loud name, and raises a banner, they are eligible to enter. There are almost no restrictions on the participants themselves. They can be knights, mercenaries, or ironborn like us. He paused, a look of appreciation, perhaps even craving, for this chaotic rule appearing on his face. Once the competition starts, the 7 registered teams, totaling 700 men, will be herded into a huge, designated arena simultaneously. There is no gradual elimination, no fair one-on-one duels. From the very start, it is a chaotic, rule-free brawl. His voice unconsciously took on the harshness of the battlefield. Alliances between the 7 teams are permitted at any time, and betrayal is encouraged. A friend 1 second could be an enemy the next, everything is for the sake of remaining on the field at the end. The only rule is, either die fighting or voluntarily flee the designated boundary line. Either counts as elimination. Until only the last team is left standing in the entire arena, they are the sole victors. This is a war strictly controlled in scale, cloaked as a competition. King Quellan listened, silent for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. That sounds interesting. Compared to those pretentious nightly duels, this sounds more like a game prepared for us Ironborn. He stood up and announced, "Gather the men. We are entering the melee of the 7. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Tourney at Harrenhal, the Mad King of King's Landing. In the throne room of the Red Keep, when the parchment detailing the prizes for the tourney at Harrenhal was presented before the Iron Throne, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Sitting upon the jagged, twisted throne forged from countless swords, Aerys II Targaryen locked his gaze dead onto that number 220,000 gold dragons. The king's already unnaturally pale face seemed to lose all remaining color. Only his pale lilac eyes shot forth a terrifying light mixed with extreme shock, greed, and suspicion. His fingers twitched nervously, nails nearly digging into the bladed armrest of the throne. For a monarch increasingly obsessed with the alchemist's wildfire and growing ever more sensitive, albeit often paranoid, about the treasury's expenses, the impact of this number far exceeded the tourney itself. 220,000. He whispered hoarsely, his voice like dry leather rubbing together. House went, that bat, where did they get so much gold? This was no longer admiration for a grand event, but an instinctive fear and rage originating from the marrow fear that someone else might possess such vast wealth. Aerys too was not unfamiliar with House Went. One of his king's guard, Sir Oswell Went, was a member of that house. Not long ago, Sir Oswell had returned to Harrenhal to meet with his brother, Lord Went. Shortly after that meeting, Lord Went announced this terrifyingly expensive tourney. Aerys paced angrily before the Iron Throne, muttering to himself. My king's guard, Oswell Went, does he have anything to do with this? I still remember, in 272 AC, the tourney at King's Landing to celebrate my 10th year on the throne, the total prize pool was only 20,000 gold dragons. Merely a fraction of this Harrenhal prize. In 276 AC, the tourney celebrating Prince Viserys' birth. Tywin Lannister, still Hand of the King then, held a grand tourney at Lannisport. Even that prize pool was only a third of this, less than 100,000 dragons, yet its grandeur was the greatest I had ever seen. The Lannisters are the wealthiest in Westeros, a lucky family living atop gold mines. But House Went? House Went? How can they suddenly produce so much hard gold and silver? Do they intend to renege on the debt after the tourney ends? Refuse to pay the champions? Impossible. If they dared to do that, the lords, nobles, knights, and mercenaries would turn on them instantly and hang every Went from their own castle walls. From the shadows, Varys glided forward like a silent ghost. Dressed in soft velvet robes, his hands were respectfully clasped before him. His voice was as soft and sweet as ever, yet like the finest spider silk, it probed precisely into the king's ear, strumming the most sensitive nerve. House Went was called wealthy, but their wealth lay mostly in the scale of their lands and the strategic value of Harrenhal, not in liquid cash or vault reserves. As one of the largest and most expensive castles in Westeros, Harrenhal commanded vast lands and many subjects. Profits from agriculture, the fertile riverlands produced ample grain, livestock, and river trade. On the Trident, were their main sources, along with tax revenue. However, simply maintaining the operation of Harrenhal required massive expenditure. The castle was famously cursed, and its owners seemed doomed to misfortune. The sheer scale of the fortress made upkeep costs astronomical. Littlefinger would later be named Lord of Harrenhal but kept only the title, never intending to take over the castle precisely because of the ruinous maintenance costs. In other words, House Went would need to save their income for many years, after expenses, just to scrape together a prize pool of 220,000 gold dragons. "Your Grace, please calm your anger," Varys began, his tone filled with just the right amount of concern and empathetic loyalty. "The amount is indeed extraordinarily shocking, enough to shake the mind of anyone who sees it." He paused artfully, planting the seed named suspicion into the silent soil. However, his tone shifted slightly, becoming cautious and thoughtful. "Forgive your humble servant for speaking plainly. Given House Went's current industries and harvest, even accounting for all taxes from Harrenhal, the produce of their lands, and past accumulations, to bear such a massive bounty independently would likely be extremely difficult." He paused again, letting the words "extremely difficult" ferment in the air. "One might even say." Varys lowered his voice further, as if afraid the walls were listening, "It is impossible. The gold dragons flowing behind this, their stamp likely does not originate solely from the vaults of Harrenhal." He named no names, but the vague, pointed implication acted like a fuse for wildfire pointing directly at the Lannisters, and Rhaegar. Under the provocation of the spider's carefully woven words, King Aerys's pupils shrank to dangerous pinpoints. Endless suspicion was instantly injected into his heart like thick poison. Tywin Lannister's cold, wealthy face, or any other powerful lord capable of threatening the Iron Throne, morphed into potential financiers and traitors in his mad imagination. Aerys too had already heard whispers about his son Rhaegar. "Does this matter involve him? Investigate." The king sprang from the throne, his shriek sharp and piercing with extreme rage, echoing madly through the throne room and shaking dust from the rafters. "Investigate it thoroughly for me. Who has the gall bigger than a dragon? Whose gold is plentiful enough to dare buy my kingdom?" While dark currents surged and suspicion rose in the Red Keep over the massive prize, far away in the riverlands at Harrenhal, the scene was entirely different. House Went was already busy off their feet preparing for this unprecedented event. Although the final number of participants and spectators couldn't be precisely calculated yet, every experienced steward could sense from the scale of procurement and the flood of inquiries arriving from all over this would be an event far surpassing any previous tourney, perhaps even surpassing any legendary gathering in history. When the time came, a tide of humanity would converge on Harrenhal from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms, knights and mercenaries hungry for glory and wealth, merchants chasing profit, nobles seeking excitement, singers, hedge knights, septons peddling holy relics, and countless commoners looking for work and bread. Harrenhal, the castle famous for curses and ruin, was being temporarily washed by a sea of gold dragons and a surging crowd into the most dazzling, and most restless, center of Westeros. And in King's Landing, the whispers about the source of all this wealth had only just begun. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, The Tourney at Harrenhal. Procurement of wine. Family stewards and caravan leaders, holding procurement lists stamped with the crest of House Went of Harrenhal, 9 black bats on a yellow field set out like generals marching to war. They led wagons loaded with gold dragons to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. Their convoys rolled down the King's Road into the fertile farmlands of the Riverlands, purchasing mountains of grain, flour, and hundreds of cattle, sheep, pigs, and poultry. They ventured deep into the Kingswood, buying licensed game and premium charcoal from the royal huntsmen. They even sourced rare spices from Dorne and ordered exquisite gold and silver plate and extra tent fabric from Lanny Sport. Then, they headed to the Arbor to buy red wine. In their minds, Arbor wine was the best in all of Westeros. The red vintages produced there were extraordinary, and the signature golden wines were sweeter than even the best Dornish reds. But that was before the Battle of the Arbor. The Arbor, which once flowed with golden nectar, was now filled with a sour, pungent smell that made one frown. The procurement envoys sent by House went to prepare for the tourney hit a solid wall here. They had expected to purchase large quantities of the famous vintages to entertain guests from all over the realm. Instead, reality dealt them a heavy blow. The island's historic, rich, and fragrant cellar reserves had long been looted clean by iron-born longships. Not a single drop remained. Looking around, the massive cellars were empty, leaving only cold stone walls and a faint, lingering scent of past glory in the air. Helpless, they pinned their hopes on the newly produced wine. However, the situation was even worse. Most of the high-quality local vines had been destroyed in the fires of war. Grapes for the new batch had to be purchased at high prices from the Stormlands or other regions of the Reach, resulting in uneven quality from the start. More critically, the master winemakers who held the core techniques and the overseers who controlled every step of fermentation had all been taken by Euron Greyjoy as the most precious spoils of war, along with their tools and tomes, back to the Iron Islands. Those left on the arbor to brew the red wine now were mostly former apprentices and assistants. They had enthusiasm but severely lacked experience. Their masters hadn't had time to teach them many crucial formulas, secrets of temperature control, or techniques for handling unexpected issues during fermentation. The new wine they brewed was either sour and harsh or bland and tasteless. Some even had an indescribable, strange odor that a hot-tempered knight of House went denounced as tasting like horse piss. Such wine, let alone serving it to the lords and nobles at the tourney, even providing it to their own soldiers would likely provoke complaints. The procurement officer of House went looked at the barrels of cloudy new wine, his face even uglier than the liquid inside. The procurement envoys of House went left the arbor, which reeked of failed fermentation, with dark expressions. Staring at their empty wagons, they could almost see the nobles at the feast frowning at the inferior wine. Currently, the only option was to turn their procurement target to distant Old Town or Dorne. This meant a longer journey, higher prices, and unpredictable risks. The cost of this already extravagant event would climb to a new, painful height. The silence in the team was broken by a caravan leader who traveled extensively and whose skin was roughened by sea wind. He hesitated, then rode closer to the family steward and suggested cautiously, "My lord, why don't we try the Iron Islands?" A strange silence fell over the squad. Everyone who heard this looked at him as if he were mad. Buy from the Ironborn? Buy the very things they just looted from the arbor? The caravan leader felt a bit unnerved by the stares, but he braced himself and explained with the pragmatism of a traveler. "My lord, think about it. The wine stocks accumulated over a century on the arbor were massive. Even if the Ironborn drink like fish, it's been less than half a year since the battle. They definitely still have plenty of stock. And that is the real, high-quality wine we desperately need." The steward frowned deeply, his tone filled with distrust and ingrained prejudice. "The Iron Islands? Those pirates? Who knows what tricks they'll play? I fear we might have the life to go buy it, but not the life to bring it back." But the caravan leader shook his head, trying to describe the changes he had seen with his own eyes. "My lord, that's old history. Except for the Arbor incident, well, that was a war they really haven't raided merchant ships or nobles of the Seven Kingdoms for many years. Especially recently, they've changed a lot. Pike has opened a trade port, welcoming merchants from all over, and even set up arbitrators to handle disputes. I've done a few deals with them for iron and timber. Their prices are fair, they deliver on time, and the whole process, they actually follow rules better than some lords in the Reach. None of that rumored pay the iron price or feed the fish pirate style." The steward of House went pondered, his gaze sweeping over the long line of empty wagons behind him. Every meaningless rotation of the wheels seemed to mock his incompetence. He could almost imagine the thunderous rage on Lord Went's face if he returned empty-handed, and the whispers and disdain of the guests at the feast having no fine wine to drink. Finally, the desperate need for high-quality wine barely outweighed the bone-deep traditional fear of the Ironborn. He gritted his teeth, as if deciding to touch a reportedly venomous sea snake. Fine, he finally exhaled a breath of turbid air, his tone filled with cautious compromise. The Iron Islands can be a backup option. But he pivoted, trying to grab a safer straw. Going north from here, we have to pass through Old Town and Lannisport anyway. Try to buy everything we can in those two places first. Old Town is full of scholars and merchants, and Lannisport is backed by the wealth of the West. Maybe there's enough good stock there to save us from taking that risk. The caravan leader beside him immediately put on an ingratiating smile and nodded repeatedly. My lord is wise. Safety first. Since we're on the way, naturally we should check the situation in those two great ports first. That night, the caravan stopped at a noisy roadside inn. Once everyone was asleep, the caravan leader who had suggested going to the Iron Islands quietly slipped into the stable in the backyard. In the darkness, he skillfully grabbed a raven that had been prepared in advance. He stuffed a small scroll of parchment with a coded message into the tube on its leg. He looked around, then raised his hand and tossed the raven into the night sky. The black bird flapped its wings silently, flying unwaveringly toward the northwest straight for the Iron Islands. When the procurement team arrived in prosperous Old Town full of hope, they received devastating news. All decent wine stocks in the city had long been snapped up by keen-nosed merchants from the Vale and foresight traders from the north, reportedly to hedge against the coming wine shortage and price spikes. Unwilling to give up, they rushed to wealthy Lannisport, hoping the gold of the West had kept some nectar. But the reply was equally cold. Since the paralysis of the Arbor's wine production and supply, the flow of high-end red wine had been completely cut off. You couldn't buy it even with gold dragons. Let alone commoners or ordinary nobles, even the table of Lord Tywin Lannister himself, Lord of Casterly Rock, reportedly lacked the usual Arbor gold. It was a market with prices but no goods, the port warehouses were empty. It was as if an invisible, giant net had sucked dry all possible sources before they even arrived. The steward stood on the noisy docks of Lannisport, looking at the thousands of ships, yet feeling an unprecedented sense of isolation and helplessness. At this moment, the Iron Islands had become the last, and only, option. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Iron Islands Specialty Kraken Wine. When the procurement caravan of House went, filled with trepidation, finally arrived at the heavily guarded, wind-swept port of Pike, the cold reception or harassment they expected did not occur. Instead, they received an unexpectedly grand welcome. Euron Greyjoy personally appeared on the docks. Draped in a dark sealskin cloak, he wore a kind, approachable smile on his face. With salt, bread, and guest right as witness, his voice cut clearly through the sea wind, citing the oldest and most sacred tradition of Westeros. Guests from afar shall receive fair treatment and courtesy in the Iron Islands. This gesture greatly eased the nervousness of the caravan members. After partaking of bread and salt, the procurement team was led to the Great Hall of Pike. Though the furnishings were rough, abundant food and a warm fire had been prepared. During the feast, the family steward cautiously brought up their core procurement need. They wished to purchase a batch of high-quality Arbor red wine for the tourney at Harrenhal. Hearing this, Euron's smile deepened slightly. He agreed readily. Indeed, there are still many fine vintages from the Arbor in my cellars. It would be my honor to add luster to Lord Went's grand event. His straightforwardness almost made people forget the origin of that wine. However, the scene that followed was truly surprising. After the feast, Euron didn't take them directly to the warehouse to count stock. Instead, he led them to a stone chamber overlooking the sea. On a long table inside, 4 decanters of different shapes and matching crystal goblets were already arranged in order. Before deciding which batch to buy, Euron raised his hand, his posture as elegant as a southern duke rather than an iron-born leader known for reaving. Why not taste the options I have to offer? Then, rather than leading them to a damp cellar, Euron elegantly signaled his attendants to bring in 4 carefully crafted small oak barrels. Each barrel was branded with a clear mark. Not the golden grapes of the arbor, but the ferocious Kraken totem of House Greyjoy. They were distinguished by different colors, appearing both unique and full of iron-born dominance. Since you've come to the home of men of the sea, you naturally must taste our own hospitality. A hint of a smile played on Euron's lips as he personally picked up a wine ladle. He first scooped from the barrel branded with a white Kraken. The liquid was a clear, pale amber. Poured into the cup, the aroma was fresh and sweet. This is the white Kraken, he introduced easily. Its strength is mild, its sweetness full, like sea breeze mixed with honey. It is most loved by ladies and children, even those unused to drink can enjoy it freely. Next, he scooped from the blue Kraken barrel. The color was a familiar ruby red, identical to the standard fine vintage of the arbor in everyone's memory. As for this blue Kraken, Euron said, it originates from the most classic recipe. Its texture, color, and flavor are exactly the same as the high-quality wine you tasted on the arbor in the past. It is a reliable old friend that will never go wrong. The third barrel was branded with a noble purple Kraken. As the wine was poured, the color was deeper, almost a magnificent violet. Before tasting, a rich and complex fruity aroma rushed forward, the sweet depth of ripe fruit carrying an imperceptible hint of spice. Purple Kraken, Euron's voice held a trace of imperceptible pride. Upon the ancient foundation, it adds layers of unexpected charm. The fruit notes are more layered, the aftertaste especially lingering. After drinking, the finish seems to wind a song of the sea around your throat. Finally, he walked to the barrel branded with a golden Kraken. When the liquid poured out, it presented a flowing, brilliant color like liquid gold, so rich it almost seemed viscous. The aroma wasn't just fruit or oak, but an extremely harmonious, penetrating complex fragrance, as if condensing the essence of sunlight, the ripest fruits, and top-tier oak barrels. And this, Euron's voice became low and solemn, his eyes shining with the light of true appreciation, is the golden Kraken. Every drop requires the strictest selection and the most patient waiting. Its brilliance, its elegance of aroma, its mellowness and complexity of taste far surpass the purple Kraken. It is a treasure bestowed by the sea god, produced in scarce quantities, prepared only for honored guests who truly understand and are worthy of it. 4 distinct fine wines lined up, from fresh to mellow, from familiar to transcendent, silently speaking of the Iron Island's formidable depth and ambition. The members of the procurement team exchanged glances. With prudence and professional skepticism, they took the crystal goblets Euron offered. They were seasoned veterans who had traveled north and south, dealing with all kinds of goods year-round. They had honed sharp eyes and precise golden tongues, a talent for instantly assessing the true value of goods. They tasted in order. When the clear white Kraken slid over their tongues, surprise flashed in the eyes of several experienced stewards. The wine was indeed as Euron described, mild strength, perfectly balanced sweetness and smoothness, without the cloying nature of cheap sweet wines. Even the pickiest noble lady or child would surely love this elegant drink. Next was the blue Kraken. As the liquid went down, the responsible stewards nodded slightly in unison. This was exactly the familiar, classic flavor of top-tier arbor red wine in their memories, full body, balanced acidity, and the mellow finish brought by aging in oak barrels. This wine perfectly replicated the glory of the arbor. Its quality was impeccable, a reliable choice that would never go wrong at a feast. However, when the deep liquid of the purple Kraken swirled in the glass and the rich complex aroma filled their noses, their expressions shifted from approval to genuine appreciation. A light sip, and richer layers blossomed instantly in their mouths, as if bestowing more magnificent flesh and soul upon the solid skeleton of the blue Kraken. The aftertaste became longer and more complex, carrying a tempting mystery that made one unable to resist another sip. Finally, everyone's gaze focused on the cup of liquid gold, the golden Kraken. It didn't need tasting, its brilliant color and penetrating luxury aroma had already declared its extraordinary nature. The moment the nectar truly touched their taste buds, the experienced buyers almost held their breath. It possessed all the virtues of the purple kraken but elevated them to a whole new realm, a texture as smooth as velvet, flavors so rich it wouldn't dissolve, every aromatic element reaching perfect harmony and peak, with an aftertaste so long it seemed to reside permanently in memory. The tasting concluded. The stone chamber fell into a near-stagnant silence. Only the faint crackle of burning wood in the fireplace and the eternal murmur of waves outside could be heard. These seasoned buyers exchanged looks, seeing disbelief, shock, and an uncontrollable excitement in each other's eyes. Their minds were clear. What Euron Greyjoy showed them was far more than simple spoils from the arbor. What he possessed was a complete, mature, and astonishingly high-quality brewing system, a formidable capital capable of overturning and redefining the landscape of fine wine in the Seven Kingdoms. Euron broke the silence. His voice was steady, carrying an all-knowing understanding. Well. The family steward slowly opened his eyes, which had been closed to savor the aftertaste. There was no longer any doubt or disdain on his face, replaced by an irreverent admiration. He took a deep breath, as if trying to keep the finish of the golden kraken in his lungs forever. His voice was slightly hoarse with excitement. Compared to the best red wines the arbor used to produce. He paused, then spat out two decisive words. Far superior. He looked at Euron with burning eyes, his tone becoming incredibly solemn, as if declaring an imminent fact. In my humble opinion, my lord, your Kraken series of 4 wines, each one precisely targets different needs and statuses. Their exceptional quality, their era-transcending quality will undoubtedly replace the arbor to become the only praiseworthy top-tier brand on the banquet tables of Westeros nobles. A new era is coming. These words were no longer just an evaluation, they sounded like a prophecy. It declared that the throne of the Seven Kingdoms fine wine was about to change hands. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Wine Supply Free of Charge. The atmosphere in the stone chamber shifted rapidly from the intoxication of tasting to the cool calculation of business negotiation. The family steward took a deep breath and asked the most critical question, "May I ask, what are their prices?" Euron didn't answer directly. He leaned back, fingers tapping lightly on the chair, a calculating glint in his eyes. Instead, he threw the question back, "Since the Iron Islands decided to venture into the wine business, we have invested heavily and brewed painstakingly for years, yet we have never sold a single cup or barrel to the outside world. You are all experts, well-traveled and knowledgeable in your opinion, what would be a suitable price?" When the steward heard Euron say brewed painstakingly for years, the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. A bitter smile mixed with absurdity and resignation had to be forcibly suppressed in his heart. He clearly remembered that shortly after the Battle of the Arbor, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, had sent a sharp, grief-stricken condemnation to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms, furiously accusing the Ironborn of piracy and kidnapping all their best master winemakers. At the time, King Quellen's response was a flippant, almost rascally "all battle casualties," brushing off the theft of the century. Now, these Kraken vintages flowing in the cups, whose quality even surpassed the originals, had a self-evident origin. They were born precisely because of those battle casualties and their skills. Brewed painstakingly for years. The steward knew in his heart that these years likely started counting from the moment the arbor lay in ruins. But his expression was perfectly controlled, showing no ripple of emotion. He knew very well that in this setting, knowing the truth and not knowing it made no difference. Digging into the roots was the stupidest thing to do. His task was merely to buy the best wine for Harrenhal. Whether the wine was stained with grape juice or blood and fire, what did it matter to a steward? What did it matter to the feast of House Went? He downed the brilliant golden kraken in his cup, letting the luxurious taste cover all useless thoughts. Some truths, like anchors sunk into the deep sea, are best never brought up. The steward pondered for a moment, his mind rapidly calculating market and value, and soon gave a professional assessment, taking the blue Kraken, which is closest in quality to the classic arbor flavor, as the standard. Its price should be on par with the top-tier arbor red wines of the past. The white Kraken has a unique taste but lower purity, its price could be half of the blue. The purple Kraken is outstanding with complex flavors, its price could be 30% higher. As for the golden Kraken, he paused, his tone certain. Its quality is superb, rare in this world. Pricing it at double the blue, or even higher, would absolutely be worth it. A very fair valuation, Euron nodded in agreement. But then, his tone took a sudden, sharp turn, throwing out a proposal that surprised everyone. However, this time, I do not intend to sell them to you. The steward froze. The professional expression on his face solidified instantly into a blank mask of confusion. The corner of Euron's mouth curled into a meaningful smile as he slowly revealed his true intention. I have decided to supply all the wine needed for the upcoming tourney at Harrenhal with the Kraken series free of charge. The steward fell into an even longer silence, his brain struggling to process the massive amount of information in this proposal. Euron didn't give him a chance to breathe, clearly laying out his conditions. The prerequisite is, during the tourney at Harrenhal, at all banquets, in all tents, in public or private settings, only our Kraken wines from the Iron Islands may appear. Secondly, he emphasized, his eyes shining with undeniable light, House Went must solemnly introduce and explain to every noble, knight, and prominent guest attending that all fine wines for this event are fully sponsored by House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Especially this golden Kraken, make sure its name rings in every corner of Harrenhal. The steward finally recovered from his shock, looking troubled. Such conditions were far beyond his authority. Lord Euron, your proposal is profound. But in such a major matter, I truly cannot make the decision. I must ask for instructions from Lord Went immediately. Of course, Euron appeared very reasonable. He stood up, signaling the end of the meeting. You can rest in Pike for the night and enjoy the hospitality of the Iron Islands. I will have Lisa prepare comfortable rooms and more Kraken wine for you. I will wait here for Lord Went's reply. Before the procurement team arrived, Euron had told his father and brother about his plan. Everything was fine before he mentioned the price. But when Euron proposed providing tens of thousands of gold dragons worth of Kraken wine to the tourney at Harrenhal for free, King Quellan and Balon, who usually didn't interfere with specific business details, exploded instantly. Free! King Quellan's roar was like thunder, shaking the Seastone Hall. His massive body shot up from the throne, eyes spitting fire of disbelief. He looked at Euron as if looking at a complete madman, wishing he could swallow this prodigal son alive. Do you know what you are saying? Do you know how many gold dragons that is? That's enough gold to cover half the dock. Balon's reaction was equally fierce. He almost lunged to grab his brother by the collar, veins bulging on his forehead. You're crazy! Euron! We won the war, stole the people and the technology, not for you to give it away for nothing. How much steel could that wine buy? How many warships? Facing the nearly tangible rage of his father and brother, Euron remained unusually calm. He even smiled slightly, a smile that looked exceptionally cool against their fury. The wine provided this time is indeed a lot, and its value is comparable to a small gold mine. Euron admitted they were right, but then pivoted, his voice clear and penetrating. But, father, brother, you need to lift your eyes from the docks of Pike and look at all of Westeros. Even across the narrow sea to the future. He took a step forward, eyes shining with ambition, as if he could already see the scene of the tourney. Imagine, at the grandest ceremony of the tourney, in front of all the nobles, knights, and wealthy merchants of the Seven Kingdoms, the host loudly announces, for this tourney at Harrenhal, all banquet wines are generously sponsored by House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. White, blue, purple, gold, there is always a Kraken suitable for the noble you. Euron opened his arms, envisioning the future. Think about it. From that moment on, the golden grapes of the arbor will become a thing of the past, forgotten by everyone. Every person attending the event, their tongues, their memories, will only remember the name and taste of our kraken. We are paying with some wine, but we are buying the taste buds of all Westeros for the next 100 years. Isn't that more valuable than a few tens of thousands of gold dragons? Euron's words were like a precise harpoon, striking the core hard. The anger of King Quellan and Balon gradually subsided, replaced by a slowly growing contemplation, shaken by Euron's massive ambition. For the first time, they truly realized that what Euron sought was far more than the profit of a single deal, it was total replacement. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Exclusive Title Sponsorship. The steward of House Went spent a sleepless night. Early the next morning, with complex emotions and a mind full of the scent of kraken wine, he hurriedly boarded a ship and left the Iron Islands. Traveling day and night, he rushed back to Harrenhal to report this unexpected proposal directly to Lord Went. Harrenhal was a massive castle built before the War of Conquest, located in the Riverlands on the northern shore of the God's Eye. It was the largest fortress in the Seven Kingdoms, but since the conquest, it had remained a gloomy, scarred place. Because of the grand tourney to be held in a few months, this massive, eerie citadel was bustling like never before. Craftsmen hammered endlessly, repairing damaged towers and walls, clearing out barracks and stables large enough to house thousands. On the open grounds outside the castle, thousands of tents were being erected. Colorful and vibrant, they spread like a giant ring of mushrooms after rain, stretching to the distant horizon. In the vast but somewhat chilly study of Harrenhal, the lord of the castle and head of House Went, Lord Walter Went, tapped his fingers unconsciously on the table after listening to the steward's detailed report. He didn't make an immediate decision. Instead, he summoned his trusted maester and repeated Euron Greyjoy's conditions word for word. The Iron Islands' objective is obvious, the maester said slowly after a long contemplation, his voice steady as if reading from an ancient scroll. They intend to use the tourney, this unprecedented platform, to make a name for their, well, controversially sourced red wine, and crack open the market of the Seven Kingdoms in one stroke. He analyzed the pros and cons carefully. For us, accepting it has several tangible benefits. First, the quality of the wine. Our people have verified it personally, it is indeed impeccable, even far exceeding expectations, worthy of the event's stature. We tasted it ourselves, it is equal to, if not better than, arbor wine. Especially the golden kraken. Second, we currently desperately need a large quantity of high-quality red wine. The reality is, aside from the Iron Islands, we can hardly find another source capable of stably providing such a volume of fine wine. The arbor is ruined, Old Town and Lannisport have no stock. Third, the maester paused, emphasizing the crucial financial aspect, the expenditure for wine was already suffocatingly large. Being able to save it all would undoubtedly be a timely help to our strained finances. As for the downsides, the maester's tone became cautious. It's merely a slight loss of face. We would need to announce during the event that the wine is sponsored by House Greyjoy, and perhaps mention their name before each joust. This indeed looks like clearing the way for the Iron Islands. In terms of posture, it is slightly humbling. Lord Went listened, fell silent for a moment, then let out a short, bitter chuckle. He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the tourney grounds outside the window, which were consuming vast sums of money to prepare. Face. His voice was filled with the pragmatism of a realist. If the tourney at Harrenhal cannot even provide decent wine to the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, that would be truly losing all face. It would become a joke for centuries. Compared to that, what is reading the name Greyjoy a few times? Lord Went stood up abruptly, his bony hand pressing heavily on the desk as he made his final decision. His tone was decisive and unquestionable. Besides, in the face of tens of thousands of gold dragons in hard currency, what does ethereal face matter? Go. Reply to Greyjoy immediately. Tell him his conditions Harrenhal accepts. The family steward felt a heavy burden lift. He bowed to accept the order, about to turn and rush off to execute this major decision, when the maester, who had been silent and thoughtful, raised a hand to stop him. Wait, the maester's voice was steady and clear. He turned to the steward, his old eyes shining with caution and pragmatism. In the reply to the Iron Islands, or when negotiating with Lord Euron, one point must be reiterated and made an unshakable condition. He stepped forward, staring sharply at the steward, emphasizing every word. We must get their clearest guarantee, ensure that the supply of wine for the tourney is absolutely sufficient to satisfy the drinking needs of tens of thousands of guests for 15 days. There must be no awkward shortage midway. More importantly, his tone grew even more serious, the quality must be consistent. Every barrel, every bottle must be identical to the samples we tasted. No substituting with inferior goods to ruin Harrenhal's reputation. This is vital. 10 days passed as fleetingly as a longship cutting through the sea. When the travel-worn steward of House Went stepped onto the docks of Pike once again, he found everything was already prepared. Euron Greyjoy seemed to have been certain this deal would go through. During the days the steward spent traveling back and forth, the winemaking workshops and warehouses of the Iron Islands had not rested. Barrels branded with white, blue, purple, and golden Kraken seals were polished until they shone, stacked neatly in cool, ventilated seaside warehouses like soldiers awaiting inspection. The air was thick with a rich, complex aroma of wine that nearly overpowered the usual smell of the sea. Euron himself stood beside the mountain of barrels, the sea breeze ruffling his dark cloak. Seeing the steward return, he showed no surprise, only nodding slightly, a look of knowing understanding in his eyes. It seems Lord Went has made a wise choice. Euron's tone was flat, as if stating a predetermined fact rather than the success of a negotiation. The first batch of wine is already prepared. Once your fleet is in position, we can load immediately. Euron didn't even ask about the details of the agreement. That calm confidence suggested everything was under control. The steward looked at the mountain of ready barrels, a look of hesitation crossing his face. He spoke cautiously, Lord Euron, your efficiency is astounding. However, the tourney is still months away. Transporting the wine back to Harrenhal now, isn't it a bit too early? We might consume quite a bit ourselves in these coming months. Hearing this, Euron waved his hand dismissively, wearing an almost generous smile. Don't worry about such trifles. Since we've contracted the wine for the entire event, why would the Iron Islands care about a little consumption beforehand? His words exuded magnanimous confidence. Getting it to Harrenhal early allows you to rest easy sooner, without this matter hanging over your heads. Besides, he pivoted, his eyes flashing with honest yet sharp light, as if he had seen through all the unspoken worries of the other party. With the wine arriving early, you will also have ample time to inspect it carefully, barrel by barrel, bottle by bottle. I, Euron Greyjoy, guarantee here and now that the quality of the Kraken series will not deviate by a fraction. It can withstand any inspection. The steward was instantly speechless, a slightly embarrassed smile crossing his face. The core clause of ensuring quantity and quality, which Lord Went and the Maester had ordered him to emphasize, had already been anticipated by Euron and offered proactively with such openness. It made their side seem a bit petty in comparison. The other party had not only thought ahead but had covered every base flawlessly. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Go to Dragonstone to find Rhaegar? Euron spread out a sheet of tough, slightly rough parchment. It was a unique paper of the Iron Islands, made from a mixture involving certain seaweeds, better suited to withstand the damp sea wind. He dipped his quill not in ordinary ink, but in a dark purple ink as deep as night, rumored to be made from deep-sea squid ink mixed with wine, leaving a unique fragrance in the writing. Tuishara. His handwriting was sharp and fluid, carrying an unrestrained tension, much like the man himself. The winds of the North Sea howl all day, yet they cannot blow your figure from my thoughts. Since we parted at starfall, your eyes have been like the clearest stars, often appearing in my mind under this lonely night sky. The stones of Pike are cold and hard, only memories of you bring a trace of warmth. Recently, the eyes of the Seven Kingdoms have focused on Harrenhal in the Riverlands. A tourney claiming to be the grandest in history is about to be held there. I have decided to go. Not entirely for glory or rewards, but because it is the perfect time for the voice of the Iron Islands to ring through Westeros once again. My lance may test its edge there. However, for me, this journey would only be truly complete with your company. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join me at this grand event. Imagining you standing in the stands, sunlight gilding your silhouette, that sight would surely surpass the excitement of any joust. If you consent, we can agree to meet at Harrenhal. When that time comes, no matter the noise of the arena, I will seek you out first. Hoping the sea breeze delivers your reply swiftly. Euron Greyjoy, from Ironwind Island. He set down the quill. Once the ink was dry, he carefully rolled the parchment, tied it with a dark silk thread, and then took a small piece of warm black sealing wax, dripping it carefully onto the seam. He pressed his seal, the Kraken of House Greyjoy. He summoned Maester Qyburn and ordered him to send this letter to Starfall and Dorne via the fastest, most reliable raven. Days later, Ashura's reply arrived. The sea breeze seemed to carry a trace of warmth because of this letter from Dorne. Euron opened the letter sealed with the sigil of Starfall, and Ashura's familiar, elegant handwriting came into view. In the letter, she first responded to Euron's longing, her words carrying a maiden's reserve and affection. Then, she shared important news: my brother Arthur, Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, is currently a guest on Dragonstone, studying swordsmanship and sparring with Prince Rhaegar. Though the sea wind of Dragonstone differs from Pike, it has its own way of tempering the spirit. Touching on Euron's participation in the tourney at Harrenhal, her tone became more delicate and soft. Knowing you have decided to go to Harrenhal, my feelings are complex. On one hand, I am genuinely happy for you, looking forward to seeing you win your glory under the gaze of thousands, letting the fame of the Iron Islands ring far and wide. But on the other hand, swords have no eyes and lances no mercy, my heart cannot help but hang in suspense for you. I wish for you to fight bravely, but even more, I wish for your safe return. Glory is brilliant, but only safety allows us a shared, long future. At the end of the letter, she extended an invitation that was both personal and weighty. Since you have decided to head south, why not leave a step early and detour to Dragonstone? Here, you have the best opponent. My brother Arthur's guidance and experience are undoubtedly precious wealth. You also have the most outstanding companion. Prince Rhaegar is generous and humble, and greatly appreciates men of valor. Training with them here would surely benefit you greatly, providing the fullest preparation for the battle at Harrenhal. Besides, she left a meaningful pause, as if hinting at a self-evident fact: Prince Rhaegar is, after all, the crown prince, the future king. Making his acquaintance in advance would surely be of great benefit to you and the future of the Iron Islands. This letter not only carried a maiden's concern but skillfully wove together networks and political threads, quietly awaiting Euron's response. Euron Greyjoy's fingers tapped unconsciously on the rough stone table, Ashura's letter spread beside him. He wasn't focused on the scenery before him, but looking through the thick stone walls of Pike toward distant Dragonstone, and that legendary, perfect prince, Rhaegar Targaryen. Rhaegar Targaryen's reputation was unimpeachable across the Seven Kingdoms. He didn't rely on the authority of the Iron Throne but won widespread love from nobles to commoners with his own brilliance. People sang of Rhaegar Targaryen's tall, handsome stature. His silver hair, inherited from the Targaryen line, looked like platinum in the sunlight. His dark indigo eyes were so deep they seemed to hold ancient wisdom and a trace of insoluble melancholy. His martial skills were superb, yet he preferred quiet and solitude, often immersing himself in books and music. The harp he played and the songs he sang were said to be so beautiful and sorrowful they could move the proudest noblewoman to tears. However, beneath this perfect facade lay the shadow of Summerhall. Rhaegar Targaryen was born in 259 AC, on the very day of the tragedy at Summerhall, where King Aegon V, his eldest son Prince Duncan, and his dear friend, Lord Commander of the King's Guard Sir Duncan the Tall, died in a fire that seemed like a child's game gone wrong. This fatal coincidence was like an eternal curse, making Rhaegar always believe he was born in grief, adding a tragic hero's color to his melancholic temperament. Ashura's invitation echoed in his ears. This was a rare opportunity to build a friendship with the future king. Training on Dragonstone with the Sword of the Morning and the prince himself was undoubtedly a shortcut to the core of power in Westeros. But Euron's thoughts went a layer deeper, because the future he knew was diametrically opposed to this bright prospect. In that clear picture, Rhaegar Targaryen, the perfect prince who seemed to have everything, would ultimately be the man who lost everything. To deepen ties with a destined loser, to invest in a future certain to collapse, was it worth it? Euron's eyes flickered with calculating light. Should I use this foreknowledge to stay away from the vortex and protect myself? Or should I approach him, perhaps to extract something valuable even from his defeat? Euron weighed the pros, cons, and risks. Finally, he picked up the familiar dark purple quill and wrote a reply on the rough seaweed paper. He first accepted Ashura's invitation but noted that going abruptly would be rude. He asked her to write to Arthur in advance to seek Prince Rhaegar's consent. If Prince Rhaegar does not object, I will change my itinerary and head to Dragonstone first. However, in the latter half of the letter, his writing revealed an unquestionable concern and longing, yet, what leaves me unable to rest easy is your journey to Harrenhal. The road from Dorne to the Riverlands is long, and the Seven Kingdoms are not peaceful everywhere these days. I cannot tolerate you bearing any potential risk. Therefore, once matters at Dragonstone are concluded, I hope you will allow me to come south personally to pick you up, so we may travel to Harrenhal together. Only then can I ensure your safety along the way. The letter was sent immediately via Raven. Before long, Ashura's reply arrived at Ironwind Island, accompanied by the warm breeze characteristic of Dorne. The lines overflowed with joy. Knowing you wish to come to Dragonstone brings me immense joy. And thank you for thinking of my safety, willing to travel 1,000 miles to meet me. Reading this warms my heart deeply. I have received my brother's reply from Dragonstone. Prince Rhaegar welcomes your arrival very much. My brother has mentioned you to Prince Rhaegar before, and not just because of our betrothal. She then pivoted, dispelling his worries and revealing her future travel plans. However, regarding the journey to Harrenhal, you need not worry overly much. When the time comes, I will not be traveling alone, but with the Princess of Dorne and our prince. Yes, the two we both know well, Prince Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, and his niece, Princess Arianne Martell. With the entire Dornish entourage and His Highness accompanying us, safety is assured. Perhaps we can meet at Harrenhal, that would surely be an interesting journey as well. After receiving the reply, Euron prepared to leave the Iron Islands. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Draw Navy 6 Styles and the Twin Swords of the Golden Lion. Over the past year, Euron Greyjoy's body had undergone a silent but resilient transformation. His strength had increased by 2 points, reaching 12, his muscle definition becoming sharper, allowing him to feel unprecedented explosive power when wielding weapons. His agility had risen by 1 point, reaching 15, making his footwork and dodging as elusive as a ghost. His stamina had improved by 2 points, allowing him to endure longer periods of high-intensity training and combat, his endurance far surpassing that of ordinary men. The points system of the One Piece system awarded points for defeating opponents in actual combat. However, repeated victories over the same opponent yielded sharply diminishing returns until they became negligible. Furthermore, within 30 days, one could only gain points from the same person once. Because of this, Euron had actively sought countless challenges over the past 4 months. From the training grounds of Pike to the fighting pits of the surrounding islands, he constantly looked for new, worthy opponents, accumulating those cold numbers with his blade and sweat. Every effective takedown brought a faint trickle of energy. The process was slow and arduous, and only at the end of the 4th month did he finally feel the invisible gauge in his mind climb painfully to 1,000 points. This savings was enough to open the next gift from the deep sea. In the secret chamber deep within Ironwind Castle that belonged only to him, Euron's consciousness sank once again into that mysterious domain only he could touch. The accumulated 1,000 points burned instantly, transforming into 10 chances to draw ancient relics and otherworldly powers. With the thought, the roulette spun, and 10 different lights rushed into his perception one by one. 1 skill, Ninpo, Maki no Jutsu, Scroll Technique, Bondage Art, LV1. Source, Reizo of the Mist, Retainer of Kojiki Odin, one of the 9 red scabbards, Ninja of Wano. A stream of eerie ninja knowledge flowed into his mind. This technique could mobilize an invisible force to instantly bind an opponent's movements, trapping them as if in a spider web. Euron clearly sensed that the effect and success rate of the binding depended deeply on the absolute gap in strength, spirit attribute, between him and the target. 2 Luffy's straw sandals. The phantom of a pair of incredibly ordinary, even worn-out straw sandals appeared, emitting an aura of persistence. Even if they are Luffy's, worn shoes are worn shoes. They won't turn into gold, nor let me fly. 3 Material, Treasure Tree Atom. The phantom of a small, seemingly unremarkable piece of wood floated uncertainly, yet it contained incredible toughness and vitality. This was the core keel material for legendary ships, the ultimate treasure dreamed of by all shipwrights. Good stuff. For the next giant treasure ship, this will be one of the keel materials. 4 Item, Nami's Tangerine Tree. An image of a lush green tangerine sapling hanging with a few unripe fruits appeared, carrying a fresh citrus scent that seemed capable of dispelling the gloom of the sea. Putting a green plant on the ship should be unique enough. 5 Skill, Rokushiki, Soru, Shave. LV1. Source, The Marines. An essence of extreme speed was carved into his instinct. It required stomping the ground dozens of times within 0.36 seconds, using the explosive reaction force to achieve high-speed movement akin to teleportation. However, with his current physical fitness, each use consumed massive stamina, 10 points, and he could barely activate it once a day. 6 Item, the Bible. A heavy, old book with a black cover fell, emitting a quiet and solemn aura. It originated from the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, former king of the Sorbet Kingdom. Knowledge is power, though the book itself isn't a weapon. 7 Weapon, Mito, Odo. Source, Shiki the Golden Lion, Admiral of the Golden Lion Pirates, the first prisoner to escape Impel Down, and former member of the Rocks Pirates. The phantom of an elegantly shaped, sharp sword appeared quietly. Its blade seemed to contain the poignant imagery of falling cherry blossoms, its sharpness pricking the eyes. 8 Weapon, Mito, Kagurashi. Source, Shiki the Golden Lion. Paired with Odo, this famous sword appeared with a temperament that seemed more ancient and somber. There was an invisible resonance between the two blades. 9 Skill, Rokushiki, Tekai, Iron Body. LV1. Source, The Marines. Another completely different essence merged into his body memory. By rapidly flowing blood and tensing muscles, the body instantly gained the hardness of steel, enough to deflect ordinary blades. The cost was that the body could not move freely while active. 10 Item, Doflamingo's pink feather coat. The image of an incredibly flamboyant, bright pink feather coat unfolded. Its style was exaggerated and dazzling, as if it came with its own dramatic entrance music. Who would be suitable to wear this coat? 10 draws completed. Abilities, weapons, materials, oddities. Euron's consciousness swept over these gains. Useful, useless, powerful, strange all sank into his inventory, waiting for the moment they were needed. The 3 skills were very practical. 2 were from the Navy 6 styles. Rokushiki Soru and Tekai were incredibly useful combat skills, one for teleportation-like movement, the other for enhanced physical defense. The bondage art skill was more like magic. Euron had seen Shadowbinder Evelyn use similar magic. In the armory deep within Pike, candle light reflected off 2 very different pairs of blades. Euron Greyjoy's gaze shifted between the newly acquired Odo and Kagurashi, and his previously used Soul Solid and Conqueror. The latter 2 had been his capable partners. Soul Solid was light and eerie, containing the strange rhythm of the musical skeleton world of Brook. Conqueror was elegant and swift, carrying the precision and splendor of Vice Admiral Jun Momuzagi. Their common feature was their extreme lightness, making them perfect for building a foundation and technical training during childhood. However, Euron was now 11 years old. After rigorous training and bloodline awakening, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary adult warriors. Those 2 overly light swords gradually lost their feel in his hands, unable to fully unleash his growing power. The 2 new famous swords Odo and Kagurashi, belonging to the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, had the perfect weight, balance, and feel. It was as if they were custom-made for his current stature and strength. Swinging them, he could feel his power pouring out without reservation. Furthermore, a hidden flaw also prompted his decision to switch. Soul Solid had a natural repulsion to soul energy. The fire elemental life Apollo, which he created with the power of the soul fruit, was essentially highly condensed soul power. This meant Apollo could not wrap its flames around Soul Solid like it could with other weapons, which undoubtedly limited the explosive power he could unleash by combining the 2 in actual combat. Euron picked up the lightest and thinnest Soul Solid, the blade seeming to hum a silent dirge, and found his spirited niece, Asha Greyjoy, who was beginning to show extraordinary agility. Asha, he handed over the sword. This blade is light and swift, carrying an unusual cold spirituality. Perhaps it can keep up with your future steps. Then, he picked up the magnificent and sharp Conqueror and found his silent third brother, Victarion Greyjoy, who had already shown a solid foundation and huge potential in martial arts. Victarion, Euron handed the sword over steadily. This sword is precise and elegant, able to cut through the slightest flaw. Use it well. Handing the 2 swords personally to his niece and brother, the excellent quality and suitability of the weapons made them jump for joy. The next day, Euron took Lisa and Dagmar, followed the caravan transporting wine to Harrenhal, and left the Iron Islands for Dragonstone. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, The Mountains of the Moon Ambush and Robbery. The massive caravan unloaded all its goods at the busy docks of Sigurd. Wine barrels and crates shipped by longship were carefully transferred onto waiting wagons and pack animals. The clang of metal hoops hitting stone pavement, the shouts of wagoners, and the noise of the port blended together, marking the start of the overland leg of the journey. The convoy then set off, traveling south along the King's Road. They would pass the ancient, weathered ruins of old stones, cross through Fairmarket, a town not overly prosperous but full of life, and then arrive at the usual rest stop, Lord Harroway's town. After resting for a night in the town, Euron would part ways with the caravan. The caravan would head upstream to reach Harrenhal. Euron needed to continue south to Maidenpool, then to Duskendale, and from there take a ship to Dragonstone. The plan was sound, but journeys rarely go without mishap. When the massive caravan left Fairmarket and moved along the King's Road winding through the hills toward Lord Harroway's town, danger had long been lying in wait in the dense woods and jagged rocks flanking the road. The attack exploded without warning. Deadly projectiles poured down like a hail of death. Rocks whistled as they smashed down, pebbles slung from slings emitted piercing shrieks, crude iron axes spun through the air, and sporadic arrows and short spears aimed straight for lives. The attack was overwhelming, instantly enveloping the caravan. In the chaos, Euron's reaction was lightning fast. He grabbed Lisa beside him and pulled her close, using his own body as her first shield. Simultaneously, the kami, paper art, technique from another world was pushed to its limit. His body seemed to lose all weight, becoming a leaf fluttering in the wind. With an astonishing intuition bordering on precognition, he performed small, precise dodges in the split second before impact. A boulder grazed his cloak and smashed into the dirt. A throwing axe embedded itself into the wooden railing of the wagon behind where they had just stood. Protecting Lisa, he executed a swift and fluid roll along the ground, skillfully using the massive wheel of a wagon loaded with salted meat and root vegetables as temporary cover. The heavy wagon body blocked most of the direct attacks. Only the incessant thud-thud sounds could be heard, arrows and spears biting deep into the wood, and dull thumps of rocks hitting crates. The salty smell of cured meat and the earthy scent of vegetables mixed with rising dust, permeating the air around them. A savage war cry tore through the sky. Nearly 100 figures seemed to burst from the ground, leaping from behind bushes and boulders on the hillside, howling as they charged the convoy below. The attackers were like nightmares bred in the shadows of mountain rocks, revealing the terrifying characteristics of their respective tribes. Most were thick-set and hairy, wearing crude furs and armor that was rusty or simply pieced together from hard leather. Their weapons were equally varied: badly chipped axes, wooden clubs bound with stones, sharpened old scythes, and even pointed wooden spears. The warriors of the Black Ears were the most horrifying. Hanging around their thick necks on leather cords were shriveled, blackened trophies, ears cut from their enemies, dangling as they charged, symbols of barbaric martial prowess. Members of the burned men were covered in terrible scars. Many were missing a finger, or had twisted burn scars all over their faces and arms, marks left by their cruel coming-of-age rituals or internal punishments, making them look like demons crawled out of a fiery hell. The Stone Crows were known for their dense, messy beards that covered half their faces. Their roars were the crudest and loudest, noisy and threatening like a flock of crows. The more primitive Painted Dogs were nearly naked, barely covering themselves with rough bark and large leaves. Their bodies were smeared with mud and moss, blending almost perfectly with the shadows of the woods when they moved, yet the wooden spears and stone axes in their hands carried deadly intent. Additionally, one could spot the slippery, tricky attacking members of the Milk Snakes, and the pale-faced warriors of the Moon Brothers, who seemed more active under moonlight. These primitive tribes lived year-round in the mountains of the moon in the Vale. Though they often fought each other over blood feuds and resources, when facing a common fat sheep, they could quickly form temporary alliances. Especially now, with winter just past and food scarce. Aside from robbery, they had no other source of livelihood. News of the massive cargo convoys heading to Harrenhal had long attracted their greedy gazes like blood-attracting sharks. This sizable caravan naturally became a must-take target in their eyes, hoping to make a fortune, eat their fill, and spend a prosperous spring. The air was filled with a nauseatingly sweet smell, expensive crock and red wine gushing from smashed oak barrels, mixing with mud and blood to create a strange, sweet and metallic aroma along with the rich scent of wine. However, this intoxicating fragrance now heralded heavy losses and crisis. Euron's sharp gaze swept the battlefield, and his heart sank. When leaving the Iron Islands, besides bringing Lisa and the loyal Cleft-Jaw Dagmar, he had carefully selected 10 elite Ironborn guards. At this moment, only 8 remained standing to fight. The fate of the other 2 was tragic. One guard failed to dodge in time, and a crude but powerful iron axe was embedded right in the center of his forehead, eyes wide open, dead instantly. Another guard had an arrow shot through his mouth, the sharp arrowhead piercing out through the back of his skull, dragging out red and white matter, a horrific death. Just then, like a dam breaking, the howling mountain clansmen broke through the initial ranged skirmish. Like mad beasts, they threw themselves into close quarters, crashing fiercely into the surviving caravan guards and Euron's Ironborn warriors. Instantly, blades clashed, and roars and screams blended into one. Euron shoved Lisa toward a safer gap under the wagon, drew his newly acquired twin blades, Odo and Kagurashi, with a reverse grip, and met the oncoming enemies. The battle was fierce and chaotic. The mountain clansmen relied on numbers and fearless ferocity to attack madly, but their equipment was poor, and they lacked unified command, often fighting individually, which led to a disorganized brawl. Though outnumbered, the caravan guards and Euron's Ironborn were better equipped, well-trained, and coordinated. They formed a defensive line with their backs to the wagons, using the terrain to split the enemy, often forming groups of 2 or 3 to surround a lone savage, temporarily stabilizing their formation. In the center of the battlefield, Euron was a whirlwind of death. The twin blades Odo and Kagurashi danced in his hands, moving so fast they left only trails of cold light. His swordsmanship was precise and efficient, every cut aimed for Vital's throat or heart with no wasted, flashy movements, like a cold performance of death. As more corpses fell at his feet, including 2 tribal leaders who charged at the front, he finally attracted the attention of all the savages. In an instant, dozens of blood-crazed mountain warriors let out frantic howls, closing in on him from all sides, attempting to drown him with sheer numbers. Facing the surging encirclement, Euron's eyes were cold. He crossed his twin swords in front of him. At the same time, the fire elemental life Apollo, which had been hovering over his left shoulder, happily split into 2 streams of searing liquid fire. Like living vines, they instantly wrapped around the blades of Odo and Kagurashi. In a flash, the twin swords transformed into 2 burning divine weapons of scorching flame. The raging firelight illuminated his expressionless face, radiating a suffocating heat wave. At the final moment before the encirclement closed, Euron moved. Roku Shiki Soru. Euron's figure blurred abruptly in place, vanishing like a ghost. He broke through the not yet fully formed encirclement at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In the next second, he appeared behind a savage who was raising a stone axe with a bewildered face. The burning twin swords crossed in a searing arc. The hairy head flew skyward instantly, the severed neck cauterized black by the high temperature. In the next moment, Euron's true art of slaughter unfolded fully. The power of his Naitoryu, 2-sword style, enhanced by fire, skyrocketed. He was like a tiger among sheep. The burning twin swords turned into countless deadly arcs of fire. Wherever he passed, severed limbs flew, and the smell of burnt flesh permeated the air. The tribal warriors besieging him didn't even have time to react before being torn apart and swallowed by flames and steel in horror. In just a few breaths, the dozens of aggressive attackers who had surrounded him were all turned into burning charred corpses at his feet. The remaining dozens of mountain clansmen had their fighting spirit utterly destroyed by this terrifying sight, akin to witnessing a demon god. With a collective scream, they dropped their weapons in panic, turned, and fled wretchedly back into the mountains, not daring to look back even once.